Wesley frowned. Boss? He didn't think it was a good thing that the smiling man was too good. Looking at the falling snow, the man said in a low voice, "Keep an eye on the transfer plan yourself. We need to speed up and ignore this smiling person for now." Wesley was surprised. What? Then our business. The man smiled. If Smiley Face dies, then nothing changes. If the hitmen are all killed, how will the people at the Continental and the High Table react? Wesley immediately understood. They will have to do their best to track down this smiling man, or their strength will be questioned. The man said, "If not even 100 mid-range hitmen can kill a smiling man, how can the Continental Hotel claim to be the strongest? This isn't about the money. It's more beneficial for us to complete the transfer plan." Wesley agreed. "Got it, boss." The man said, "Go do your thing." At that point, he couldn't help but add, "Leave New York. You can go to Boston or Philadelphia. Don't stay here any longer. The Continental Hotel will suffer a huge loss this time. It's very likely they'll start investigating D'Amico's wife for the real person behind the bounty. Remember to clean up the aftermath. There's no need for us to take part. Just watch them fight to the death." Wesley hesitated, but still agreed. He hung up and went straight to the airport. During this time, he quickly dialed a number and arranged various matters. He wouldn't question his boss's judgment or decision. In less than 10 years, his boss had earned the honorific title of Kingpin. It wasn't purely because of his strength, but because his boss was far smarter than the gang big shots. Bringing the transfer plan forward would be quite the loss. But it was worth it to screw over the Continental Hotel and Smiley Face at the same time, and increase the chances of the transfer plan succeeding. If it were any other gang leader, they would definitely be reluctant to part with their territory and business. Kingpin, however, already had a foothold in other industries. They would lose 20% of their revenue from the underground business in New York, but that wasn't enough to shake their foundations. Also, by temporarily pausing in their conflict with the masked men, they would have more energy to focus on the transfer plan and successfully plant their own force at the High Table. By then, they could indirectly influence the Continental Hotel. In the end, whether they swallowed this powerful hostile force or let it go to bloody war with the smiling man would be a matter of a thought. They could attack or retreat, or could even stand safely on the side as a spectator and watch the two sides fight. Thinking that, Wesley boarded his private plane. In front of the cabin door, he turned around to look at the familiar New York night view. Under the snow, New York at night seemed to be enveloped in a murderous atmosphere. Wesley couldn't help but sigh. "I'll be back. Just you wait, New York." With that, he strode into the cabin without hesitation. A few minutes later, the private plane took off and flew toward Boston. A fierce battle continued in Swamp Park. Wade couldn't stop cursing. Thankfully, the V-suit had a voice block function, and he wasn't discovered because of his endless trash talk. Alright, there were few moments now when he went undetected. After the prelude a few minutes ago, his battle with the hitmen quickly heated up. Both parties had a rough idea of each other's abilities. The hitmen were certain that they had the advantage in numbers. The biggest problem was that they didn't want to be buried along with this smiling man. Wade had been shot 7 or 8 times. What gave him a headache was how he was going to explain this to Vanessa when he got back. He didn't even need to look to know that his body was now as ugly as a Dalmatian's. It was just that a Dalmatian had black and white splotches. By the time he got home, his own splotches would be bluish-black. But thinking about the remaining 2.5 million, Wade was full of energy. So what if he was a human-shaped Dalmatian? 5 million was enough to make countless people want to be dogs. Also, he wasn't fighting alone. Killing his way out of a hail of bullets, he had long realized, as a mercenary, that someone was secretly eliminating the hitmen. He didn't know why the hitmen hadn't noticed, but Wade had. His combat skills and intuition were at least 2 levels higher than that of the strongest hitmen, so he was certain of it. Several times when he was surrounded and almost killed, the support system would send him a notification, indicating a certain escape route. As long as he followed it, he would escape again. Wade was very sure that there had been hitmen on these routes earlier. The support system had been keeping an eye on the hitmen around him at all times, taking note and sending out warnings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted so long. As soon as these escape routes appeared, some hitmen who had fired for less than 10 seconds on the way would have mysteriously disappeared, naturally creating gaps in the circle. If Wade couldn't tell that something was wrong, he was definitely a *TTY mercenary. It was for this reason that he hadn't decisively run away after all this time. Wade wasn't stupid. He had already gotten 2.5 million, and had no intention of fighting to the death. He could take risks in order to complete a mission, but he wouldn't refuse to run if he knew he would die. The rate for completing missions was only meaningful to the living, the dead had no need for it. Like V said, only when Wade was alive could he live happily with Vanessa. If he died, his future wife would be taken advantage of by another man. On top of that, the V suit gave Wade a lot of confidence. He even had the time to ridicule the other hitmen. It was a pity that he couldn't activate his critical hit speech. Luke, who had a deep understanding of his foul mouth, wouldn't give this cheap person a chance to destroy V's character setting, much less turn him into a legendary neurotic chatterbox. In addition to no eating, the low-end V suit didn't have a voice system. Wade didn't need to talk tonight. He just needed to be a moving target. While Wade was in pain yet cheerful, Luke was silently reciting a doggerel: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is 1005. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is 2008. These hitmen were all fat and juicy, small bosses. It was only when he disposed of people who appeared to be lookouts that the system only gave him 40 experience and credit points. When Luke tossed another man into his inventory, a thought flashed through his mind. This man was probably the one who was responsible for intelligence and logistics, so he hadn't killed many people. Luke had this idea because the man wasn't very strong, but he was very good at hiding. At the same time, the man only had a pistol, but he had been using an extremely high-end professional camera to document Wade's fights. If Luke didn't have sharp nose, he might not have been able to find the man. The thought only lasted for a moment. Luke almost immediately forgot about this unlucky guy, but he didn't know that the surveillance feed would disappear in front of a certain person in Manhattan as the lookout disappeared from this world. He didn't know that someone had already decided to sit back and watch the tigers fight it out. Even if he knew, Luke would only laugh. If he was running low, a certain someone would spend money to buy monsters, or even lure them in for Luke to kill. He really didn't mind having a few more of this type of kind-hearted person. After all, he had many aliases. After taking them off, Luke was still that diligent and dedicated detective. Whoever wanted to fight V could only wait. The choice to do battle was up to them, but Luke had the final say on where and when. He really enjoyed the privilege of killing monsters at his designated time and place. But now, Luke, who didn't know anything at all, was completely focused on his task. Swamp Park's full name was Swamp State Conservation Park, and the vegetation here was more overrun. After all, Staten Island was the smallest of the 5 major New York districts. There were even fewer people in the southwest corner. There weren't even any skyscrapers in the area, and the buildings here were just small shops that provided tourist services. At night, there was only one night watchman at the park entrance far away. Luke had already called and sent him back to the city. No innocent victims would be harmed here with this place as the battlefield. Naturally, nobody would call the police since there were no witnesses. The battle here would end with the complete disappearance of one side. Ordinary people wouldn't know about it, which was what Luke wanted the most. Let dark matters remain forever in the dark. This time, Luke started cleaning up from the outside in. He killed the lookouts first before he started to clean up the mid-range shooters from behind. Compared with the lookouts, these mid-range shooters were much more troublesome. They were closer to the battlefield, and could observe each other. Of course, no one was stupid enough to expose themselves. The shooters hid in dark corners, waiting for an opportunity to deliver the fatal blow. Luke's first target was a shooter hiding in a tree. The shooter, who was dressed in camouflage, was hiding on a thick tree branch. He moved very slowly. Ordinary people might not notice him even if they stared at him for a long time. He was an extremely patient hunter who hadn't fired a single shot since the beginning. Unfortunately, a hunter who wasn't as patient as he was appeared tonight. While he was silently waiting for an opportunity to attack, a special cloak fell from above him. It was gentle and natural, like a cold wind blowing past out of the shooter's line of sight, and it enveloped most of him. If the shooter could see himself from a third-person perspective, it was like he disappeared from sight. Bang! With a low thud, the shooter's gun barrel and scope were dragged up into the air. Luke didn't put the man into his inventory until he was completely under the optical camouflage cloak. He wasn't happy or excited. He glanced at his experience and credit points to confirm that he hadn't killed the wrong person, before he moved on to the next target. One of the hitmen fired 2 shots from a distance and cursed under his breath as he quickly bent over. The smiling man was still far away. He wasn't worried that the other party would counterattack, but he was worried about the other hitmen. He had to be more vigilant with his own life. With that in mind, he squeezed through a gap in the bushes and hid without making a sound. He stuck his gun out of the gap and waited for an opportunity. Just as he entered the bushes behind him parted silently, and a transparent shadow slipped in. Dong! It went dark for the hitman as he died on the spot. His body was covered by the optical camouflage cloak, and he entered Luke's inventory to accompany the other hitmen. A hitman has withdrawn from the battlefield and is retreating. He was alerted when you killed his partner, Selena warned. Got it. Luke nodded and headed in the direction of the fleeing hitman. As the first hitman ran, 4 of 5 others at the back started to retreat. It was one thing for the competition to be intense, but the less resolute hitmen also retreated at Wade's brutal counterattacks. The chance of snatching the bounty from dozens of competitors was very low, and they might be killed if they weren't careful. Luke had killed the first batch of people who had chosen to leave. These were the ones who had lookouts for teammates, and when they didn't get any response from them, their sense of danger immediately increased. It was inevitable for assassins to be sensitive and suspicious. It was even easier for assassins with partners to fall into this mood. Luke watched as Wade was chased by a bunch of hitmen as he headed for a neighboring park. He knew that this guy wouldn't die. He would occasionally pick up the guy's mic, and when he heard the guy cursing, he knew that he wasn't at the end of his rope yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the energy to talk. Luke retreated from the middle and outer circles of the battle and stood behind a tree next to a small road. A few seconds later, a figure emerged from the bushes on the side and was about to step onto the road. Pooh! An extremely soft gunshot rang out, and the first hitman to run away was shot in the head and immediately fell. Luke walked over to the body and covered it with his cloak. He didn't stop. With a light tap of his foot, he quickly reached a tree on the side of the road. The M110 rifle appeared in his hand again, and he pointed it at another area. All that took just 2 seconds, and he pulled the trigger lightly. Pa! 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 The silencer basically made the flash from the muzzle invisible, and the sound was a lot softer. By the time other hitmen looked in that direction, Luke had already left the tree. In the driver's seat of a car in the distance, a hitman lay limply out of the open door. There were 2 bullet holes in his chest, and blood was pouring out. Struggling, he pressed down on the wound with one hand and tried to pull himself into the car with the other. But in less than 10 seconds, it was over for him. The rapid blood loss made him lose consciousness. He could only lie there and wait for death. After killing the fleeing hitman on the opposite side, Luke slowed down. Stuck at a corner of a scenic rock, a killer charged out a few seconds later. Before she could react, she felt her vision go dark, as if she had scurried into a trap. Her entire face was flattened as if it had hit a wall, and the bones in her face cracked. Then, there was nothing else. From the side, it looked like when the female assassin turned around the boulder, she suddenly disappeared into thin air, like a TV ninja. The world lost yet another elite assassin. The transparent shadow disappeared into the dark again and moved on to the next target. On the other side, Wade was breathing more and more heavily. In the beginning, he relied on his suit and his guts to kill a few hitmen who were impatient to take advantage, which made him very proud. But when his pistol blew up the eighth hitman's head 25 meters away, none of the hitmen approached him anymore. With Wade's bursts of speed and a hit rate of almost 50% within a 20 to 30 meter range, the success rate of such an explosive technique was terrifying. Almost all the hitmen who died were killed in this way. Once they became cautious, Wade started to suffer. The enemy was completely relying on the range of their rifles to bully him and didn't engage him in close combat at all. To a certain extent, he had made the same mistake as Lawyer Matt. Although his twin guns had a longer range, it was 40 meters at most, and wouldn't reach an enemy that was 50 meters away. Wade's useless longswords were already back on his back, and he could only use his pistols to suppress the fire. He had practically lost the ability to counterattack. Thankfully, the support system had repeatedly told him to bring at least 20 clips with him. The knife that would have originally hung from the belt of the V-suit had been replaced with clips. For the sake of the 5 million, Wade had resigned himself to this heavy burden. He rarely brought more than 5 clips with him when he was on a mission, and he was now glad that he still had so many bullets. He couldn't kill the enemy, but if he couldn't even shoot, his longest ranged attack would be a pair of blades less than 2 meters long. It would be hard for him to escape. It wasn't even an hour yet, not enough for the remaining 2.5 million. Why didn't he bring a rifle? Because the support system forbade him from carrying a rifle or a machine gun, a rocket launcher, or a grenade. Luke had already given Wade this life-saving V-suit, how could he allow him to use those lethal weapons? Wouldn't that be stealing his experience and credit points? It was fine as long as the guy didn't die, it was only right for him to suffer. How could he earn 5 million without suffering? Wade fled with difficulty into a service area that was made up of single-story buildings. Panting heavily in one unit, he didn't forget to curse. A bunch of lunatics. It's not easy to die. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. As he spoke, he couldn't help but search his body. His hands and feet hurt, what was worse was how his back hurt everywhere. With his combat awareness, he would naturally try to shift the attacks to his back. After all, pain in his limbs would greatly affect his shooting and movements. Although his back hurt, it was still bearable. More importantly, Wade wasn't going to let his front take any bullets. It was fine if they hit his chest or abdomen, but if they hit a vital part below his abdomen, he would have to drop to his knees on the ground even if his suit was bulletproof. After all, although Mr. Wade's vital part was strong, its strength wasn't in its ability to endure a blow. Rubbing furiously, he mumbled, "Vanessa doesn't have trypophobia, does she? My back definitely doesn't look like a Dalmatian's anymore." At that moment, SpongeBob's cheerful voice rang in his earpiece. "Brother Octopus, you have 5 seconds to move, or you'll be surrounded." Wade crawled to the back door and opened it. He asked, "What's the time now?" 7:15 and 27 seconds. 28 seconds. SpongeBob SquarePants immediately reported the time happily. Wade gritted his teeth. Isn't that just a quarter of an hour so far? The agreement with V was 1 hour, from 7 until 8. It had only been 15 minutes, but he already felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. It wasn't that he was weak, but that the mission restrictions were quite troublesome. He couldn't use large-scale weapons or set up traps, nor could he leave or make contact. Otherwise, Wade could have lured them into a trap and killed most of his opponents in one go, or after they broke out, he could pick them off one by one. As long as he killed more than half of them, the rest wouldn't be so arrogant anymore. Wade's idea was indeed good, but the person who was paying him didn't want him to kill too many people. He was a moving target that had been pushed out to be beaten up tonight. At that moment, SpongeBob suddenly said, "Brother Octopus, you have a new message. Please check it." Wade, F***CK. What the hell? Wait, open it. SpongeBob SquarePants, Brother Octopus, please take the following route and leave the battle completely. Consider the job finished early. V. Wade, what? What happened to 1 hour? It had only been 15 minutes, and he was already leaving. That was too much. Forget it. Let's just slip away. In any case, the client said that the job was complete. Apart from his vitals, his entire body was in pain. He really couldn't take it. Looking at the route projected by the support system, he decisively started to slip away. This route wasn't a simple line. The support system constantly warned him when to adjust his speed and direction. Wade wasn't stupid and quickly realized the reason. As he moved along this winding route, many of the hitmen around him were already fanning out in one area. Compared with how they had been scattered about earlier like sesame seeds on a biscuit, wasn't it easier to get rid of them in one go like this? However, he had been shot 7 or 8 more times as the hitmen were lured into position. Wade didn't have time to think too much, and did his best to make sure the bullets hit the meatiest parts of his back. It stung like repeated muscle injections, like when the last needle hadn't been pulled out before the next one was stuck in, but he still endured the pain and stubbornly moved forward. On the other side, Luke couldn't help but sigh as he watched Wade leave the battlefield and approach the escape route. "Sorry, but all of you have to die today." As long as 2 or 3 of the remaining assassins made it out alive, the news of V being beaten to a pulp would become a legend, just like this battle. Although V was just an alias, Luke felt like he was going to become obsessed with cleanliness when he thought about how the distinguished V might develop a reputation for dirty tricks. At that moment, Wade had already retreated to a corner of the park, where there was a small peninsula wrapped halfway around a lake. The hitmen were also excited. This was dead territory. As long as Smiley Face dared to jump into the water, they could wait by the lake and shoot the guy in the head. It would be impossible for him to dodge. There was no way a person could move faster in the water than on land. When it came to someone as quick as Smiley Face in particular, this was basically throwing away his advantage. If he didn't jump into the water, he could only move around on this narrow peninsula. The extreme lack of space would also cripple most of his swift movements. The remaining assassins were all top-notch experts, and almost all of them noticed this. This was the critical moment to kill him. That was what all the hitmen thought. They subconsciously started to force their way onto the peninsula, but they were still cautious and maintained their positions on the same line as their temporary accomplices. Nobody dared to leave their backs to their temporary accomplices, and nobody wanted to charge forward and be killed by the smiling man. The closer they were to the end, the more cautious they had to be. At that moment, Wade finally retreated to the lake. Unexpectedly, he plunged into the lake without any hesitation. Stunned for a moment, the hitmen finally gave up on keeping their distance and ran to the shore near where he had jumped. They dropped their guard significantly after the smiling man jumped into the water. Even if the smiling man fell into dire straits after he jumped into the water, everyone had lost this target at that moment, and any other thoughts they had were superfluous. The lake wasn't small. If there were fewer people, the smiling man might come ashore again to kill them. Bingo! Luke suddenly materialized. His V-suit was unusually neat, and his hat was firmly on. Wade's hat had long fallen off, and his V had been pissing his pants the entire time. It was a tragic sight. Taking a deep breath of the cold night air, Luke murmured, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Those who need to leave can't stay. His voice wasn't loud, but he didn't try to hide it. A hitman 10 meters away heard something and turned around warily. When he saw Luke, his hair stood on end. The smiling man. He opened his mouth to shout. "Pa!" The hitman's head jerked and his body spun half a circle before he crashed to the ground. Life is just a journey. It doesn't matter if it's sad or happy, Luke murmured. He seemed to be walking leisurely, but he was actually moving at an astonishing speed. Another hitman heard the gunshot and saw the fallen hitman out of the corner of his eye. Sensing someone moving very quickly, he took a wary look. He was stunned when he saw Luke. That was a fatal mistake. Of course, his ending wasn't any different. While the man was still in a daze, Luke was about 10 meters away when a black dagger flashed through the darkness and flew at his face. Plop! Another body fell to the ground. At this point, it was hard to hide his whereabouts. The remaining hitmen were all highly vigilant. Luke had killed the two men in a moment when all gunfire had paused, and it was especially abrupt. The sound of his own gunshot was a little further away, but some people still looked over. When they saw Luke, they looked like they were seeing a ghost. A few of them couldn't help but look at the lake and then at Luke, as if to confirm that the smiling man who had jumped into the lake wasn't an illusion. Luke suddenly sped up. The two silver Colt revolvers in his hands were a stark contrast to his basically black appearance, and left faint afterimages in front of him. Pa! 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 Bang! 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 11 bullets were fired like falling rain, but there was a strong rhythm to the gunshots. 6 shots from the Colt Python mixed with 5 shots from the Colt King Cobra. The hitmen who had been leaning over the lake in a semicircle instantly collapsed. And Luke officially occupied the key position, the exit of the peninsula. All the hitmen were now confined to the small peninsula. They were now in the same situation as Wade. But none of them had noticed. There were too many of them. Wade had killed 8 people, and Luke had only killed 39 people on the periphery so far. At that moment, Luke was still facing 87 people. 87 versus 1. No matter how careful the hitmen were, they wouldn't think that they were surrounded. Furthermore, they were all elites in the business. They easily recognized the make of Luke's revolvers. After 12 gunshots, the smiling man would only be holding 2 empty guns. At that moment, a quick-witted hitman finally shouted, "Be careful. He's not alone. There are 2 smiley faces." Most of the hitmen who hadn't understood immediately realized what was going on. Whether it was Luke's revolvers, his Zorro hat, or his almost spotless equipment, they all proved that he wasn't the guy who had been beaten up just now. Luke smiled and said unhurriedly, "The answer is correct. You're the first lucky audience member." As he spoke, he swung the Colt King Cobra in his hand. Pa! A bullet arced in the air before it finally turned 90 degrees and hit the forehead of a hitman hiding behind a tree. He was the first lucky audience member who had reacted the fastest and revealed the truth. He was also the first lucky audience member whom Luke selected out of the 87 people to die on the spot. The hitmen were stunned again. Huh? What happened to a revolver having just 6 bullets? Was this a special model with 7 bullets? Bang! The barrel of the Colt Python sparked, and a hitman who had just raised a 416 Hong Kong dollars was sent flying. The hitmen were surprised. Both guns had 7 bullets. What kind of freakish revolvers were these? Luke moved at lightning speed, turning into a blurry shadow in the night as he approached the group. Pa! 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 Bang! 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 The first line of hitmen who had just turned around and raised their guns were cut down, and 10 more people fell. Everybody's hair stood on end. The most sensitive strings in their hearts thrummed, super expert. No. That wasn't right. The first smiling man who had been sent running was definitely a super expert. But compared with this second smiling man, he was at least one level lower. Legendary killer. Everybody thought the same thing. Legendary killers were basically terrifying existences that only existed in legends. They had even more nicknames, such as extraordinaries, non-humans, or King of Killers. Everybody felt as if they had been hit by lightning, and their hair stood on end. It was the subconscious fear and reverence of a predator who was far superior to them. But Luke didn't give them any time to hesitate. In just a tenth of a second, his powerful mental strength manipulated the inventory's storage function and took the empty shells from the Colt King Cobra to be instantly replaced with 6 new bullets. Pa! 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 The silver gun exploded in the night with bright sparks as it swept through all obstacles in front of Luke. Another small section in the semicircle of hitmen was missing. The remaining hitmen were all shocked. Most of them had already stopped moving and were now lunging for the nearest cover. In a confrontation with a legendary killer, the stupidest thing to do was face them head-on. Whoever faced him would be the first to die. This was an iron law that countless rookie hitmen and bodyguards had verified using hundreds of lives and blood. Nobody wanted to be the first person to die. Luke reloaded the gun in 1/10 of a second, and the Colt Python opened fire. Bang! 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 Broken branches, leaves, and wood chips were sent flying by the gunshots, and 6 killers who were one step slower were all shot in the face or neck. Most of them were wearing bulletproof vests, and would only sustain minor injuries at most when shot in the chest. Luke aimed at the unprotected faces and necks. He was less than 20 meters away from the 6 targets. It was harder for him to miss than to hit his target in this range. Supported by 40 mental strength, his brain was as calm and clear as the first snow of New York's winter night. As he shot his targets one by one, he still had the capability to judge his next move. Compared with 20 mental strength, his brain was like a CPU which had been upgraded from a single-core, dual-speed processor to a quad-core, quad-speed processor. Previously, shooting rapidly at multiple targets with 2 guns would affect their accuracy and speed slightly. Now, however, it was as if both guns operated independently, but perfectly distributed the shooting load between them. The lethality of this attack was obvious by how there were almost 90 people in the hitmen group, but they had instantly been thrown into disarray. Not only that, his brain was also able to quickly analyze each individual hitman's battle characteristics and come up with a simple focused plan of attack. A hitman on the other side, who liked to open fire only when he was 90% sure of his chances, noticed that the way Luke was moving put him at an extremely awkward angle. He hesitated for half a second and didn't open fire. Then, a bullet hit him in the head, and he no longer had to think about when to open fire. As for another hitman who liked spraying his targets with bullets, he realized that his bullets could only follow behind Luke. Before he could adjust, he was shot as well and fell to the ground. Other hitmen who preferred getting closer to battle, who preferred to pull back, who liked to play dirty tricks, or who liked to fight head-on all experienced similar things. This was the qualitative change brought about by 40 mental strength. Luke would change his movements and attack rhythm several times in a second. Even though there were dozens of elite killers on the other side, they couldn't find a chance to fire. Thus, they were either hesitant or reckless, and couldn't hit Luke. What was even more terrifying was that they soon discovered something strange. How was he firing his 2 revolvers without needing to reload? From the first to the 8th round of bullets, the smiling man's 2 revolvers fired continuously without any gap to reload. If it was just one revolver, they might have been able to picture the other party reloading a gun with the other hand. But how could a person with 2 revolvers reload both at the same time? That didn't make sense at all. Ordinary people might be dumbstruck, but the experienced elites immediately thought of a possibility, a superhuman. Everybody's hearts turned cold at the thought. Some of them even cursed when they figured it out. Killing a superhuman was completely different from killing an ordinary person. Kill a legendary killer with super abilities? Sorry, they had never carried out such a mission before. Or rather, they didn't have the qualifications to take on such a mission. For a mission like this, they would have to recruit a lot of killers who were a level higher, plan carefully, then ambush the target with absolute numbers and a terrain advantage. That was the only way to succeed. The combination of a legendary killer and superpowers wasn't just 1+1. It was 2x2 or even 10x10. Their strength could only be counted as 1. Even 100 of them combined might not necessarily be able to stand up to such an existence. Those who were quick-witted and figured this out immediately left the battlefield. At the same time, several black objects flew toward Luke. Luke wasn't surprised at all. He finally unleashed half of his strength, and with a muffled burst of noise, he left small holes in the ground. He suddenly sped up and disappeared from the hitman's sight. Boom! 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 4 explosions rang out in a row as 2 grenades flew out to cover a large area. The other 2 stun grenades exploded with blinding white light and a deafening noise that could make one's heart stop. For a moment, Luke's gunshots were drowned out. At that moment, the hitman's huge weakness was exposed. Those who didn't have companions wouldn't help the others when they were under attack, and the ones who retreated beforehand didn't care if the others were in danger. In fact, they deliberately didn't warn the others. 2 flash grenades and 2 grenades were suddenly thrown out. Apart from the dozen or so hitmen who had dodged the sudden attack, most of the others were caught in the crossfire. The 2 stun grenades, in particular, blinded at least 30 people. The other 10 or so people were either injured by shrapnel or were overwhelmed by the loud noise. Several hot-tempered hitmen cursed angrily. The moment they were affected, they knew that their chances of survival were almost 0. Their only hope was that the terrifying smiling man number 2 was also affected. Unfortunately, that was impossible. Luke, who had an electronic earpiece, automatic filter and anti-glare lenses, and a full bulletproof vest, only felt that some parts of his body were hit, but the impact wouldn't even cause bruises. These trump cards resulted in half of their comrades instantly losing their combat ability. The originally intact defense line was like a pile of sand under an incoming flood. After the huge waves passed, only foam remained. Luke considerately switched targets to these temporary teammates who had helped stop most of the hitmen from running away and gave them his warm greetings. Pa! 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 Bang! 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 He fired 12 times in a row, and a dozen previously unharmed hitmen who were fleeing like crazy fell one after another. With a thought, Luke reloaded the Colt King Cobra. Pa! 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 Brushing past the last 4 killers, Luke stopped almost as soon as he shot them in the head. Looking around, he unhurriedly took out his left revolver and reloaded the ordinary way for the first time that night. The crisp London accent echoed in the park in the winter night and was carried on the cold wind and snow. I hear the echo, from the valleys and the heart. A lonely sickle harvesting empty souls. Incessantly repeating despair, but also repeating joy. The hitmen who were either blinded or caught in the explosions felt despair. The moment they heard the London accent, they understood. This was the real deal. A London accent, a poem, and murder, smiley faces triple hallmarks. Also, the two revolvers which seemed to contain infinite bullets, the terrifying shooting which never missed, and the unhurried movements fit the description in the intelligence perfectly. As guns sparked, the hitmen lying on the ground recalled what happened just now. The first smiling man didn't say anything from beginning to end. His weapons were long swords and desert eagles. Although his speed was also terrifying, his style was extremely haphazard. They were two completely different people. It was just that the two smiley faces were too strong, and the battle was intense and short, so they hadn't had time to think. Nobody thought that the smiling man, who liked to recite poetry and act cool, would be able to maintain that calm when he encountered more than 100 professional experts. They expected him to be pissing his pants in terror. Now, the real main character had appeared. It was only then they realized that the real smiling man could still act as pretentious as ever even when faced with almost 100 professional killers. They were just props for the other party to show off. I believe I am, born as the bright summer flowers. Pa. 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 Not withering, not defeated, as bewitching as fire. Bang. 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 The burden of a heartbeat and the inconvenience of breathing. Pa. 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 I never tire of it. Bang. 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 Amidst the gunshots, Luke recited a poem like someone dancing to a drum as he made his way around the battlefield. By the time he recited the last line of the poem, basically all the hitmen at the scene were dead. Crossing his arms, he put his guns back and caught a snowflake. It's snowing hard. In the lab, Selena, who was sitting in front of the monitor, was holding half a cake. Her mouth was wide open as she forgot to take a bite. She stared blankly at the person who had caught the snowflake. She had always known that Luke was very strong. Killing dozens of people in one go could only be considered a regular operation for him. The ultimate operation was killing hundreds of drug dealers in Mexico. But tonight, Luke had refreshed her understanding of him. He had killed more than 100 criminals, and all of them were veterans. It was like the difference between beating a few hundred primary school kids at table tennis and 100 national table tennis players. But when all was said and done, table tennis was a one-on-one game, while this had been one versus many. Selena again recalled how, when Luke brought up the difference in their strengths, he always had a kind expression on his face. Selena immediately understood. She smiled bitterly. This was indeed a topic that couldn't be discussed. Without the symbiotic complete form with Gold Nugget, she would be instantly killed when facing more than 100 hitmen. There was no room for a counterattack. Even if she used the complete form, she would still be easily restrained by the hitman's flash and stun grenades. In comparison, Wade was really strong. Luke was even stronger, and the number of professional killers was meaningless to him. Sigh, life is as lonely as snow. A faint sigh came from the monitor. Selena finally came back to her senses. She slapped her forehead and said, "Hey, aren't you too deep into the act? Hurry up and clean up." The police station still got a few calls saying that there's a lot of activity in the park. You have 30 minutes at most to clean up. Remember, it should be spotless. Luke was woken up by her words and could only shake his head with a smile. Walking over to an assassin, he looked down at her and chuckled. There's no need to pretend. I only hit the bulletproof panel over your chest. Unless you have a serious heart attack, your skin will only be red at most. The female assassin still didn't move. Luke didn't think much of it. Go back and tell the Continental Hotel that this is just a small meeting gift. Since I'm standing in New York, all of you have to kneel. If I sit, all of you have to lie down, just like you right now. With that, he kicked the back of her head lightly with the tip of his foot. The muscles of the person lying on the ground loosened, and she fainted for real. Luke snorted. Sigh, I still went back on my word. After thinking for a moment, he had finally decided to leave one messenger for the Continental Hotel. But the purpose of the message was to instigate the exact opposite response. This message would only make the Continental Hotel regard V as their real enemy and attach more importance to him. Why was Luke doing this? The sharp increase in experience and credit points in the system said it all. Apart from the Continental Hotel, it was hard for him to meet good people like these in New York. There weren't many big villains who were able to send over 100 small bosses to his door at one go. He wondered how many experience and credit points he could get if he pulled the Continental Hotel out by its roots. As he thought about making a fortune, he moved quickly as he transported the garbage that was all over the ground and washed the scene clean. It wasn't that he wanted to act pretentious just now. In the past few months, as he experienced more and more battles, Luke had the feeling that a team made up of ordinary humans posed no threat to him. He had made ample preparations for today's battle and had prepared for all kinds of accidents. But with Wade's help, everything was unimaginably easy. Luke had only been shot a total of 3 times and several parts of his armor was broken. He had only been hit because he had chosen to increase his efficiency, which meant dodging less. From the results of tonight's battle, as long as it wasn't regular army foot soldiers working in tandem and there was no air support, it didn't matter if 100 or 500 people showed up. For Luke, the only difference would be in the number of shots he fired. The situation wouldn't be that much more difficult. Besides, there was basically no chance that Luke would encounter a situation like that in the future. The appearance of the bounty this time was purely unexpected. Except for on a battlefield, there was basically no other way that 100 Special Force soldiers would be deployed to besiege Luke. He wouldn't enter a battlefield either. He didn't treat killing people like a hobby. It was all about experience and credit. Even though some of them definitely had experience and credit points, Luke didn't kill all of them. He had handled 100 to 200 cases in the past year, for example, and most of the perpetrators had been sent to prison. Most of those who died were gang members who had done a lot of evil. Even if he could open fire to deal with the rest, like petty thieves and bank robbers, he just subdued them. The Continental Hotel bounty had been an opportunity. Actual combat was the only way to test the truth. Today's battle had been a test of his speculation. Without a lot of firepower, ordinary human troops were no longer a threat to him. That didn't sound like much since everybody in the military would have heavy firepower. However, Luke and his various aliases operated in big cities. It was unlikely that the military would use heavy firepower in such an environment. The consequences would be too severe. In the city, he was invincible against ordinary people. He wasn't surprised at this conclusion. Instead, he felt a little empty. That "loneliness like snow" phrase was indeed a reflection of his current mood. From this moment on, a battle with ordinary people would be a simple and predictable act of grinding points, even if the enemy was an elite killer or special force soldier, even if there were hundreds of them. Unless the opponent was someone with super abilities or had extraordinary equipment like a certain tycoon, they were just moving targets in front of his gun. As Luke mulled over this, he quickly cleaned up the garbage and the crime scene and threw them into a truck in the park. This was also a prop that he had placed here for the purpose of cleaning up the scene. He turned around and looked at the park, which was completely silent except for the snow. Pondering for a moment, he chuckled. "I'll leave you a souvenir." Using the truck as cover, he took out a life-sized sculpture from his inventory and placed it on the small peninsula next to the lake. This was where most of the hitmen had lost their lives tonight, so it was a good place to leave a souvenir. After setting up the sculpture, Luke swung his knife, and a line of standard English words appeared at the base of the sculpture. Looking at the sentence that looked like it had been carved out by a machine, Luke nodded in satisfaction and was about to leave, when he suddenly stopped. He swung his knife again and carved a number, 126. "Now, your memories will be clearer and further." Luke chuckled and drove the truck out of the park. Swamp Park fell silent again. Snowflakes fell from the sky and gradually piled up on the unconscious assassin and the black statue. The snow was getting heavier. In New York's Continental Hotel, Winston was reading a book leisurely on the couch next to the fireplace. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. He frowned. "Come in." When he heard the knock, he knew it was Sharon, the manager on duty at reception. A thin black man entered and walked over to Winston. He was wearing a neat black suit, and his back was straight. His movements were quick and unhurried, and he looked quite refined. This was Sharon, Winston's most trusted subordinate. "Sir, something's happened," said Sharon in a low voice. Winston wasn't worried, but he didn't waste any time. He slipped the bookmark he was holding into his book before placing the book down on the coffee table and asked, "What's wrong?" "Sharon, there's a problem with the order on the Smiling Man. We've just received news that only one of the 127 killers who went to Swamp Park survived." Winston paused for a moment before he took off his gold-rimmed glasses. Exactly what happened? As he spoke, several thoughts flashed through his mind. An ambush by other hitmen? A government operation? Or, had that person come out? At that last thought, he couldn't help but shake his head. That was impossible. That person had gone through so much to leave this circle just for a precious love. How could he come back? The person who survived was deliberately sent back by the Smiling Man to deliver a message. "She called the hotel as soon as she woke up, which is how I learned of it," said Sharon. With a calm expression, Winston slowly stood up and walked over to the fireplace to add 2 logs to the fire. "What did he say?" Sharon was usually in control of his expressions, but it was clearly stiff this time. "Sir, his exact words." Winston watched as the wood that had just been thrown into the fireplace gradually changed color before the flames rose. "Say it." Sharon said, "His exact words were, 'Go back and tell the Continental Hotel that this is just a small meeting gift. Since I'm standing in New York, all of you have to kneel. If I sit, all of you have to lie down, just like you right now." Sharon had confirmed this repeatedly. He knew that his boss would ask. The flames in the fireplace danced in Winston's eyes. The fire burned more aggressively with the new wood. After a brief silence, he said, "Take good care of the person who's still alive. Make sure she recalls any useful information." Sharon, "Yes, sir." He waited for a moment, but didn't hear more. After a brief hesitation, he said, "Sir, that Smiling Man." Winston waved his hand with his back to him. "Ignore him for now. Continue as before." Sharon opened his mouth, but still said respectfully, "Yes, sir." He then left the room. One order had killed 126 hitmen, which was very rare at the Continental Hotel. Sharon had wanted to ask what to do, but he couldn't guess Winston's thoughts. However, he believed that the boss had his own plans, and he didn't need to remind him repeatedly. Winston stood in front of the fireplace for a long time until he felt a little hot. Only then did he return to the drawing room and take out his phone to dial a number. "Investigate order number 041125. Contract code name, smiley face. Include the client and the reason for the contract. Remember, I don't whatever drivel is floating around on the streets. I want verified first-hand information." After getting a reply from the other end, he hung up. He walked to the window and looked at the first snowfall that was getting heavier and heavier. He had a bad feeling. This premonition had helped him avoid many crises. He would rather trust in it and spend time and effort to verify its authenticity than chalk it up to an old man's paranoia. This world was too dangerous. The Continental Hotel wasn't invincible. The next morning, Selina washed up and went downstairs, only to see Luke slacking off. Holding a cup of coffee in his hand, he sat leisurely on the windowsill and looked at the snowflakes outside. Selina walked over, but didn't greet him. Instead, she walked back and forth in a semicircle not far from him, sizing him up. Looking out the window, Luke said casually, "Breakfast is ready. We were just waiting for you." Selena shook her head. "Why do I feel like you're acting weird today?" Luke turned around and grinned. "Isn't this handsome?" Looking at his bright smile, Selena choked. "Fine, you're handsome, but you seem relaxed, but not happy." Luke was amused. "After so many days, we finally caught all the big fish in one net. Shouldn't I be relaxed?" Selena thought for a moment and agreed. "Okay, let's have breakfast." Luke put down his coffee cup and followed her with a smile. What Selena had sensed was his minor emotions which hadn't fully settled after the battle. In the system interface, the host had 49,700/300,000 experience points and 127,400 credit points. These two figures were enough to prove the success of last night's operation. The system had given him 7,000 experience and credit points for the fight between Norman's team and Gusman's gang. 5,000 for Norman's team and 2,000 for Gusman's gang. Norman also exposed his boss, Jot, on camera at the entrance of the DEA building, and was killed. Norman gave Luke another 500 experience and credit points. Jot was still the big boss of the DEA for now. Also, it seemed that Daddy's system didn't recognize the scandal exposure, so there were no more experience and credit points for now. In other words, the 126 killers had given Luke 42,000 experience and credit points, and each of them had been worth more than 300 points. Luke could count the number of times on one hand that he had reaped such a huge harvest. He was actually in a good mood, but at the same time, he was a little disappointed. Who knew how long he would have to wait for the hotel to deliver a share? As long as the person in charge of the hotel wasn't an idiot, he wouldn't be so stupid as to make this matter public. That would only be a slap to the face. They would definitely confirm V's real identity first before they took him down. But it was very hard to find Luke. Unless they had some sort of superpower that could check the past or make predictions, it was almost impossible to uncover his real identity. Luke had always been prepared for this. In this dangerous world, it was impossible to level up without taking any risks. The system had never been an idiot system that gave benefits for free. Its output was proportional to Luke's labor. Based on Luke's speculation, it was probably giving him benefits based on his foundation and points according to a fixed algorithm. The system wasn't God, it had never given Luke free meat pies. If he didn't work, the system wouldn't produce anything. It had never hidden this intent, or Luke wouldn't be so sure of this rule. From this point of view, the system was simple. But the person who created the system might not be simple. If an ordinary person obtained some sort of hack, and knew that they would lose $9 but earn $10, how could they not use it? Only a fool wouldn't use it. The biggest thing about this hack was that ordinary people would only earn $10 in their entire lives, but Luke could earn $10 or even $100 in a month. No matter how high the expenditure was, it couldn't compare with how fast the profits came in. This was an open conspiracy against human nature, and there was no solution to it. If he wanted to become stronger and protect himself and his family, he could only minimize the risk of being discovered and increase the efficiency of gaining experience and credit points. Only the son of the system, or the son of the system's maker would be able to get stronger without taking any risks. He had already rejected the possibility of this happening. To be treated like a godson or even a laborer was actually quite good. The most tragic thing was to be treated as a slave in an infinite flow system where you died if you didn't do anything. As Luke aimlessly pondered things, he and Selena finished breakfast. "Work today?" asked Selena. Luke nodded and said, "We've been slacking off for a few days. Let's go see if Dustin has a case. We'll take some time off in the afternoon." Selena stretched as well. "I don't think I've been exercising much in the last 2 days. It feels unnatural." Luke was amused. "You can't go out at night to beat people up now. We have to see how they react in the next few days. A lot of people were killed this time. Selena snorted. That was you. All I did was look at the surveillance cameras at home for an hour. The only thing I moved was my fingers. Luke said, okay, I'll see if I can modify the training equipment and teach you something new. Selena asked, what is it? Luke started the car and said with a smile, shooting skills. Selena asked, what? As they chatted, they headed to the police department. Somewhere in the city, Wade was sound asleep, when he suddenly felt sore and in pain, and his back felt itchy. He couldn't help coming awake with a shout. Vanessa? Vanessa leaned lazily against him. What's with your expression? Did you get into another fight last night? Wade grimaced in pain. What fight? It was a one-sided beating. Last night, after he jumped into the lake, he had followed instructions and found an underwater propulsion system in the shallows. After he started the engine, the machine brought him to a drainage hole in the lake. He crawled through the grate that had already been broken open, and soon entered Hackensack River. After following the riverbank for several hundred meters, Wade went ashore at the designated location some distance away from the park. An unremarkable old Ford had been parked not far away. By the time he returned to his place in Harlem according to plan, Vanessa had just started her night shift. Wade finally received the notification that the commission was complete and the payment would be settled in 3 days. After cleaning himself up, he put the V uniform back into the box and lay down on the bed to watch Adventure Time. He then fell asleep, and didn't sense when Vanessa returned. At that moment, Vanessa was stunned. You were beaten up. She didn't know exactly how good Wade was at fighting, but he had once beaten up 7 or 8 hooligans who had tried to harass her, and had stuffed them all into a dumpster in the back alley. She still remembered the pile of human flesh sticking out of the dumpster. At that time, Wade had taken a few punches without flinching. She quickly lifted the blanket and his t-shirt. She exclaimed in surprise. Wade's mouth twitched with pain. He was even less vigilant around Vanessa, so he hadn't noticed her movements. Hearing her exclamation, he cursed inwardly. Vanessa's eyes bulged, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Who hit you? Wade said without thinking, a bunch of ruthless people. They surrounded me and beat me up. I couldn't hide. Vanessa touched him, and he moaned again in pain. Frowning, she immediately got up. Get dressed, we're going to the hospital. Wade startled. No, I don't have insurance. Vanessa said, at the very least, we need to check if there are any internal injuries. It looks serious. Wade shook his head. It's just flesh wounds. There are no internal injuries. Vanessa was angry. Look at yourself in the mirror. You look like a Dalmatian right now. You have so many big bruises, and you still think you're fine. Hearing that, Wade also got up and looked at the big mirror at the foot of the bed. He immediately sighed. Ah, my handsome back muscles and my sexy American curves. Didn't you say you're from Canada? Vanessa decisively exposed Luke's lie as she put on her clothes. Don't just stand there, hurry up. I'll go to the hospital with you. A moment later, Wade was dragged downstairs by Vanessa, and they took a cab to the hospital. At that moment, the mercenary only had one thought in his head: it's a good thing I'm rich, or this trip to the hospital will bankrupt me. As Wade said earlier, he didn't have medical insurance. Most of the time, he went to illegal clinics, which were cheap and convenient, but the medical treatment was subpar. But he was a rich man now, and was also still waiting on a balance of $2.5 million. Thinking that, he heaved a sigh of relief despite the pain in his back. At the very least, medical bills were nothing to him now. Wade didn't know that his back was completely bruised. It was just that a certain someone had deliberately omitted the hard buffer layer of the V-suit because he had been displeased with Wade's fake intelligence, hence giving the special effect of pain without holes. It would only hurt for a few days anyway. Luke and Selena went to check in with Dustin at the police department, and really were pulled in. I just received a case. This is the related information. You can follow up on it. He threw out a file that wasn't too thick. Luke flipped through the 2 sheets and raised his head with a strange expression. Family dispute. Dustin pointed. Temporary assignment. Luke immediately got it. Pressure from the higher-ups. Dustin said, otherwise? Luke said, you can call John or Joe. These 2 wily old foxes were definitely old hands at dealing with this sort of lousy matter. Dustin raised 3 fingers. Firstly, the higher-ups want me to dispatch elite individuals. Your closure rate is on file, which makes you qualified. Secondly, you are the team with the most free time in the department in the next few days, otherwise, I'd have to temporarily transfer someone else back. Thirdly, compared with your ability to solve cases, I think your faces will be more useful this time. Selena blinked and couldn't help but ask, what do our faces have to do with it? Dustin sighed. Generally speaking, we don't rely on our faces when we work cases, but this couple is very notorious. They can't even be bothered to talk to ugly people. Selena was stunned. Huh? Dustin said, do you think John doesn't know about this family? If you have the time, go ask them what happened last time. So, the case is yours. Luke and Selena both thought of a certain person's receding hairline. They looked at each other as their imagination ran wild. Looking at the 2 people exchanging a bewildered look, Dustin said encouragingly, good luck. Use your good looks to deal with these 2. But he also felt that this sounded too ambiguous, so he added, think about your reputation. You can't look like you're half-assing things, okay? Luke gave the case file to Selena. Who's this family? Dustin said, every year, they donate millions of dollars to various departments in New York City, the exact donation amounts change every year. The most they gave NYPD was $2 million, and the least was $500,000. There are no conditions on how the donations are used. Do you understand? Luke and Selena both smiled. Got it. They're rich. Dustin snorted. The assistant commissioner's boss shares the same family name. Do you understand? Luke was lost for words. After learning about the situation, they quickly slipped out of the office. What was so great about being rich? It was indeed great. Furthermore, Luke and Selena were now just as amazing. But this family was even more remarkable. They were caught again the moment they left the office. Elizabeth was standing outside with a smile. You're so hard to find. Luke and Selena greeted her with smiles. Luke said, you could have just given us a call. Do you need something? Elizabeth looked at him for a moment before she said, did you forget? Luke was lost. Huh? Elizabeth reminded him helplessly, your housewarming party. Luke slapped his head. Sorry, my bad. After renovating the new house, he had been busy taking care of his new territory. He had just cleaned up a bunch of elite monsters, how would he remember the party? Elizabeth smiled without saying anything. It was actually Dustin and Elsa who brought it up. But it wasn't appropriate for these impatient people to ask, so Elizabeth had to ask as Luke's student. Luke thought for a moment and said, tonight? Go back and tell Elsa. I'll tell Dustin. Elizabeth nodded. Okay. You've been so busy these days I haven't seen you at all, and I can only have spies keep a lookout. Luke didn't think too much of it. Instead, he joked, you're very meticulous in gathering intelligence. It's great you got an inside position in the department. Let me see who your informants are. Elizabeth turned around and smiled in the direction of 2 people not far away. She nodded. Your new colleagues are surprisingly easy to talk to. Luke couldn't help but smile when he saw them. That was reflex, right? Elizabeth chuckled. Well, Detective Beckett isn't bad. Luke nodded. Beckett is quite good at solving cases. She's beautiful, but she's also very strong-willed. If she wasn't, she wouldn't be the boss of their group. Selena burst out laughing. Are Javier and Ryan used to being bossed around by Beckett? Looking at you makes me feel like I'm seeing my own boss. Elizabeth smiled. I don't know about that. Luke said helplessly, they're here for a refresher, and will be returning to the 12th precinct soon. Also, I heard that Beckett is going to be the head of the Major Crimes Division, and might be their boss. How can they not be a little more respectful? As they talked, they didn't forget to nod at Catherine Beckett, who was looking at them. Beckett only smiled politely before she turned back around to instruct her two subordinates, who were laughing foolishly for some reason. She wouldn't reprimand Javier and Ryan for that. Luke and Selena were ordinary detectives, but they didn't have low positions. They were front-runners in solving cases, and there were rumors that Luke was good at fighting. He had also found the hitmen who attacked Walter, and all the old detectives in the police department were very friendly toward him. They also had a good relationship with John and Joe, these two sly foxes. With Dustin's support on top of that, nobody in the police department wanted to come into conflict with them. Both of them had good manners, good looks, and a good reputation. If it wasn't because Beckett was especially busy with the transfer, she would have talked to them earlier. After all, Luke, Selena, and Beckett were the best-looking detectives in the department. It was impossible for them not to feel close to each other. At that moment, the two groups of three left the department separately. At the door, Elizabeth parted ways with Luke and Selena to return to the intelligence department. Luke and Selena, however, headed in the same direction as Beckett and the other two. Walking a little ahead, Beckett turned her head to talk to her subordinates, Javier and Ryan, and noticed Luke and Selena. She slowed down and asked, "Are you going to the parking lot too?" Luke nodded. "Working a case too?" Everybody laughed. Of course, it wasn't a funny exchange. It was just a regular conversation between detectives, like ordinary people asking each other if they had eaten. They went to the parking lot, but Javier and Ryan, the weak personnel, subconsciously fell behind the three big shots. They might be older than the other three, but there was a huge gap between their abilities and their positions. In the police department, age needed to be backed up by ability in order for a person to be deemed qualified. Aware of the disparity, they didn't want to go forward. Even if this walkway was wide, 5 people still couldn't walk side by side. Actually, Selena hung back a little, leaving the conversation to Beckett and Luke. They had been partners for a long time, and Luke had always been the one to set the tone for their first contact with other people. She wouldn't say anything at first. For easygoing Selena, it was very hard for her to quickly determine if someone had an ill nature, and she was more friendly with most people. Luke, on the other hand, was just polite with most people, and wouldn't get close to just anyone. He was the one who curbed her shortcoming of being over-friendly. It was the first time that Luke and Beckett, this beautiful colleague, were speaking to each other in person. Beauties weren't rare to Luke. Of course, it wasn't common to see a woman like Beckett who was still pretty without makeup. She had short black hair and soft, slightly doll-like features. After chatting for a while, they ended the conversation without even the "let's get a drink after work when we're free" that was the most common invitation among colleagues. A great beauty like Beckett had a different sensitivity to after-work invitations compared with middle-aged men like John and Joe. Unless she extended the invitation herself, it was best that men who weren't interested in her didn't say anything. But it was also easy for her to be misunderstood if she opened her mouth. With Luke around, Selena was also lazy to make conversation, since everybody wasn't familiar with each other. Following behind like attendants, Javier and Ryan had no opportunity to intervene. Thus, when they reached the parking lot, both parties smiled politely and went their separate ways. Before long, Beckett and her two subordinates charged out of the parking lot. Luke also drove out unhurriedly. Clearly, Beckett's case was more urgent than Luke's. He drove slow enough for Selina to read the case file before they met the troublesome couple. Selina, on the other hand, chucked the file onto the console. Scan the information and establish a new file. Code name. She looked at Luke to see what he was thinking. Code name, Troublemaker. Luke gave the case an appropriate name. In less than a minute, Selina turned on the tablet, and the image was synchronized with the screen on the console in front of Luke so that he could look at it when he needed to. With his current attributes, Luke could even vaguely see the trajectory of bullets. His memory and reaction speed were many times faster than that of an ordinary person. It was definitely dangerous for an ordinary person to be distracted while driving, but Luke was more efficient than an ordinary person when it came to multitasking. There wouldn't be any problems. Selina started the brief. Jeffrey Soderbergh, 52 years old, a famous financier in New York. The Goldberg Fund is his, and his assets are worth around $1 billion. His wife, Aurora Soderbergh, is 43 years old and mainly manages various charity funds funded by her family. Most of the time, it's Laura who's responsible for donating to the various departments in New York. She's also a major player in the Face Appreciation Society. Luke found that odd. Isn't she afraid of being called out for discrimination? It wasn't easy for the poor to sue the rich for discrimination, but once the latter became the subject of gossip and derision, their standing would collapse. A powerful couple that was willing to donate millions to charity every year to uphold their image shouldn't be so stupid. Selina continued flipping through the file. In the end, she burst out laughing. This Madame Aurora seems to be quite proud. It seems she's at odds with some of the upper-class ladies in New York. The rumor is that they've mocked her before for her poor taste in men, and they've become enemies. Luke was even more confused. Shouldn't they be bickering over newspaper or magazine appearances? What does it have to do with looks? Selina said uncertainly, it's probably because they said that the person she likes is ugly. The file doesn't mention that. It's on a piece of paper from Dustin. Luke glanced at the words which Dustin had casually written on the paper and was lost for words. Selina said, "Fine, I'm relieved. At least I won't be classified as ugly, right?" Luke said gloomily, "They're rich white people." Selina was lost for words. Is it true that surface discrimination is ultimately racism? Luke tilted his head and thought for a moment, but still shook his head. Maybe in the end, it still has to do with looks. Glaring at him unhappily, Selina continued, "More importantly, our mayor's last name is also Soderbergh, and he's Jeffrey's cousin." Luke wasn't surprised since Dustin had mentioned it earlier. He simply sighed. No wonder. They're rich and influential. They reached their destination and entered the parking lot. When they got out, Luke said with a smile, "Hey, Beckett and the others are here too." Selina took a look, but didn't see anyone. Luke pointed. "Both their cars are over there." What a coincidence. That being said, they didn't think much of it. There were more than 100 companies stationed in this 50-story building. Some people might never meet even after working in this same building for years. The two teams were working in the same building, and there might be dozens of floors between them. After the elevator reached the 32nd floor, they found a hall with a sign at the door that read, "Desperation, Monroe Peterson Exhibition." Luke nodded. This should be it. Luke and Selina walked into the exhibition hall and saw that there were very few visitors. There was also the sound of an argument being suppressed, though a voice would be raised every now and then. Going around a display wall, they entered the hall and saw two couples arguing in a corner in front of the French windows. Well, it seemed complicated. Actually, it was a young girl who was arguing with a middle-aged couple. Behind the girl was a middle-aged man with messy long hair. He simply raised his head and looked out the window without saying a word, as if he didn't care about the argument. Luke and Selina looked at each other before they helplessly took out their badges. It was Luke who spoke first. "May I ask who called the police?" The middle-aged woman immediately turned around. What's the police doing? They're only sending people over now. At that moment, she finally saw Luke's face, and her complaints were cut off. Luke smiled faintly. This was actually his standard expression when he was on the clock. His smile was neither friendly nor distant. It was polite and gentle, but not overly solicitous. The smile was like warm water that wasn't scalding, and the middle-aged woman's fury suddenly subsided a fair amount. The middle-aged man next to her controlled his emotions better and said, "My wife called the police." Luke nodded and asked, "Mrs. Aurora Soderbergh?" The middle-aged man was slightly surprised, but he still nodded. Yes. After confirming the identity of the person who had reported the case, Luke asked, "Who is the swindler you mentioned in your report?" The middle-aged woman finally snapped out of her daze. She raised her hand and pointed at the other man without thinking. "It's this man. Arrest him." Luke was amused, but he said, "Mrs. Soderbergh, unless this gentleman is a wanted criminal, we have no right to arrest him before a judge issues a warrant." Stumped for a moment, Aurora immediately corrected herself. "He hit me. Arrest him now and wait for the police to interrogate him." The girl immediately shouted, "Mom, what are you doing?" The middle-aged man next to her smiled wryly and pulled his wife behind him. "I'm sorry, my wife is a little agitated. Please don't mind her." Luke was still smiling. "And you are?" "Jeffrey Soderbergh," the middle-aged man said as he pointed at the girl opposite him. "This is my daughter, Lindsay Soderbergh." He then pointed at the middle-aged man behind the girl. "This is Monroe Peterson." He emphasized the last half of his sentence with obvious derision. Luke secretly praised the man in his heart. At least this man wasn't that stupid. The wealthy naturally occupied a strong position in front of the police. But this was only a generalization. It wasn't unusual for a rich heir driving a sports car worth millions to be stopped by a police officer and given a ticket. The number of police officers who hated the unbridled rich wasn't any lower than ordinary people. Some police officers would even issue the maximum fine. This was the mindset of the common citizen: aren't you rich? Then contribute more to society. Luke had now clearly hinted to Jeffrey that he wasn't here to be a goon for the rich, not on this occasion, at least. That was what Jeffrey thought. The truth was that even with Jeffrey's logic, he still wasn't qualified to treat Luke as his hired hand. Suppressing his furious wife, Jeffrey said, "We suspect that Mr. Monroe Peterson used improper means to gain our daughter's trust and make her pay a huge rental fee for this venue, so we want to go back with him to the police station together and carry out an investigation." What he said was quite neat. He wasn't as arrogant and bossy as Aurora, but he had said, "Go back with him to the police station." At the police department, they who donated millions every year could put on a show and didn't need to go through this petty detective who didn't know how things worked. Instead of talking to these two lowly detectives, Jeffrey wanted to make a tacit deal with the higher-ups at the police department. Compared with his wife, what Jeffrey was even more furious about was that the man had tricked his daughter. As long as they found evidence, he would get him sent to prison without hesitation. What d*mn painter, what d*mn abstract art? If you have what it takes, go draw sunflowers in prison. Luke didn't stop him. If the other party insisted, he had to do so. Even if he didn't want to do it, another patrol officer would. Rich people would always find a police officer who was willing to be their thug. He looked at the man behind the girl and asked, "Mr. Monroe Peterson, do you have any objections to what Mr. Soderbergh said?" Monroe finally turned to look at him and suddenly smiled. His smile seemed empty, as if he was mocking himself. "No." Luke shook his head inwardly. He had already discovered that the painter's mental state wasn't normal. It was too much to call him crazy, but he wasn't like a regular, clear-headed person. It was as if most of Monroe's thoughts drifted in some unknown world, and only a small part of him was still in reality. Luke suspected that if he changed the question to, "Did you not take your medicine?" Monroe would say, "No." He could only nod. "Then please follow us back to the police department." The girl, Lindsay, who was standing in front of Monroe, grew anxious. "Wait, he hasn't been well recently. How can he go to the police department? He needs to rest or go to the hospital." Aurora couldn't help but say in a low voice, "I think he can go to a mental hospital. I can cover all the medical fees for him to be treated until he recovers." Lindsay looked anxious and angry again. "Mom, how did you become like this? You have no heart." Luke raised his hand. "Ladies, I think it's best if you calm down. Hurting each other won't solve the problem." The family of three looked at him in surprise. This wasn't something an ordinary police officer would say. Most of the time, when it came to family disputes, the police would rather watch on the side and then take people back to the station according to procedure. As the saying went, even an honest and upright official would have difficulty resolving a family dispute. The police also understood this. If they got involved recklessly and subdued a drunkard who was hitting his wife, who knew if the howling wife might take out a gun and start shooting? When it came to the rich, many police officers were even less inclined to take action. It was too easy for a rich person to hire a lawyer. If a police officer intervened or took action, it was very easy for a lawyer to find a fault and blow it out of proportion, which would be the worst luck. Luke, however, didn't care about that. He wasn't afraid of the other party hiring a lawyer. He simply said, "Mr. Soderbergh has already made his request, and Mr. Peterson has no objections. We can discuss it in the interrogation room at the police department." When he talked about the interrogation room, his tone grew heavier, and his eyes met the girl's for a moment. Lindsay's thoughts moved, and she suddenly said, "Then I want you to be there the whole time." Luke found that odd. He hadn't used any special abilities, it was Lindsay herself making this request. But he didn't want to argue about it here. For the police, the most annoying thing was a public argument or watching other people argue. If the family really wanted to argue, they could go back to the police department and argue in the interrogation room together. When the time came, Luke would at least be able to drink and eat his snacks as he watched them bicker. This wasn't his own unique way of handling a case. It was the countless senior detectives with bitter experience who told Luke and Selena that this was the best way to deal with most family disputes. Jeffrey, Lindsay, and Monroe all agreed with Luke. Aurora couldn't make a fuss even if she wanted to. Luke gestured, and the six of them walked toward the exit. But just as they reached the display wall near the exit, three people walked around it and bumped into Luke. Both parties were stunned for a moment, before they both smiled and asked at the same time, "Why are you here?" "A case," they replied in unison. This time, Luke raised his hand to indicate that the other party should speak first. Detective Beckett said, "We're here to talk to Lindsay Soderbergh and Monroe Peterson." Luke said with a smile, "These two are involved in my case. They happen to be returning to the police department with us." He gave Beckett a look and nodded slightly. Beckett instantly understood. Since they were already going back to the police department, there was no way she would let go of this opportunity to question them. Luke was implying that he wouldn't stop her, and that it would just depend on whether or not she could deal with him. They exchanged a swift look and finished negotiating in just a few seconds. This was just a common tacit understanding between detectives, not telepathy. 3 cars arrived, and 5 went back to the police department. Luke had just asked Selena to take the 4 people to the interrogation room, when Dustin called for him. After asking Luke to come to his office, Dustin asked, "What are you doing? Why did you bring them back here?" He wanted Luke to deal with the Soderbergh family, not bring them back to the police department. The Soderberghs weren't ordinary rich people in New York. Dustin really didn't want to associate with them at all. He had had no choice but to take this assignment from his superiors. In fact, there was a lot of talk about this family in the police department. Nobody in the police department wanted to touch this bad luck when it came to family matters, so it had been decisively reported to HQ. The Soderbergh's annual donations were distributed by HQ. Now that this family had to be cleaned up, it was HQ who naturally had to do it. Dustin had Luke and Selena go, firstly because he knew that they weren't mentally vulnerable to the rich. Luke, after all, was rich himself. Secondly, Luke and Selena had made a lot of contributions, but there was no hope of them getting promoted in the short term. They couldn't lose their jobs, but they could be suppressed. With Dustin around, however, that wouldn't happen. Seeing Luke beam at him, he said helplessly, "Tell me, how can we get rid of them quickly?" Luke took out a lollipop, not forgetting to give Selena and Gold Nugget one each. He then said with a smile, "Why chase them away? Since they're big clients of our police department, they have the right to occupy an interrogation room. Let them slowly talk it out inside." Stunned for a moment, Dustin asked a crucial question. "But someone has to keep an eye on them, right?" He was really afraid that if a fight broke out, it would be a big problem if someone was injured or killed. Luke raised his hand. "I'll stay inside and watch the show." Dustin was lost for words. Are you planning to wear this family out? But on second thought, what else could he do but drag it out? Be the judge. The case had been pushed around because nobody wanted to be the judge. Dustin quickly sorted out his thoughts and nodded decisively. He pointed at Luke and said, "You can keep an eye on them. They can stay in the interrogation room for as long as they want. I'll have someone else give you a quiet room to work on the case." Luke curled his lip. "Okay, boss. Don't be late for the party tonight. Don't work overtime." Dustin lowered his head and started handling files. "Send them away first, then we'll see." Luke chuckled. "From what I can see, Mrs. Soderbergh doesn't have much stamina, at least." Dustin couldn't help but raise his head. "You can tell." Right after that, he got it. Luke had a good understanding of human anatomy and keen observation skills. It wasn't hard for an expert marksman and fighter to make such a judgment, not to mention that he was a police officer who could crack cases. Thinking that, Dustin's heart settled. Sending Luke had indeed been the right decision. Luke was always careful before he took action. After Luke and Selena left, Luke told Selena to prepare something for the party. Looking at the shopping list on her phone, Selena found it odd. Why is there no meat? There was still meat at home, but they were mostly Gold Nuggets frozen goods. Today was the first party in months for Dustin's people, and also their first private gathering in New York. Serving Gold Nuggets days-old frozen meat wouldn't be good. Luke and Selena ate fresh meat almost every day. The meat was kept in the fridge overnight at most, and what they didn't finish in 2 days would become a snack for the dog head. In any case, to the dog head's taste buds, there was practically no difference between day-old and several days-old frozen meat. In this regard, it wasn't as unreasonable as humans. Actually, most people couldn't tell the difference between meat that had been frozen for 3 days, 5 days, and a week. Luke sent 2 text messages. "We have a specific supplier for meat and seafood." Selena asked, "What?" "Molly Johnson. The girl from the high school diving team. Her father, Richard Johnson. Do you remember him?" Luke asked casually. Naturally, Selena remembered Molly's case. It was through her that they had discovered that pervert, Kilgrave. In her fury, Selena had practically folded that psycho in half. Richard runs a seafood operation in Boston. He's a direct supplier of major restaurants in New York, and has to deliver a few trucks worth of goods every day. "The ingredients are definitely fresh," he said. "So, I just need to send a message to the person in charge of the cold storage to prepare the goods, and then have someone go get them." Selena nodded. They always paid for their orders, which wasn't a loss to Richard. At most, the people at the cold storage just needed to do a little more work. Richard, whose daughter had been saved, certainly wouldn't refuse such a small request which cost him nothing. "Shall I go get it?" Selina asked. Luke shook his head. "Our meat supplier will help. Foggy's parents and brother run a butcher's shop in the Clinton area. I've already talked to them, and will order from them directly. His brother will also help us get the seafood from the cold storage. You just need to drop by their shop on the way home." Selina was dumbfounded. "When did you set this up? Why don't I know about it?" Luke couldn't help but sigh. "How many times do you go out to buy seafood and meat on your own? What's the point of telling you this?" Selina chuckled. Most of the time, she followed Luke to buy seafood and meat. It wasn't that she was lazy, but that she wasn't confident in her taste and bargaining skills. She still remembered the expensive king crabs sold by the Chinese boss at the San Gabriel Valley Seafood Market in Los Angeles. She wasn't short of money, but she had been taught since young not to be swindled. It was best to leave this to the professional. Naturally, Luke was the professional. Actually, Luke wasn't good at bargaining. In his previous life, the supermarket was his favorite place to buy things. He picked up his items, scanned them, paid and left. Any discounts were marked on the price tag, and he didn't need to argue with anyone. Now, even without using mental communication or 40 mental strength, he could still feel out the bottom line of most bosses based on basic psychology. Thus, he had become Selina's best bargaining chip. But Luke couldn't be bothered with that small amount of money. He had ordered all the good meat from Foggy's family's shop. The price was already high, and he was even paying 10% more than the market price. Thus, it was only reasonable for Foggy's brother to help him bring the seafood back when he was picking up the goods, since it meant that Luke had already paid a tip in advance. Money in exchange for time was basically instinct for Luke. If it was something that could be solved with a small amount of money, there was no need to save it. He had just spent $5 million last night for someone to lure in the monsters so that he could earn some experience and credit points. Today, he spent $200 to save himself the trouble of running around. Seeing Selina go off happily to round up the ingredients for dinner, Luke sighed, and then entered the interrogation room. It was better for him to deal with this mess today. Selina usually took on most of the meaningless yet necessary conversations. For example, if a colleague came over to say hi, Luke would return the greeting, but wouldn't deliberately make conversation. When interrogating eyewitnesses, for example, some of them were important and some not, and some people were long-winded and some not. Luke would question important eyewitnesses, while Selina would deal with the less important or long-winded ones. Consoling victims or calming kids down were also things that weren't useful to a case, but which needed to be handled nonetheless, and it was Selina who basically dealt with all that. If Luke had a partner like John, Luke would be the one doing all that, but he hated this sort of thing the most. Thus, it was really hard to meet a relaxed partner who didn't have any complaints. Luke could say that there wasn't anyone else in the police department who would make a suitable partner. It wasn't that they weren't willing to do all the minor things, but that they would fight with him over the important things. This was unavoidable for most detectives. Selina, on the other hand, didn't lack money. She didn't have a low position, and she basically didn't have any career ambitions. Most of her focus was on training, beating up people, and eating after work. This was the best assistant whom Luke had groomed for over a year. If he had to find a replacement for Selina in the police department, Elizabeth might be able to play half of Selina's role. As for other things, Luke couldn't help but shake his head. It was really hard to find someone he felt at ease sharing things with, even if it was only a small portion. However, there was already a way to deal with the biggest problem with this matter, but he needed more time to verify his thoughts. Javier and Ryan were standing at the door to the interrogation room. When they saw Luke, they straightened up. Luke asked, "How's it going?" The two of them smiled bitterly. "If this goes on, we might be here all day and still not ask any of our questions." Luke shrugged. "Look on the bright side. They found that odd." "What bright side?" Luke said, at the very least, they're my problem first before they're yours. If I can solve their problem, yours won't be too big. Both of them were dumbfounded and couldn't wrap their heads around it for a moment. Then, what on earth is the problem? And whose problem is it? Luke, on the other hand, had already opened the door to the interrogation room, and was greeted by a wave of noise. It was similar to what happened in the exhibition hall earlier. It was still a family of three, parents versus daughter. Monroe, one of the main leads, continued to sit there in a daze, as if the three people arguing in the room didn't exist. As for the beautiful detective with her arms crossed, she was also ignored. The three people who were arguing seemed to have reached the climax, and didn't notice Luke at all. Luke asked in a very soft voice, "How's it going?" Beckett's gentle lips curved up, but she clearly wasn't happy. "It's troublesome." Luke didn't think much of it. "I heard that even John and Joe didn't want to take this case." "There's no way it wouldn't be troublesome." Beckett nodded slightly. "What should we do?" "Need my help." She was a woman, after all, and should be more suitable as a mediator than Luke in this family conflict. Luke shook his head. "Not for now. Let's wait." "Beckett, huh?" Luke said, "They can carry on like this for another 20 minutes at most. They'll have to take a break for some water then." That was indeed one way to solve the problem. Their mouths would turn dry from arguing. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to continue making noise. At that moment, the door opened again. The two looked over and saw Selina standing at the door with a smile. She handed Luke a bag and said, "Take your time." Luke accepted the bag with a smile and made an okay gesture. The door closed quietly again. Beckett didn't say anything and just silently watched the two partners communicate. She was quite curious about these colleagues who had transferred in a year after her. As the best-looking person in the police department, she was naturally curious about the two players who had suddenly been transferred here. And some time ago, there had been vague rumors about Luke. Beckett became even more curious about them. At the very beginning, she had thought that they were on par only in terms of looks. She was quite confident in her ability to handle cases. She couldn't say that she was better than John and Joe, but she was good at what she did. But if the rumors were true, her ability to handle cases would conversely become her weakness. She wasn't jealous. John and Joe were also detectives who were good at taking action. She wasn't as good in this regard, and didn't intend to turn it into a competition. Thus, she wouldn't compete with Luke and Selina in terms of taking action. Sensing her attention, Luke simply unzipped the bag and took out a lollipop. "Beckett, what's going on?" Luke didn't look at her. He simply reached into his bag and said, "What do you like? Take your pick." Looking at what he was holding, Beckett couldn't help but be even more stunned. Lollipops, chewing gum, chocolate, and cupcakes were fanned out in his hands, like he was a magician. After a brief daze, she hesitated before choosing chocolate. The chocolate was a small, round, wrapped ball, which suited her taste best. Carefully tugging off the wrapping, she asked in a low voice, "Do you like snacks?" What she wanted to ask was, "How much do you like snacks?" It was rare for a detective to bring a bag of snacks with him. Luke said, "We used a lot of energy. We should replenish our strength first and prepare for a long battle. If you can't wait, you can ask Javier and the others to spare someone. I think I'll wait here." After a brief hesitation, Beckett stuffed the chocolate into her mouth and shook her head. Luke didn't say anything else and quietly sucked on his lollipop. With his foundation and extraordinary abilities combined with his 40 mental strength, he could easily sense Beckett's emotions. The woman didn't hate him, nor did she doubt him. Staying was just a matter of personal choice. Of course, this beauty wasn't interested in him. He wasn't the male lead in a novel, and beautiful women wouldn't cry and cling to him the moment they saw him. Fine, he had often enjoyed this sort of treatment where beautiful women took the initiative, but most of the time, they would approach him with a smile, and wouldn't cry or pounce on him. That was something only fans would do when they saw their idols, and he had never been an idol. The family of three had more stamina than he had expected. They argued for 26 minutes before the first prolonged pause occurred. During that time, Luke had already eaten a lollipop, 3 pieces of chocolate and a cupcake. As for Beckett, she had unknowingly eaten a piece of chocolate and was now eating a cupcake. She had no idea why, but when Luke asked her if she wanted more, she accepted. Was it because of how he enjoyed the food? Or was it because she couldn't help but want to eat snacks while watching the show? She was puzzled. It was when she was halfway through her cupcake that the family took a break. When Jeffrey saw the 2 people standing at the door, he frowned. "Officer, is this how you work cases?" He had already seen the cake in Beckett's hand, which made him feel as if he was part of a sideshow. Watching his family like they were a joke, these 2 detectives didn't want their jobs anymore. Luke stepped forward and shielded Beckett behind him. He took out 3 unopened bottles of mineral water from his bag and placed them on the table. "Have some water first, Mr. Soderbergh. Your throat is a little hoarse. Also, ladies, have some water and take a break." Frowning, Jeffrey looked at the bottle of water, and couldn't say anything derisive. The price of Fiji water had yet to skyrocket, and after all, it wasn't as if this bottle was 24K pure gold, and the cap wasn't studded with diamonds. Yet, whether in terms of price, taste, or even customer base, it couldn't be used as a source of ridicule. His wife, however, couldn't care less. She grabbed a bottle of Fiji and gulped down half of it. The reason why they stopped arguing was because her throat was on fire. She couldn't help but cough non-stop just now, and couldn't continue arguing anymore. Now that she saw water, she couldn't care less about what Luke had been doing. Conversely, she hadn't noticed at all. On the other hand, her daughter, Lindsay, was still young, and her voice hadn't given out yet. However, she couldn't help following her mother, and grabbed 1 bottle to drink. With the mother and daughter's actions, Jeffrey also gave in. He was already in his 50s. Even if he wasn't the main force in the argument, he still found it difficult. The atmosphere in the interrogation room finally cooled down. Luke took out 2 bottles of water and gave one to Beckett, who was at the door, before he unhurriedly took a sip from his own bottle. Seeing that the family wasn't going to continue, Luke slowly twisted the cap back on and played with the bottle of water as he said, "Now, everyone should calm down. Let's talk about how to resolve this." The family of 3 stared at him in surprise. It wasn't the first time they had quarreled in front of the police. Few police officers dared to interject. Luke was making a futile attempt here. This was a classic family dispute, and most of them just went around in circles. For example, questions like, "Why do I put up with you?" would basically get the typical, "Then why should I put up with you?" in reply. These sorts of lines, just like the famous, "You're cold, you're heartless, and you're unreasonable," would never reach a conclusion. How long an argument went on for didn't depend on whether the problem was resolved, but on when both parties got tired. Without stamina, the 2 bickering parties could only go home and recover before the next argument erupted. The problem was that the Soderbergh family was rich and powerful in New York. Of course, it was NYPD's problem, not the family's. The Soderberghs were rich. If they wanted to fight and wanted the police present, NYPD could only obediently send someone to the scene. Otherwise, the family would rather give their donation to dogs next year than to NYPD. For other police officers, it wasn't worth it to be blacklisted by such a rich family for something like this. They would go to the scene just to skive off. Some would take it as a family drama to watch for free. Arrest? Of course, that had already happened. The parents got Monroe arrested, but the daughter bailed him out. Since both parties didn't lack money for lawyer fees and it was very hard to file a case, Monroe was released very quickly. Ever since the first police officer who had been too obedient to the Soderbergh couple had been forced to take a long break, NYPD had become wary of the messy business with this family. Nobody wanted to be the second fool. Now, any police officers who were at the scene were determined to stay out of the argument, for fear of being strung up by Miss Lindsay's lawyer. There were no police officers who dared to open their mouths and step in directly. Looking at the astonished trio, Luke said unhurriedly, "Legally speaking, Miss Lindsay Soderbergh is an independent adult who has the right to use her assets however she wants." The couple's expressions turned ugly when they heard that. As if she had gotten support, Lindsay waved her hand at Luke, as if to say, "Listen to him." Luke, however, changed the topic. "But when it comes to family matters, Miss Soderbergh, you should understand your parents' concerns. If the law can be used for everything, then what is family for? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to send their children to welfare homes?" Aurora's ugly expression froze for a moment, before it smoothed out. She immediately waved at Luke, as if to say, "Listen to him." Luke wasn't too bothered by the silent confrontation between the mother and daughter. He continued, "The problem isn't money, but Mr. Monroe Peterson. But he should go see a psychiatrist first, not be sent to prison right away." This time, neither side looked happy. Aurora felt that sending Monroe to a mental hospital or prison was the best choice. Lindsay felt that Monroe was just immersed in his own world. After seeing a psychiatrist, he might end up in a mental hospital. This was the most awkward thing to say when both parties weren't in favor, and they weren't grateful for it. Thankfully, Luke didn't need their gratitude. He simply continued, "In any case, Mr. Peterson won't be able to enter our detention center or prison in his current state." He looked at Aurora as he spoke. "But you definitely don't want him to be sent to a mental hospital." He looked at Lindsay when he said that. The mother and daughter were about to explode with anger, but they couldn't accept either outcome. Luke turned to look at Jeffrey. "What do you think?" What would happen in the end depended on the decision of the head of the family. Jeffrey was the calmest of the three, even if there was a limit to his composure. He also held the most authority in the family, and his indecisiveness was the main reason for this ongoing conflict. Jeffrey fell silent. His thoughts were even more complicated. Whether Monroe was released or sent to a mental hospital or prison, neither outcome met his expectations. This was reality. There would always be instances where you couldn't satisfy everyone, no matter how you dealt with it. For a moment, the interrogation room fell silent. Beckett subconsciously raised the cupcake and took another bite. She was quite engrossed in this family drama as she pondered Luke's actions. Was he brilliant? Not necessarily. Was he terrible? That didn't seem to be the case. But his expression was calm, without panic or fear. That was the most important thing. Most of the time, the solution didn't depend on who was right or wrong, but on whether the overseer could keep the situation under control. Luke wasn't acting very imposing right now, but he had restrained this troublesome family for the time being. Frowning and thinking for a long moment, Jeffrey's heart softened every time he looked at his daughter. But when he saw the middle-aged man behind her, he was vexed again. Why did such trash appear? Why did such trash attract his daughter's attention? Why was his family quarreling over such trash? After thinking for a moment, he still couldn't make a decision. He could remain calm in the face of hundreds of millions of dollars, but he couldn't do anything about his precious daughter. She was too outstanding. If it wasn't for this Monroe incident, his daughter would be perfect. Finally, he looked at Luke. "What do you think?" Jeffrey finally focused on the young detective. It wasn't rare for a detective to be able to be frank or indifferent with him. There had been that half-balding detective a few days ago, who was even more unbridled than this young man. But that person was clearly more used to solving a problem with a gun. How could a detective who had just gotten a divorce and taken off his wedding ring be good at dealing with family disputes? Although this young detective wasn't married, he was about the same age as his daughter, and might be able to give a reasonable suggestion from that perspective. Of course, Jeffrey didn't have much hope. Family disputes were the classic example of internal conflict, and one of the most difficult to resolve. That was because the cause of many such conflicts always made people feel helpless. Luke said, "In my opinion, Mr. Monroe Peterson needs to be examined by a proper psychiatrist." Seeing that Lindsay was about to speak, he raised his hand to stop her. "We're not sending him to a mental hospital, but we can at least verify his condition for Mr. and Mrs. Soderbergh. From what I can tell, it would be very difficult for him to commit fraud in his mental state." He looked at the couple and said, "If Mr. Peterson is mentally ill, he should be undergoing treatment instead of fighting a lawsuit with you. Miss Lindsay can look for the treatment center herself, and hire a guard and private doctor to take care of and treat him." After he said that, the family of three fell silent, but their eyes flickered as they clearly mulled over the feasibility of this plan. This way, Lindsay would be able to protect Monroe, and the Soderberghs would be able to separate Monroe and their daughter. It was the perfect plan for the time being. After a long while, Jeffrey and Lindsay looked at each other at almost the same time. In just an instant, they reached a compromise. Jeffrey nodded slowly. "I'll give him a chance, but you have to come home." After hesitating for a moment, Lindsay finally nodded. "I'll go home, but you have to promise me that you won't do anything in private without my knowing." When she said that, she subconsciously glanced at her mother. Clearly, Aurora was much less trustworthy than Jeffrey. The glance almost made Aurora lose her temper again, but her husband, Jeffrey, pulled hard on her hand from behind. She instantly came back to her senses. In any case, their daughter was willing to go home, which was at least an improvement. They could take things slow in the future. Seeing that they had basically reached a compromise, Luke smiled. "Well, by the way, do you need me to provide a third-party psychiatrist?" "She's pretty good." The family of three turned their heads in unison. "Are you a police officer or a hospital scalper?" The family expressed their doubts about Luke's profession for the first time, but Lindsay only hesitated for a moment before she agreed to let him introduce a doctor. She also requested that the doctor come to the police station immediately to give Monroe a preliminary diagnosis. For some reason, she trusted this calm detective. Also, Luke seemed to have inadvertently reminded her of something. If an official record of their agreement was left here at the police station, some of her parents' tricks wouldn't be as useful. Lindsay wasn't stupid. It was precisely because she was too smart that her parents took her so seriously. She didn't feel that Luke was acting like someone her parents had arranged. Although she didn't have direct evidence, she was somehow sure. Naturally, the psychiatrist recommended by Luke would be more reliable than whomever she looked for later. She knew all too well how capable her parents were in New York. If things went wrong, they might be able to replace the doctor with one of theirs, which would be bad for Monroe. In less than half an hour, there was the sound of high heels coming over swiftly, before they stopped in front of the door. The door opened, and a blonde woman with black-rimmed glasses appeared. The family was stunned. Surprised, Lindsay opened her mouth to say something, but abruptly clammed up as joy flashed in her eyes. The blonde woman's gaze swept over everyone before she nodded at Luke. "Hello, Detective Coulson. Who is the patient?" "Hello, Dr. Haley." Luke smiled and gestured at Monroe. "That's him. But you need to discuss with these three how to carry out the consultation. They have some special requests." With that, he gave Beckett a look before they left discreetly. After they went out and closed the door, Luke said to Beckett in a low voice, "When Monroe is being examined, you can talk to Lindsay about your case first. I think there's still a chance that she'll cooperate. Don't get your hopes up about Monroe. He's really in a bad mental state." Beckett nodded and couldn't help but ask curiously, "You studied psychology in college?" Luke looked at her strangely and said, "I studied a little on my own, I never had the chance to study it in college." Beckett nodded and said, "Thanks, Luke. You can look for me if you need anything in the future." This was a small favor she owed him. The colleagues in the police department were all close or distant to varying degrees. Without these favors, there were many things other people wouldn't agree to help with. For example, when Luke asked John and Joe for help a few days ago, Luke would have to help them out the next time they asked. However, everyone was clear on the grade of these favors. For example, Beckett's favor was much smaller than John's. That was because John had done Luke a personal favor, while this was just a small work favor. Also, when she had asked Luke the question earlier, he realized that this lady was still too green. At the very least, she wasn't too familiar with Walter John Joe. Otherwise, how could she not know that Luke hadn't gone to college? She hadn't paid enough attention to the ins and outs of the police department, or it would have been easy for her to find out that Luke was only 19. But that wasn't a bad thing. A person who focused on work and didn't care about office gossip might not get a promotion or a raise that easily, but they were much more comfortable to be around than those part-time underground spies. Luke went to Dustin's office and told him that everything was under control. Dustin was suspicious. "Are you sure? If it was that easy to deal with, why would this family be famous even in NYPD?" Luke said, "If we're lucky, the situation really will stop here. If we're unlucky, we'll probably get a break for a week or two." The whole of NYPD didn't care how big the family drama was, as long as the family kept it at home. Most of the family disputes which Luke dealt with as a detective were either serious or fatal. He had never dealt with such purely emotional disputes. A certain lonely and unmarried middle-aged man was even more impatient than Luke when it came to dealing with the rich. Worried, Dustin asked, "What if they cut their donation?" Pondering for 2 seconds, Luke replied, "Even if they do, that might not necessarily be on my head." Lost for words, Dustin raised a finger. "Get lost." He realized that he had asked a silly question. It was possible that might happen, but the police department had already had to deal with this troublesome family 7 or 8 times. Even if they didn't receive a big donation from the Soderberghs next year, nobody could be sure what had offended them. This was in ancient times, and the big shots couldn't hold anyone accountable over some groundless accusations. Innocent until proven guilty, this was the same in America. On his way out, Luke looked in the direction of the interrogation room. Only Javier was at the door, which meant that Beckett had gotten something. After solving the family's problem with unexpected efficiency, he no longer hung around the police department. After sending a text message, he waited for another 10 minutes before he got up and left. Outside the entrance, he found a cab and got in. The driver smiled. "Are you in a hurry today?" Luke paid the fare. "Of course. I'm not in a hurry. Please keep your plane to the minimum speed. It's snowing today. My car can switch to snow mode at any time." Belle, who was in the driver's seat, nodded regretfully. "When I saw your message, I thought it was a chance to chase after a suspect like last time." Luke said helplessly, "You basically only get that in movies, right? Most of the time, the police drive themselves." Belle thought about it. The last time Luke hired her car to chase someone, he had been a LAPD detective. It was indeed hard for a LAPD detective in New York to chase someone without a car. Even though it was snowing and the ground was slippery, it only took Belle 10 minutes to reach Clinton. Luke waved goodbye to Belle and entered the Nelson and Murdoch law firm. It was snowing today, but there were a lot of people in the law firm. Most of them looked happy. Luke knew why. The reconstruction plan had already been set in motion, and the first batch of renovation teams had officially begun to repair the houses of many families. The community reconstruction couldn't be delayed any longer. After all, it had started snowing in New York last night. If they didn't take care of the holes, these families would only be in slightly better shape than homeless people. Foggy had talked to Luke over the phone and they had determined that repairs were the priority. The interior refurbishments could be delayed for a few days. The residents wouldn't complain about renovations which they didn't have to pay for themselves. While the residents who had received help were grateful, they also couldn't help but feel that the donations were a sinkhole for this great philanthropist. However, when Foggy had screened the applicants, he had also talked about the donor. All the applicants knew that the donor didn't have any demands, and didn't even leave his name. He was just giving fixed donations to the charity fund, and everyone could only admire him. Unlike those who made a big deal out of donating money and wanted the whole world to know about it, the donor this time wasn't even looking for recognition, and didn't care about their gratitude. Of course, they were wrong on this point. Luke went upstairs with a smile. He was quite happy when he saw these people. He wasn't a saint, but seeing people in dire straits have some hope for the future was always better than seeing a bunch of bitter faces. He hadn't been in the Clinton area for long, so it wasn't a bad idea for the time being to make the environment around his house a little better. Unlike those who were wholeheartedly devoted to charity, he did it for his own benefit. Hoping for an honest and stable society in the Clinton area was futile, and nobody would be in a good mood about the various criminals who freely roamed the place. Foggy and Matt's firm already had some reputation in this circle. They had helped out many times in the past, and many unlucky hoodlums and bikers had benefited from them. Even if the gratitude was passing, they would still look for these two lawyers the next time something happened, so many people consciously stayed away from them. There was no specific range, but very few thieves and small fry would break out into a scuffle within a radius of 200 to 300 meters of the law firm. Nothing could be done about the sale of wheat here since that was their livelihood. Coupled with the community reconstruction program which Luke had come up with, there were basically no more hooligans here. Of course, Luke and Matt had done even more. Some of the more ruthless gangs, such as the Irish, the Russians, and the factions under Kingpin, had been put down by the two one after another. The gangs in Clinton had been behaving themselves recently, and the crime rate on the streets had dropped significantly. Some of the criminals were seriously injured, some were crippled, some were dead, and some were in hiding. That being said, when Luke went upstairs and saw a cameraman and a beautiful TV reporter with a microphone, Luke still mumbled to himself, "There haven't been any bad cases in this area recently. Why is the media here?" He had seen the news van downstairs earlier, so he had specially come up to take a look, hoping that it wasn't a bad thing. He wasn't overthinking it. A few people died every month in the Clinton area, which wasn't even worth making the news. If no one died in a month, then, that would make the news. The victims here were mostly ordinary people, not gang members. Most private battles were cleaned up by the gangs and wouldn't blow up in public, which was the same as saying they never happened at all. Recalling that he hadn't heard of any violent deaths in this area recently, Luke made a rough guess. But when he heard what the female reporter said, he knew that he had guessed wrong. Hell's Kitchen has been undergoing a new change recently. After the severe serial explosions last time, a large charity donation has been channeled into the area, and the living environments of victims who are most in need are being restored. The beautiful reporter's words echoed in the corridor as many people watched. She wasn't speaking very fast, but her speech was clear and her pronunciation was precise. Her expression was also on point and she looked very capable. She would be more believable if this wasn't Hell's Kitchen. Luke scratched his head. The young blonde reporter happened to be near the entrance of the law firm. If he wanted to get there, he would have to pass by the camera. Although a lot of people in America love to go on TV and would even go over to mess around when they saw a camera, Luke wasn't in the habit of doing that. If possible, he hoped to never appear on TV in this lifetime. The female reporter wasn't like many reporters who became chatterboxes as soon as they were holding the microphone, saying a bunch of irrelevant things to the camera. In less than 2 minutes, she gave clear opening remarks. Luke figured out her reason for being here. She had been drawn here by the latest happenings in the Clinton area and New York's notorious Hell's Kitchen. Or rather, she had been drawn by the massive community reconstruction program and volunteer training. It wouldn't be strange if something like this happened elsewhere in New York. Harlem or Brooklyn could also be just as bad. But someone had actually donated a large sum of money for such a high-class community project in Clinton, which was known as Hell's Kitchen. Most New Yorkers would only have one thought: this person had to have a screw loose. It wasn't that they weren't sympathetic, but there weren't many good people in Hell's Kitchen. A good person who had the ability to fork out a lot of money would definitely be on the local news in New York. Now, it was really going to be on the news. Thinking back, Luke remembered the eye-catching logo on the news van downstairs. It wasn't from a TV station, but a Trish logo. He wasn't too familiar with the name. He had indeed been busy recently. Although he hadn't given up his habit of watching local news, there were truly too many local news channels in New York. The number of TV stations in America's biggest city and the world's financial center wasn't something that some small country TV channels could compare with. Most of the reporters he saw on the news were in their 40s and weren't the gossipy type, but delivered professional reports, which suited him. He had never seen this beautiful reporter on the news before. After she finished her spiel, she went to the law firm for a typical assault interview. Of course, even Foggy should have learned of her movements in a shabby place like Nelson and Murdoch, let alone Matt. Luke entered the office with a smile. Not only weren't there many people in the law firm now, the number was continuing to shrink. After the camera entered the office, many people pulled their hats down to cover their faces and left in a hurry. The people who left might not necessarily be criminals, but they undoubtedly had reasons for not wanting to be on TV. They couldn't do anything, and it had been tacitly agreed that the area around the law firm was a peaceful zone. If these people wanted to get help from the law firm, or if they needed help in the future, or even if it was their relatives or friends who needed help, they had to abide by this unspoken rule. They could only leave first and wait for the troublesome reporter to leave. Hearing the sound of an interview being conducted in the lawyer's office, Luke shook his head with a smile and turned to leave. Suddenly, someone popped out of the room. His movements weren't hurried, but he was quick. He immediately closed the door. Luke was amused. "Matt, it's good to be on TV. Why are you running away?" Matt nodded at him with a bitter smile, and at a gesture, they left the office and hid out by a window around the corner at the end of the corridor. "You know, some people are more interested in how I'm different. They seem to think that blind people have to work harder and have it harder, and need more sympathy," said Matt helplessly. Luke chuckled. "That's true. You're living a good life, and you don't need anyone to sympathize with you. But some sympathy is better than none." Matt nodded. "So I'll just hide and let Foggy deal with it." Luke clicked his tongue. "I know saying this might be a little over the top, but I still have to say it, Matt, if your face appears on TV, it won't be a problem for the firm's business to increase by 50%. Of course, most of your clients would be women who love beauty." Matt wasn't angry. "I know saying this might be a little over the top, but I still have to tell you, the number of girls who have confessed to me since I was young has already proven that. I can't do anything about it." "Luke, has Foggy ever wanted to hit you? Especially your face?" Matt chuckled. "He said so many times, but he's never really done it." Luke said, "It's the same with me." Matt was a handsome man. Even being blind couldn't change that. Luke, on the other hand, was a man who was getting more and more handsome. He didn't feel envious or jealous of such a handsome man. What Matt said just now would hurt a lot of single people, but it didn't affect Luke at all. After some idle chatter, they returned to the topic of the community reconstruction program. The news interview was indeed unexpected, but it wasn't a bad thing. Something like a tall tree attracting the wind wouldn't happen in a community reconstruction program. Firstly, it didn't have a lot of money, and secondly, it was rooted in the activity of a large number of people. Thirdly, gang members with crooked thoughts would definitely suffer. Luke had already examined Matt as they spoke. In just a few days, the wound on lawyer Matt's leg had already scabbed over. He would definitely be able to fight in a week. His physique was as abnormal as ever. If anyone wanted to cause trouble, Lawyer Matt would put on his hood and mete out a beating. And if Lawyer Matt couldn't do it, Luke would. They had already eaten the big fish, and the small fry had become appetizers. Selena could now fulfill her craving to be the Terminator. It was fine as long as she didn't wear the second-generation beast armor. After confirming that Matt had recovered, Luke didn't waste any more time and took his leave. It had to be said that the community reconstruction project was going well thanks to Luke leaving it to Foggy and Matt. Other lawyers focused on making money, but these two were special. Matt really didn't care about money. All he wanted was to protect the area and its people. Foggy's ambition was related to money, but not directly. His dream was to expand the firm. Generally speaking, if a law firm wanted to expand, it had to make money. But his ultimate goal wasn't to make money. Compared with many lawyers who took up this profession with the sole aim of making money, these two were willing to do more than that. For example, when it came to the community reconstruction program, other law firms would immediately consider how much money they could make. Or how much they could make from increasing their fame. Foggy and Matt, on the other hand, had practically no such thoughts. They were old residents of the Clinton area, and had complicated and profound feelings about this Hell's Kitchen. They were willing to work hard to make it a better place. Luke said goodbye to Matt and went downstairs to look at the news van. He then raised his head and looked at the third floor, before he walked to his house diagonally across the street with a smile. He hadn't been back in days, but the house was still tidy. With the sweeper and ventilation equipment, the floor wasn't covered in dust and it wasn't stuffy. Luke took 2 tablets into the kitchen and had little Snail look for the Trish news program. He spent 5 minutes preparing lunch before he leisurely started preparing dinner. Most of the ingredients which Selena had bought were the main ingredients, and he could make things like dessert and pastries in advance. He had dealt with the family in less than 2 hours. It was only noon, and he had plenty of time to finish what he needed to do for the party. In fact, there weren't many things that he needed to do himself. As the smart kitchenware was constantly upgraded, Luke was usually only responsible for verifying the results of the various steps before moving on to the next one. For example, when it came to making buns, he could use a preset mode or key in a scheduled time. Naturally, the preset mode was for Selena and Gold Nugget, and Luke was the one who used the schedule option. With Little Snail projecting a video simulation, even Selena and the dog head could follow along and make a lot of desserts. However, they were traditional Americans when it came to cooking. For example, most people would try to stuff enough fast food into the fridge. The slightly better stuff was sandwiches with ham and lettuce. This was what most people called cooking. Rather than make food which involved 10 or 20 steps, they might as well buy ready-made meals. But when Luke cooked now, it involved 80% less work. Most of the time, he was more like the quality inspector than the cook. Sitting on a special kitchen bar stool, the tablet on his left was showing the local news program, Trish Talk, which he had just discovered, while the tablet on his right was showing all sorts of information which Little Snail had found online. Luke had a lot of time today. He put together the semi-done ingredients produced by the smart kitchenware and placed them in the fridge. The base for the tiramisu was basically done. Elsa was fond of caffeine and sweet food, and this would certainly suit her best. If she liked it, she could take a box home after the party. Mindful of the fact that most women didn't want to get fat, Luke had improved the recipe for the tiramisu. The heat used was much lower than normal, and he was also using yogurt mousse and similar such ingredients. While he was making dessert, Luke quickly browsed through more than 10 videos of Trish Talk. Apart from the fact that her voice was a little strange, everything else was tolerable. A little like telling the truth as it is, he murmured. The main content of this Trish Talk was focused on exposing some problems, reporting some touching stories, and unmasking social inequality. There was no lack of such programs in America, but this Trish was both the producer and the reporter for this program, and she was pretty good. Looking at the information on the tablet on his right, he exclaimed, there are so many hardcore fans. This really isn't an ordinary reporter. Even if a reporter was very good, most people would only think that it was part of their job. Just like the TV presenters on CCTV in his previous life, they might be good, but they might not have as many hardcore fans as a minor celebrity in a D-list drama. However, Trish had a face which suited Western taste. She had long blonde hair and dressed very professionally. Perhaps that was why she had so many loyal fans. Of course, Luke wasn't sucked in. After understanding the gist of what she was saying, Luke confirmed that this beautiful New York Idol reporters program wouldn't have any negative impact on the community reconstruction project, so he closed the video. He might as well read more information and make plans for the upcoming operation. Selena soon returned. Half an hour after Luke got home, she drove back. She went upstairs to wash up and change into her home clothes before she went to the second floor. In the open kitchen, Luke was leisurely reading the files as he ate taiyaki and drank coffee. Occasionally, he would tweak the processed ingredients. Selena walked over and took the coffee cup which Luke had just put down. She then took 2 of the taiyaki from the big plate in front of him and tossed one to Gold Nugget outside. The dog wasn't allowed in the kitchen, even if it was an open-plan setup. Then, she took a bite of the taiyaki and enjoyed the smooth red bean paste and crunchy skin. "What are we eating for lunch?" Luke said with a smile, "Potato and beef with rice." "There will be more variety tonight." Selena nodded decisively. They had been busy recently, and since they didn't have much time to spare, they had been eating mostly Western-style dishes. At most, Luke would modify a Chinese dish with a Western twist. Chinese dishes weren't easy for the smart kitchenware to master. As for many Chinese dishes, Luke would rather not cook them if they weren't going to come out delicious. Potato and beef was one of the few dishes that didn't require much attention since the ingredients were a perfect match. He only needed to use the pressure cooker to get a big pot of soft and savory food in 40 minutes. He could also adjust the dish for spiciness, and the rice in the rice cooker was done almost at the same time. Coupled with cabbage and broccoli, as well as a fruit salad, the 2 of them and the dog had lunch together. This certainly wasn't enough for Gold Nugget, but there would be a lot of snacks and pastries to eat throughout the whole afternoon, so it wasn't a problem to eat less for lunch. Lunch went by quickly. They were going to have a party that night, but they wouldn't stop training for that, and had to be done in the afternoon. Half an hour after lunch, Luke and Selena sat in front of the window and looked at the bustling office across the street. Selena found it strange. "What's with today? Some of these people don't look like they're from around here, right?" Knowing what she meant, Luke answered her question. The community reconstruction project was on a local news program today, Trish Talk. These people might not be from the Clinton area, and might have come here because of the hype. Selena was enlightened. Just now, she had seen someone dressed in a style different to the people who typically walked in and out of that apartment building. After drinking a mouthful of hot cocoa and taking a bite of taiyaki, she asked, "Is the project already so famous? Why do I recall that the renovation group hasn't been sorted out yet?" Luke said, "Don't worry. As soon as it started snowing last night, Foggy and Matt informed the renovation group that the first-line members start duty today." Selena rolled her eyes. "That includes Charlie, Rackle and that Hudson, right?" Luke said, "Those 3 should be here. Some of the others are in the second batch. They probably won't start volunteer work until 3 days later." Selena nodded in satisfaction. "That works too. It's better to earn some money for Christmas than idle about every day. We only have 10 days left. If they don't work now, they won't be able to get any money before the holidays." Luke chuckled. "Don't worry. Their families will definitely remind them. As long as they work hard, they can get $500 to $1,000 before Christmas." Selena snorted. "This job is much better than what my father's salary was at the beginning. When he first came to Texas, he was so happy to earn $200 a week. Luke said helplessly. At that time, he and Sandra were both illegal residents and had no professional skills. Drax had been taking a risk. Selena's father had been employed by Luke's grandfather. Selena chuckled. That's not what I meant. I just feel that these people are too lazy. Even a construction worker in New York can earn more than $500 a week. Luke sighed. The people around you can earn hundreds of dollars from petty theft, and it's not hard to sell weed for $200 to $300 a day. How many people can resist this temptation over doing honest work? The idea of reaping without sowing was something people often thought about. But in the end, some people chose to believe in their own efforts, while others followed through on this train of thought. The former would become ordinary people, while the latter would end up in prison. Selena wasn't the sort to reflect on social issues like these. She was simply lamenting how spoiled these guys were. She didn't think much of people who thought rich but didn't work for it. Getting rich was never easy. Most of the time, getting rich and going to jail, or even losing your life, were too closely related to each other. She subconsciously glanced at the person next to her. Fine, his efficiency and the extent of this wealth wasn't normal. It was a short afternoon break, before they got busy with their own things. Luke simply moved his workstation to the open-plan kitchen. He wouldn't be able to get any hands-on labor done today, but his investigative work and intelligence gathering wouldn't be affected. Outside, the snow fell even harder. While Luke was leisurely cooking and researching, Sharon was reporting to Winston. 2 smiling men appeared last night. According to the survivor, the first one was just bait, while the second one was the target. Winston didn't say anything. He just took a sip of his coffee. According to the survivor, the bait and the target were on the legendary level. Also, Sharon paused before continuing, also, the target might be superhuman. Winston's eyes flickered as he slowly put down his coffee cup. Seeing that, Sharon continued, the target's abilities are unknown, but his 2 revolvers fired at least 60 bullets without him needing to reload. Winston finally turned his head. Is there any specific analysis of this superpower? Sharon shook his head. Not at the moment. Apart from that, he didn't expose anything else that was too weird. His speed, marksmanship and strength didn't surpass our warning levels. Winston sighed. Anything else? He wasn't interested in listening anymore. Although the news wasn't bad, it didn't mean that the situation wasn't serious. If they were really unlucky, most people could be paralyzed by the opponent and lose before they could react. Thus, this lack of news didn't represent good news. Sharon thought for a moment, then said, we found a statue in Swamp Park. It was probably left behind by the smiling man. Winston frowned. Sharon said, we've already sent it back to the lab. We did a lot of tests overnight, but we haven't found anything strange. Winston finally said, are you sure he was the one who placed it there? Sharon said, we did a careful check. There weren't any black marble statues in the clearing next to the lake last night. According to the survivor, they were wiped out there. Winston looked up at him. Sharon said, also, the statue looks like a smiling man. There's something that looks like a signature on it. Winston, where is it? Sharon said, in the truck in the parking lot, it hasn't been unloaded yet. Winston said, send it to the basement. I'll check it out later. Sharon, yes, sir. 10 minutes later, in the spacious basement hall, Winston slowly walked around the black statue. He had been staring at it at first, but now, he was deep in thought. Sharon stood silently on the side. After a long while, Winston looked at the words at the base and murmured, it's not just flesh and blood under the mask. It's belief, and belief is invulnerable. After a brief silence, he shook his head with a slight smile and left. Sharon followed him. At the basement door, Winston stopped and suddenly said, change this smiling man's name. Sharon, what do you mean? Winston said, didn't he leave his name and tell us how many people he killed? Sharon, V. Winston turned around and looked at the statue again. He smiled. That's it. Send the name to the high table, let it be their problem. As they returned to Winston's room, Sharon continued with his report. D'Amico's wife is dead. When our investigators dropped by, she had been dead for less than 2 hours. Winston sneered, but didn't say anything. He simply leaned back comfortably on the couch. Sharon knew this meant that Winston was prepared to listen slowly, and he continued, but from the bodyguards around her, were sure that she only raised the bounty after she received a call. Also, there's this. He pulled a photo out of the case file in his hand and placed it on the coffee table next to Winston. While she was on the phone, she copied down these names. Winston wasn't surprised at all when he saw the 3 names, Smiley Face, Black Cat, and Black Mask. Who was the caller? Sharon shook his head. This man is very clean. Apart from the fact that he called D'Amico's wife, we don't know anything. Winston wasn't too surprised. Sharon said, but we found something at Swamp Park. Winston said, tell me. Sharon put another photo on the coffee table. We've checked. The crime scene was cleaned up very well. If it wasn't for the survivor, it would have been hard for us to detect that a fierce battle had happened there. Winston knew that it wasn't easy to clean up the traces of a battle between more than 100 people, especially when there were more than 100 bodies, which couldn't have disappeared into thin air. Sharon said, then, we found that this truck was suspicious. From the surveillance cameras, there was one less vehicle in the park in the afternoon. This car was only driven to the parking lot at Swamp Park yesterday morning. Winston looked at the person in the photo and took a sip of black tea. Is this the driver? Sharon nodded. Yes. Did you find him? Winston asked. Sharon shook his head. According to our investigation, this person disappeared a week ago. We don't know where he's hiding. He only showed up yesterday to rent a car and drive to Swamp Park. According to our intelligence, this person should be a secret henchman of Kingpin's. Even the boss of his gang doesn't know about this. Winston narrowed his eyes and the hand holding the teacup paused. He was quite familiar with the name Kingpin. Although they had been at peace for a long time, Winston still remembered the earlier conflict. It was very difficult for Kingpin and the Continental Hotel to become friends. In the end, only one side would rise, and the other would fall. The fact that Kingpin was involved in this rare hitman wipeout instantly rang alarm bells for Winston. Frowning, Winston listened as Sharon briefed him on the driver and mentioned that the truck hadn't been detected by the surveillance cameras around it, and had simply disappeared. Winston thought for a moment before he sneered. Kingpin and the masked men have had a lot of conflict recently. D'Amico was his ally to begin with. Hee, what a rotten plan. Sharon asked, what should we do? Winston raised his cup again. Block all information related to the battle with V. In any case, everyone's dead. As for the survivor, let her stay in the hotel for now. Sharon asked, will that work? He felt that Winston knew what to do, but dumb allies and the opponents might not cooperate. Winston took a sip of his black tea and said, whoever thinks they are capable can go right ahead. In any case, we're not stepping forward. Right, word of the time and location of V's appearance was from some bar, right? Sharon said, yes. The survivor also has details of the informant's bank account. Winston said, have the survivor spread the word that the mastermind behind the 10 million bounty on the masked men is Kingpin. Sharon understood. Yes. Whether the information was accurate or not, it wasn't a loss for the Continental Hotel. Also, the person who leaked it was the survivor who had nothing to do with the hotel. It didn't matter who wanted to go to war with V, but the Continental Hotel wouldn't be their pawn. As for the deaths of the 126 hitmen, what did that have to do with the hotel? The hotel was only a platform which provided intermediary and logistic services. It didn't have its own assassins, nor was it a training agency for killers. Winston didn't care about the deaths of a few killers. There were thousands of such killers in the database of the Continental Hotel. It was normal for 1 to 200 to die every year. If more than 100 of them died, then 200 of the elites who were on standby would be sent forth. This had always been the case. Assassins were always expendable. Only 1 in 1,000 killers could live to retire safely, not to mention that some hitman enterprises weren't clean. Some were for silencing others, while some were for saving money. They would kill the killers who wanted to quit. This was the legendary "death ends all troubles," which saved money and simplified matters. Winston didn't like these enterprises, they were too rough. Here, the records and membership cards of the people who declared they were retiring were preserved in the Continental Hotel's database. As long as they wanted to, an assassin could quit in the morning and come back in the afternoon to take on another mission. Once a killer, always be a killer, even if it was a part-time job or hobby. Winston couldn't be bothered to set up an insurance or retirement plan for hitmen. If they didn't like it, they could get lost. This was how the Continental Hotel had always been. The fact was that many hitman firms and brokers went through the Continent Hotel, and their hitmen would receive orders through the hotel. No contribution, no official membership card. A low contribution rate meant that a hitman couldn't receive any high-level member missions or access to many high-level membership services. How could a hitman increase their contribution rate? By converting their completed missions into credit points for use at the Continental Hotel. Luke didn't know about this bad news. Luke, who didn't know much about Kingpin or the Continental Hotel, had been overly optimistic when he was doing the math. What he didn't know was that the 2 big bosses whom he thought weren't going to let this matter rest had backed off for the time being. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Elsa and Elizabeth arrived in the same car. The car belonged to Elizabeth, this hidden rich young lady. After parking the car in the garage on the first floor, Selena welcomed them to the second floor, and they gave her their gifts. Looking at the gifts, Selena knew that Elsa had probably given them porcelain utensils. It was a useful household gift that any family would use. Even if they didn't use them, they could still leave the set in its original packaging and give it to someone else next time. It was also very easy to guess what Elizabeth's gift was. It was most likely an art piece, and the biggest possibility was that it was a vase. This was a very individualistic gift from a young person. After all, everyone had different aesthetics when it came to art. Selena wasn't too bothered. If it was nice, they could use it. If it wasn't, they could stuff it in the storeroom. After all, this building was big enough. She asked casually, "Where's Dustin?" "He didn't come with you." Elsa said, "I called him on the way here. He won't be able to leave the department until 6:30. He'll be here at 7. No one was surprised. They were all Dustin's old subordinates, and they all knew what the boss's schedule was like. In fact, they all had a rough idea of each other's habits. Elsa liked to be ready half an hour or 20 minutes beforehand. Luke and Selena were usually 10 to 15 minutes early. Dustin would at most be 2 to 5 minutes early. He was usually unavoidably late, but that was what being the boss was like. Elizabeth? She was more free and could be ready anywhere between 5 minutes and half an hour. On the second floor, they greeted Luke, who was sitting in the kitchen. Luke smiled and took out some pastries which he had been keeping warm in the oven. "I knew Dustin wouldn't be on time. Have these first, and don't get too full." There weren't a lot of pastries, but there was quite a variety. There were more than 10 different types, including cupcakes, biscuits, and taiyaki. Luke simply reminded Selena to serve drinks to the ladies, before he went to the window to continue reading. Since Elsa and Elizabeth were here, he couldn't look at the sensitive files, but there was a lot of less sensitive information on New York that he could go through. Half an hour later, he heard someone say, "Luke, what are you looking at?" Luke put down the tablet. A map of New York. It was Elizabeth. She was the only one who had come down from the training room on the third floor. Elizabeth looked at the image on his tablet curiously. "Why does it look like a photo?" Luke said, "It's a satellite map, so it's pretty much a photo." Elizabeth was stunned. "Taken by satellite? So, a spy?" Luke chuckled. "Then we would have to interrogate the hundreds of companies involved in the development of the system before we can figure out who it might be." Elizabeth immediately understood, but wasn't embarrassed. "It's just something I saw in the movies." Luke chuckled. "You'll get used to it in the future. Sooner or later, someone will provide this service online for free." Seeing her thoughtful expression, Luke cut straight to the chase. "All right, what do you want to ask me?" Elizabeth's expression finally returned to normal. "I need your advice about the future." "Have a seat." Luke gestured for her to sit down across from him at the coffee table, before he poured her a cup of black tea. She explained the situation. There was a female detective in the intelligence department who was having a lot of issues after giving birth, including household, physical and mental issues. She couldn't take temporary leave, and could only resign. This position was empty. If it was any other position, just having seniority would be enough. However, it just so happened that this position required a high degree of literacy and a certain level of technical knowledge. Many older female administrators had enough experience, but didn't have enough knowledge to take this position. Luke asked, "What position is it?" Elizabeth said, "The NYPD intelligence branch responsible for collecting and analyzing online information. The position requires the ability to gather information and also a certain amount of online skills." Luke understood. Back in Los Angeles, he had, intentionally or otherwise, told Elizabeth to learn some online skills on the side. It wasn't in depth, but at the very least, she had to understand the basics. Cases in the future would definitely start to involve the internet more and more, and it wasn't a bad thing for Elizabeth to get an early start. It was only 2004, and many senior female administrators in NYPD only knew how to type and tabulate data when it came to computers. They didn't know much about gathering information online. Looking at Elizabeth's expectant gaze, Luke pondered for a moment before he said, "If you like, you can give it a try. Work like this will become more and more important in the future." The titanium phone still occupied the top position, but all sorts of big shots who wanted a share of the smartphone market had already started, and a lot of negotiations had already even been completed. If everything went according to plan, other low and mid-tier smartphones would be popping up around the world next spring. These big shots weren't stupid. By next year, the wireless network in America would be even more complete, and the market would be even bigger. As for smartphones without internet support, they didn't have the ability to deal a fatal blow to consumers' wallets, and couldn't steal too many users away from the titanium phones. Luke didn't care at all. The more people Jenny could drag down now, the fewer patent lawsuits titanium phone company would face in the future. Given that chasing profits wasn't their top priority, Jenny had collected more and more patents in exchange. After quietly buying the patent for phone cases, this would be enough to deal with most patent lawsuits. This also meant that smartphones would explode in 2 years. What Luke had done with the titanium phones was different from what it meant to the world. Everyone was bearing witness to this imminent new age. Gathering intelligence online would also become more important and quicker, even more so than the traditional way of gathering intelligence. If Elizabeth was interested and stepped into this line of work early, she would indeed have broad future prospects. In any case, she would be a supervisor, not someone who crunched numbers. There was no need to worry about dark circles or hair loss. Elizabeth was relieved. Thanks to Luke's guidance, she had inadvertently stumbled upon gathering information online and intelligence analysis. After moving to NYPD's intelligence agency, she naturally leaned toward this area. She realized that she preferred doing this sort of investigation behind the scenes rather than going out and shooting every day. Conversely, her teachers, Luke and Selena, were more the active kind. Presented with such an opportunity, Elizabeth couldn't help but wonder if she would be betraying her teachers. Thus, she had to talk to Luke in person. More importantly, she and Luke had talked before about what she would do after she got rich. Since she had chosen this route, she was basically destined to stay in the office every day. She was afraid that Luke would misunderstand and think that she couldn't take it. Luke certainly didn't think so. Working in the office was like being a housewife, it was work that many people couldn't take. It wasn't like Elizabeth would be hiding at home, playing games and browsing the news, she would have tasks to complete every day. It was all formulaic and she would inevitably have to work outside work hours. This wasn't a job she could do if she wasn't enthusiastic about it. With Luke's approval, Elizabeth relaxed. She drank the black tea in one gulp and stretched out her cup. Another one. Luke had no choice but to pour her another cup. This is black tea, not Coke, and it definitely isn't whiskey. Drink it slowly. There's milk and sugar here as well as biscuits and snacks. Take it as afternoon tea. Elizabeth chuckled and slowed down. Am I disturbing you? She knew that despite his lazy appearance, he was serious about his work, but most people wouldn't notice it. Luke rolled his eyes. Since you'll be joining the intelligence gathering branch, let me test you. Elizabeth was intrigued. How? Luke gave her a tablet. Just answer whatever questions I have here. This way, he would be able to get a lot of information from the intelligence department. When Elsa and Selina came down, they saw Luke and Elizabeth sitting opposite each other at the window, each holding a tablet. If it wasn't for the way they were sitting cross-legged at the coffee table and looking at the tablets, Elsa and Selina might have thought that they were playing Go. Elsa was confused. What are they doing? Selina sat down with Elsa after giving the latter a tour. She took out another tablet and had a look, before she smiled. It's a daily test. Elsa shook her head helplessly. She was an old-school police officer, and she would only teach when she was at work. She didn't even have enough time to rest after work, so she naturally didn't have the patience to set such a test. It could only be said that Luke was indeed a serious teacher. Holding a chocolate chip cookie, Elsa hesitated for half a second before she bit into it. Then, she took a sip of the warm black tea which Selina had just poured and sighed in satisfaction. This is just afternoon tea. Life here recently feels even worse than in Los Angeles. At the very least, I can see the sun to and from work in Los Angeles. Here, it feels like a world without sunlight. Selina was slightly better. My bathroom has a sauna function. Shall we try it later? Elsa's eyes lit up. Okay, that works. As soon as she said it, she shook her head. Forget it. Dustin's coming. He doesn't have much time. Selina said casually, we'll wait until after he leaves. I dare say that he'll only be here for an hour at most. Elsa said, sounds right. Let's talk again after dinner. Selina said, there's a guest room on the 3rd floor. You can sleep here tonight if you want. Elsa hesitated for a moment before she agreed. Selina had also stayed over at Elsa's place before in Los Angeles, and they were on good terms. As they chatted, Dustin arrived. Looking at the time, it was 2 minutes past 7. Unsurprisingly, he was late. Dustin's gift was simple but interesting. It was a pot of indoor ivy. When Selina accepted the gift, he said, I was going to give you a cactus or something, but seeing how you don't leave for work so early, you should have time to water it. She could only chuckle. There were some decorative plants in the house, but it was little Snail who watered them, so she didn't have to worry about it. The extra pot of devil's ivy just needed a thin water hose. Everybody was familiar with Dustin's style. After 5 minutes of small talk, dinner was served. It was quieter during the main course. The one thing that could be said about Luke's cooking was that it was tasty. From lobster to fish, as well as pork, beef and mutton, all of these could be considered the main dishes. While there wasn't much of each, there was a little of everything. If they had really gone to a restaurant, the others wouldn't have that much time to eat. They would also have to mind their manners, so enjoying the food would be secondary. Hence, everybody happily gorged themselves today, and had no time to chat. It was only at 7:30 that their mouths stopped working. Dessert and wine were served, and idle conversation officially began. Dustin and Luke still talked business. It had been a long time since they had a private gathering like this, but he still had things to say to Luke. Not long after they started chatting, the group automatically split up. The woman occupied the couch in the living room, and Luke and Dustin went to the window. Since they weren't in the police department, nobody was watching them. Luke and Dustin were hence much more relaxed. They didn't have to pretend to be superior and subordinate. In Dustin's heart, Luke was more like a friend and a peer. At that moment, they retreated to the window and shared private intelligence which they otherwise usually had no time to communicate. It was only at a time and in a place like this that they could talk to each other. Dustin mainly talked about Brad's recent progress, the dealings between this big boss and the mayor, and so on. Luke, on the other hand, talked about DEA and Jot, as well as how the people in the police department felt about Dustin. With clear communication, everyone would have a clearer idea of the future. At least, that was how Dustin felt. The lonely, middle-aged workaholic drove off at 8:15. He didn't even have a sip of wine, since he had to work overtime when he got back. After Dustin left, Luke returned to the second floor and saw the three women talking animatedly. He decisively hid in the basement. If anything happened, Selena would call for him. Gold Nugget was also enjoying snacks in the living room. If necessary, it could run errands and send messages. In fact, Gold Nugget hid in the garage on the first floor later. Shaking, it told Luke that women who drank were scary. And drunk women were even scarier. Curious, Luke connected the tablet to the surveillance camera on the third floor. The three women had already gone up to the third floor. The living room only had a couch and the TV, which wasn't much fun. On the third floor, however, were facilities for exercise, baths, and healthcare. He turned on the surveillance camera on the third floor and, after a look, shook his head helplessly before turning it off. The three women were wrapped in towels. They had probably just come out of the sauna. They were clearly too excited and were running around with red wine in their hands. It wasn't uncommon for women to exercise in sportswear which looked like underwear in the gym. But it was too beautiful to look at when they were in these sorts of clothes and holding glasses of wine, and trying out the fitness equipment every now and then. Thinking for a moment, he sent Gold Nugget up and told it to keep the three drunkards safe. Gold Nugget could make Selena sober up if necessary. Gold Nugget only needed to combine with Selena to eliminate her drunken state in 3 seconds. But it was true that Selena rarely hung out with her best friends, and Luke didn't want to ruin their rare gathering, so he could only sacrifice Gold Nugget's spare time. But this guy didn't spend much time on work, and was a little happy to receive this assignment from Luke today. Luke patted the dog's head in encouragement. At the Sister Margaret bar, Weasel looked at the woman nervously and murmured, "Spreading fake info? I don't specialize in that. The people who came to your bar yesterday are all dead. I was the only one lucky enough to survive. That was all because of your info." The woman bared her teeth. There was fear in Weasel's eyes, and his lips moved, but he didn't dare say that the info had nothing to do with him. If he told the truth, people might think that he was useless. Naturally, useless people could die. The woman placed her hands on the counter. This is a fair trade. You give us info, we'll give you info. You just need to give that person the info. Weasel said, "I'll try my best." He didn't know who the number belonged to at all. How the hell was he supposed to send a message? The woman nodded and got up. "You're very lucky. Someone wants you alive, or I would be the first to kill you." She had almost died. Someone who gave info on a trap should die. Unfortunately, the hotel wanted this wretched man to live. Currently, this guy was the only person they knew who could contact V. Even if he himself didn't know how to get in touch with V, V definitely knew about his movements. Weasel watched the woman leave the bar with a complicated expression on his wretched face. He knew that he was in big trouble. Although he didn't know how it had come to this, that woman really looked like she wanted to kill him. Thankfully, only one is left. He mumbled inwardly, and was suddenly stumped. More than 60 tough guys had come to the bar yesterday, and the surveillance camera at the entrance showed that there had been about 70 people waiting outside. So many people had died. Why didn't he know anything about it? Even if 60 to 70 regular hooligans died in one night, he should have heard something. Had his intelligence gathering ability weakened? Thinking that, Weasel made up his mind to message the number which had given him a call yesterday. Little Snail automatically screened the message and deemed it unimportant. It didn't interrupt Luke, who was working overtime. He continued to work attentively. Early the next morning, Elsa and Elizabeth greeted Luke in the living room on the second floor awkwardly. Thankfully, Luke's house wasn't as small as the one in Los Angeles, which was a huge relief to them. According to Selena, even if they demolished the third floor, Luke wouldn't be able to hear them from the garage on the first floor. The two ladies, who had drunk so much last night and fooled around in the gym and training room, had finally calmed down. After greeting Luke, they quickly had breakfast, and Elizabeth drove the car to work. Looking at Luke's expression, Selena said confidently, "You know what they did last night, right?" Luke snorted. "It's not they, but all of you." Selena snorted. "Did you record it?" Luke rolled his eyes. "Gold Nugget told me that even the dog got scared when you went crazy." Gold Nugget whined. He turned his head. "Was Dollar scared when it saw them fooling around last night?" Gold Nugget lowered its head and fell silent. It hadn't been scared of the three drunkards, but Dollar had really been frightened by the three women who yelled and laughed and banged the equipment around, even if Selena was among them. Selena chuckled. "You have no eye for beauty." Luke felt even more helpless. "There are plenty of nudist beaches. Don't tell me you turned the training room into a beach yesterday, right?" Selena was lost for words. They hadn't been that crazy. She could only change the subject. "What are we doing today?" Luke looked outside and said, "Work as usual. We'll get off early in the afternoon." There had been a lot going on at the police department recently, but they didn't have many urgent cases. Dustin had switched from being captain of the Major Crimes Division in LAPD to the chief at NYPD HQ. His requirements for Luke and Selena had also changed slightly. Before his arrival, the quality of work in the police department was already above average. After he came, even following precedent, he would still pass with flying colors. Now, Luke and Selena didn't have many cases to deal with. Unlike before, Dustin didn't need them to crack more cases and boost the rate. It was possible for Police HQ to receive 5 to 10,000 cases a year. Luke and Selena busting their asses to solve 100 cases a year would only boost the rate by 1 or 2%, that was what Dustin felt. He would rather they work on cases they were interested in and take fewer cases, so that they could take on trickier cases at any time. These sorts of cases might not be dangerous, but they would definitely be troublesome, just like what happened with the Soderbergh family yesterday. Previously, Luke and Selena had handled Walter's case and provided Dustin with important under-the-table intelligence. They didn't work many hours, but they knew how to solve problems. A shrewd and surprise attack force, this was Dustin's new position for them. It was truly a waste for them to spend time on ordinary criminal cases. After all, this was New York. They were too outstanding and didn't have a strong enough backer. He was afraid that Luke and Selena would be targeted. While Deputy Commissioner Brad could give up on Luke and Selena without any hesitation, Dustin definitely wouldn't. Thus, he consciously controlled the number of cases they took, and even tacitly allowed them to slack off from time to time. When Luke and Selena went to the police department now, it was mainly just to show their faces. They still needed to hang out with frontliners like John and Joe, they couldn't put up a front with people like these. They were all seasoned detectives. It would be hard for them to improve their relationship if they didn't get drinks and curse their *TTY bosses together. Of course, everyone was busy. Meeting once every 3 to 5 days and getting together once every week or two was already considered very diligent. It could be postponed, but it couldn't be missed. When they arrived at the police department today, Luke greeted a few people, and Selena started to take out pastries from a box on the pull cart she had with her, and gave them out. The blonde, Connie, was surprised. She took the paper bag from Selena and asked, "Pastries? Did you make them yourself?" It wasn't that she doubted Luke and Selena, but that she had lost hope in the police department. None of the top detectives in the police department would make their own pastries or bring them to the police department. Even if they bought donuts, they would only buy 1 or 2 boxes at most, and it was first come, first served. There were close to 100 bottomless pits in the police department. Even handy civilian personnel wouldn't dare give out pastries in public, since it was impossible to give more than 100. Even if they just bought donuts, they would go bankrupt. Luke didn't think much of it. It's just cupcakes. Selena happens to have a big oven. He wasn't lying. Making these snacks was like washing clothes in a washing machine. The only difference was that the washing machine was filled with clothes and detergent, while the smart kitchenware was filled with enough raw ingredients before a few buttons were pressed on the operation panel. After a while, over 100 little cupcakes were produced in one go. Of course, Selena's evaluation of these automatic desserts was that they didn't have soul. She didn't know exactly what it was, but she could tell with one bite whether Luke had made the cake himself or if it had been produced by the smart kitchenware. However, this kind of mass-produced light refreshment could be used as snacks for a certain dog head at home, and as wholesale gifts at the police department. There was only one word for it: time efficient. Although there were a lot of people in the police department, only 50 to 60% of them came to work in the morning. Distributing the snacks wasn't hard for Selena. Most of them were thrown directly to Connie for the detectives who came later to get them. She just needed to make clear that they were from Luke and Selena. Luke and Selena only needed to personally hand out a small portion. For example, Javier and Ryan, who were yawning non-stop, were a little flustered when they received the cakes from Luke. "Eat something before you go to bed, or you might get gallbladder stones," Luke reminded them. "One of them is for your captain. Don't eat them all." They thanked him with wry smiles. Luke looked at them and asked, "What kind of case is it, that you need to work overnight?" They looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before they said, "A female college student was murdered. Her death's a little strange." Luke asked, "Is it related to Miss Lindsay and Monroe?" That was clearly a much easier question to answer, and Javier replied, "Lindsay and the victim often volunteered together, and they have dealings with Monroe." Luke was stunned. "What do you mean?" The question stumped them for a moment, before Ryan said in a low voice, "Supposedly, the victim once gave Monroe some counseling." Looking at their expressions, Luke asked, "Don't tell me the victim died in a more bizarre way." A cough rang out, and the three of them turned their heads. Javier and Ryan said awkwardly, "Beckett, you're back." Beckett looked a little tired, and her outfit was a little wrinkled. It was clear that she hadn't gone home to change after working overtime last night. There were beads of water on her face. She had probably just washed up. Luke didn't think much of it. He took the paper bag from Javier and gave it to her. "Everybody gets cupcakes." Looking at his empty hands, Javier didn't dare say anything. Beckett casually took the paper bag. She had already seen the cake in Javier's hands, and didn't forget to glance at the table. Luke shrugged. "I don't deliver coffee. That's too troublesome." Ryan was much smarter. "Beckett, I'll get you some coffee." He then dragged Javier away. What the two big shots wanted to talk about had nothing to do with them. Contrary to Ryan's expectations, Beckett didn't really care about them privately divulging case details to Luke. Simply put, whoever was pleasing to the eye was fine. If Ryan had told John about the case, she might not have let him go so easily. Beckett took out the cake from the paper bag and looked at it. In the end, she couldn't help but take a bite. It had to be said that even if Selena said that the cake didn't have soul, a lot of OCD people would still choose this perfect presentation over slightly lacking taste. Luke wasn't in a hurry. He was very free right now, and it was normal to be interested in other people's cases. The most important thing was looks. Just like how Beckett found him nice to look at, he thought the same of her. If John hadn't acted as a live target for Luke back then, Luke wouldn't be so nice to him. As she ate the cake, Beckett asked, "Where did you buy this? This cake tastes good. I can buy some for breakfast next time." Luke said, "It's homemade. If you really want to eat, you can get them from Connie. I left a lot with her." Beckett picked up the cake and observed it for a moment before she looked at him. "You're not kidding." Luke was amused. "It's not like I'm going to be a pastry chef. There's no need for me to pull in customers right now." Beckett couldn't help but take another bite. After savoring it for a moment, she nodded. "The taste is really better than from any other bakery I've been to. It's not a problem for you to open one with these skills." She then asked, "Are you interested in our case?" Luke nodded, then shook his head. "It's mostly because of Lindsay and Monroe. You should know how troublesome that family is. I don't want them to call back. I just promised the boss that they would stop for a week or two." Stumped for a moment, Beckett then replied, "Then it shouldn't be a problem. These two just happen to have had contact with our victim. The floor where the art exhibition was held is where we found the victim's body in our case. We had reasonable doubt, and were just being cautious in covering the bases." Luke immediately got it. When it came to police work, the most important thing was that, there's no such thing as coincidences. Many coincidences were often the key to solving cases. There were too many coincidences between Lindsay, Monroe, and the victim, which required investigating. Even if none of them was the murderer, there could still be clues to who the murderer was. At that point, Luke lost interest. He had handled too many strange cases in the past year, and as a vigilante, he had seen even stranger things. He really wasn't interested in simple cases. "Is the victim rich?" he asked casually. "Beckett, her father's very rich. She likes to do volunteer work and doesn't have that much money herself." He nodded. "$1 million? $10 million? $100 million? Beckett, $10 million. Luke nodded. "Then follow the money trail, even if it's her father's money. In my experience, 80% of the problems rich people have comes from their money." Beckett was stunned. "Are you sure?" He smiled. "More than 90% of the cases involving the poor is also because of money. It's always the easiest to crack cases from this angle." Beckett couldn't help but pout. Did that even need to be said? Everybody in the world worked for profits. Live for money, die for money, suffer a lifetime for money. This was how most people lived. Luke left soon after that. He had completely lost interest in this case, and didn't want to steal Beckett's assignment. Javier, who was observing the situation from the lounge, hurriedly waved his hand. "Quick, get the coffee. They're done." Ryan howled, "Ah, my hand. Why are you panicking? You scared me." Javier turned around and saw that the coffee in Ryan's hand was steaming. The coffee had been poured over the back of his hand instead of into the cup. He didn't really care about Ryan's injury. He simply turned around and said, "Pour another cup." "Do you think Luke is interested in Beckett? Are you out of your mind?" Ryan angrily wiped up the coffee with a tissue. Thankfully, it was winter, and the coffee wasn't too hot, or he would have to see a doctor. Javier was unhappy. Why are you scolding me? Ryan said, look at the woman behind Luke. I think she could send us to the hospital on her own. Would you dare mess around with a wife like that? Javier was suspicious. Why, do you seem so affected by that? Also, Selena is Luke's partner. She might not even be his girlfriend, let alone his wife. Ryan snorted. Someone without a girlfriend like you doesn't understand at all. Selena, cough, forget it. Take the coffee. I need to rinse my hand under cold water. Seeing Ryan slip away, Javier curled his lip in dissatisfaction. You have a fiancé and you're just waiting to get married. Big deal. Nevertheless, he still picked up the coffee and gave it to Beckett, because it was more difficult for her to stretch out a hand while eating the cake. He was more interested in gossip on Luke. On the other side, Selena returned after distributing the cakes to the detectives she was familiar with. Are you done flirting? Luke said, we were talking about the case they're working on. It probably has nothing to do with the Soderberghs. Selena lost interest. There weren't many cases that could catch her attention. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Hey, interesting. Luke turned his head and saw John and Ricky enter with 3 people. Ricky used to be Walter's partner, but now that Walter was on medical leave, he was working with John, which could be considered a relief for the newbie detective who had been John's partner. The 2 detectives were both middle-aged men. But one of the 3 people they brought in was very interesting. Luke looked at her in interest and agreed. Interesting indeed. Let's take a guess, why is she here again? Selena couldn't be bothered to play around with words. She probably beat someone up. Luke said, $20. Bet you she didn't. Selena was stumped. Fine. Although I know I might lose again, I'll put down $20. Take it from Gold Nugget's private stash. Gold Nugget, who was eating cupcakes to kill time, raised its head blankly. It was very sensitive when it came to its private stash, but $20 was a very small amount. It didn't understand why Selena was taking the money from its stash. On the other side, Luke had already stepped forward. Ignoring the woman's surprised expression, he turned to ask John, what happened? John wasn't on guard against him. This couple want to sue this woman for trespassing and attempted murder, but they aren't married and they can't take out proof of their lease, nor are they injured. I could only bring them back before they were done bickering. His back was to the 3 people as he spoke, and he had an exaggerated, annoyed expression on his face. Luke said with a smile, then go get some rest. Since I'm a newbie, I'll use the case to familiarize myself with the procedure. Looking at his newbie demeanor, John and Ricky immediately understood. Ricky nodded solemnly. I didn't sleep well last night, and I didn't have breakfast this morning. I think my low blood sugar is acting up. Luke was considerate. Go to the front desk. There are cupcakes to eat. The 3 of them chatted for a while before the case was smoothly handed over to Luke. He turned around and said solemnly to the 3 people, all right, let's go to the interrogation room. The couple was a little scared. Interrogation room? Detective, it's just a regular dispute. We don't have to go to the interrogation room, do we? Luke suddenly smiled. It's fine. We're just borrowing it for the time being. The main thing is that it's quite close, and the interview can be recorded there. It'll be done in one go. Looking at his smile, the couple felt even more uneasy. Something wasn't right. It was especially the case for the woman, who was going through a divorce. If it was discovered that she had colluded with her boyfriend to set up a private investigator, and an official police record was even used in court, she might lose her divorce case altogether. The law in America didn't protect the party at fault during a divorce. Most of the time, the law would be more inclined to protect the woman. The wronged party here naturally referred to women as well. For many middle-aged men, that ex-wife was the most destructive weapon. It was impossible for these men to be clean in a divorce, and they had to shoulder a huge debt. It wasn't uncommon for a man to go bankrupt in a divorce. Because of that, more and more Americans chose not to get married. Some families had 2 or 3 children, but the parents still weren't officially married. The cost of getting a divorce was too high, to the point that most people didn't have the courage to get married. Once this woman lost this protection, her husband would be able to escape unscathed and could even demand a share of her assets. Alarm bells rang in her head, and she quickly shook her head. "No, we were just talking." Luke was unconvinced. "I think I heard you accuse her of attempted murder." He shifted his gaze to the slender and petite figure next to him. The couple looked at each other, then shook their heads at the same time. "No, you heard wrong. We only argued for a bit, but everything's fine now. We're leaving now." Luke raised his hand. "You have to get her permission first. Otherwise, you'll have to give formal statements and your IDs need to be recorded so that you won't complain that NYPD didn't dash." The petite figure in front of him lowered her head and said gloomily, "It was just a quarrel. Can you tell them to beat it?" Luke nodded and looked at the couple. The couple was confused. "What's wrong?" Luke said, "Do you need me to tell you to hurry up and leave, and stop wasting NYPD's resources?" The couple was stunned for 2 seconds before they realized that Luke was telling them to get lost. But after what Luke said, they no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. They weren't like the Soderberghs, and weren't qualified to boss NYPD around. Hearing that, both of them were depressed, but they turned around and left the hall without hesitation. Luke raised his hand and said, "Let's sit down and clarify this matter, Miss Jones." Hearing his voice, Jessica Jones couldn't help but look up at his face again. She quickly lowered her head and followed him. When they reached his desk, Luke grabbed a chair and gestured for her to sit down. He grabbed a bag of cupcakes from the dog head hiding under the desk, and placed it in front of Jessica. "Have a snack. Try it, and tell me everything." Jessica stared blankly at the 2 cupcakes that were sticking out of the paper bag, and there was a strange feeling in her heart. Luke took out another carton of milk from the drawer. "If it's too dry, you can have some milk." After holding the cake for a moment, Jessica put it back into the bag in the end. "Someone approached me about investigating the man having an affair. In the end, these 2 set me up and wanted to get even with me." Luke, "Huh?" Jessica said, "Exactly what you think. I investigated that woman before. Her husband wants to divorce her, but he doesn't want to go bankrupt." Luke said, "If she blows up this matter, won't she lose the lawsuit?" Jessica said, "Without this incident, she would have most likely lost. With this, she would have lost for sure. If she had brains, she wouldn't have found a boyfriend in the middle of her divorce." Luke was lost for words. He could only change the subject. "Why did they say that you tried to murder them?" Jessica said, "Because I smashed up the place where they were having their affair. They were probably afraid that I would smash them up too." Luke was shocked. "Your firm does demolition as well?" Jessica rolled her eyes in annoyance. "That was because they have such foul mouths. It was like I was taking photos of her stealing something big." Luke thought for a moment. "Divorce isn't a small matter, right?" Jessica said, "She's going through a divorce anyway. It's just that she might not be able to get the money. What she wants is the money, she's not interested in saving her marriage." Luke had a rough idea of the situation, and wasn't interested in continuing the investigation. He found Jessica even more pleasing to the eye. Naturally, he wouldn't help that sh*TTY couple with such a petty dispute. "Okay, then it's fine. You can leave any time. You can leave after you're done eating." Saying that, he ignored her, and started going through information on his computer. After a brief silence, Jessica stood up and took a step, before she stopped. She then turned around, grabbed the bag of cupcakes from the table, and left quickly. After she disappeared, Selena looked at him teasingly. I don't think this one is easy to flirt with. Luke looked away from the screen and chuckled at her. Could he say that if he hadn't been so determined last time, the woman would have had her way with him? He didn't want to give naive Selena a blow. Just let her enjoy herself. Behind her, John winked at Luke and gestured for them to go to the lounge. Luke got up and took another bag of cupcakes from Gold Nugget under the table. Gold Nugget whined, half-heartedly expressing its dissatisfaction with Luke snatching food from a dog. It then took out the 25th bag of cupcakes from the box next to it and started eating. In any case, they were all common goods to pass the time. The fiend could take them if he wanted. In the lounge, Luke tossed the paper bag over. John, who had already sat down on the couch and was sighing comfortably, caught the bag. He opened it and started eating without hesitation. You need my help with something? Luke said, everybody in the office has some. John's hand paused. Everybody? Luke said, about 150 bags. John was speechless. There were slightly under 180 people in this department, and 2/3 of them at most came to the police department every day. His words were muffled as he chewed the cake. You might as well open a bakery. It's much better than being a detective. Luke looked at him like he was an idiot. John was a classic example of someone who looked rough but had quick wits. His careless actions and appearance couldn't hide his meticulousness as a top detective. One look at Luke's expression and he knew that he had said something wrong. Isn't that the case? Luke said, if you hadn't blown up part of Nakatomi Plaza and caused millions of dollars in damage, I'm sure Takagi would have given you hundreds of thousands of dollars as a personal reward. John snorted. I was too busy killing the guys with the RPGs. Wait, how do you know Takagi would have given me a personal reward? Luke smiled without saying anything. John didn't need him to say anything else. He slapped his head in frustration. Then, did IF** King lose out on hundreds of thousands? Luke chuckled. Look on the bright side. John, huh? Luke said, compared with a reward of hundreds of thousands, the best thing is that you didn't lose millions. It's not like you could have gotten NYPD to settle your debt in Los Angeles. Help pour me a cup of coffee, thanks. John compared earning hundreds of thousands with losing millions in his heart, then decisively gave up on this meaningless regret. He then asked about what happened just now. That girl, are you interested? As he said that, his usual poker face was gone, and he winked in a vulgar manner. Luke found that odd. You've never cared about Bill's personal life. Did you take the wrong medicine today? John smiled and stuck out his lip. How brave of you to be so open in front of Selena. He. Saying this, his expression became even more animated. Luke poured a cup of coffee and put it in front of him. I dare. Do you? John's mouth dropped open. He really wanted to say yes, but when he recalled the past, he realized that he had never done anything like this before. He really had no confidence to brag about something like this. Luke said, I know Jessica from before. I just helped her out a little. Or should I have helped that couple? John compared the two parties in his head and felt that there was nothing wrong with what Luke said. When he had been handling the case earlier, he subconsciously sided with Jessica. A beautiful and quiet young woman always garnered more sympathy than an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. After shooting the breeze for a bit, they went back to work. They only chatted about this small case, but John's heart had indeed been a little gossipy. Looking at Luke and Selena, who were as calm as ever, John could only admire them. Young people nowadays were so bold and wild. Back then. The bald middle-aged man suddenly remembered that he didn't have any romantic history that was worth bragging about. His first girlfriend in high school had dumped him very quickly. Recalling that he had been dumped by his wife recently, he felt even more depressed. Luke, on the other hand, murmured to himself, Jessica didn't seem to be in a good state of mind. Had the previous psychological cue worn off? Mental illness was a complicated and tricky issue. Even with basic psychology, basic hypnosis, elementary mental communication and 40 mental strength, he didn't dare say that he could cure some mental illnesses. But a few days had passed, and the case at the pier in the park was no longer confidential. It wasn't a big deal to simply reveal that Kilgrave was dead. Mental illness wasn't that simple. Even if Jessica knew Kilgrave was dead, she wouldn't be able to go back to normal. But this would probably have a significant impact on her, and it wasn't entirely impossible to alleviate some of her symptoms. In addition, he could consult Dr. Haley on the high schooler Molly, another of Kilgrave's victims. With Kilgrave dead, his final worth had to be squeezed out. Otherwise, how could he make up for all the sins he had committed? Thinking that, Luke took out his phone and contacted Haley. Dr. Haley said that she was free that afternoon, and that he could treat her to lunch. Surprised by the request, Luke couldn't help but ask, "I just introduced you to a client yesterday, and you want me to treat you today?" Stunned for a moment, Haley burst out laughing. "Okay, my treat." After work at noon, when Haley arrived at the restaurant, she was amused to see Luke and Selena already inside. Well, at least she didn't have to worry about Detective Luke having any thoughts about her. She had already guessed this beforehand. "No wonder your wife is so confident in you. You even brought her here to have a meal with a beautiful woman. You're really, as timid as a mouse." While she was looking down with absolute disdain on a certain cowardly mouse, Haley's expression was very normal. After lunch, everybody chatted about business while they enjoyed dessert. "You want to know about that Monroe, right?" Haley said directly, "His condition is very interesting. He's suffering from an unusual case of schizophrenia. I suspect that he..." After talking for a long time, she finally came out of professional mode, only to see the two people opposite her looking bored. Luke sipped his coffee lazily while Selena ate her strawberry sundae. Haley sighed. "You're not here for Monroe." Luke smiled and looked around. He then took out a file from his bag and pushed it over. "I'm more concerned about Molly's condition." Frowning, Haley opened the file and said, "She's in really bad condition. It might take a long time for her to recover, unless she sees Kilgrave die in front of her." "Huh?" Luke shrugged. "There lies the problem. I can clear the way, as long as you're willing to take her to the morgue to see the body. Unfortunately, I can't bring him back to life and make him die again." Haley was lost for words in the face of Luke's offhand demeanor. She read the file carefully, and couldn't help but ask, "Did you kill him?" Luke said, "According to the file, the detective bureau happened to find his body in a case." Seeing the case description, Haley shook her head regretfully. "Really? What a shame." Luke asked, "Is there a problem? Is this bad news for Molly?" "No, it's definitely great news." Haley shook her head decisively. "Of course, if she can see Kilgrave's body with her own eyes, it might help her condition. I'll consider taking her to the morgue as a backup plan." She thought to herself that it was a shame that this strange creature had died just like that. She had planned to study him. Luke nodded. "A week. His body will be in the morgue at the forensics department for a week." Haley said, "The day after tomorrow at most. I'll come up with a plan." "A week is plenty of time." Luke said, "I hope you can keep in touch with me about Molly's treatment. I want to know if this helps." Haley frowned. Why? She didn't like it when other people meddled with her patients, even if Luke was the one who had sent the patient to her. Luke said, "I want to see things through. After all, I was the one who saved Molly, and Richard is a nice guy." Haley didn't think there was anything wrong with that. It was very common for detectives to have a closer relationship with the victims, which was similar to the relationship doctors had with their patients. Luke had Selena, this personal bodyguard, so the chances of him falling for Molly were very low. It was like how people tended to be more concerned about cats or dogs that they had rescued themselves. Thinking that, she said, "Sure, I'll let you know what the results are like." Only after that did Luke turn to Monroe's case. Haley had nothing to hide. Lindsay and her parents have reached an agreement. "She'll find a place to take care of Monroe," said Haley simply. Luke chuckled. "Do you and Lindsay know each other?" After a brief hesitation, Haley shook her head. "Actually, Monroe and Margaret are from the same college. I met him before, which is how I met Lindsay." Luke was stunned. "Huh?" Looking at his expression, Haley finally smiled. "It's rare for you to guess wrong, so don't always act like you know everything, okay?" Luke spread his hands. "Okay. However, is it because you know her that you're willing to help? Don't deny it. You're very professional, but Lindsay isn't as good as you are." Her eyes lit up when she saw you. Haley was silent for a moment, before she nodded helplessly. "She admires Margaret's paintings, and we've interacted a few times. It's not a personal friendship, but it's nice to talk to her. It's just that she doesn't know that I'm a psychiatrist." Luke could only sigh at how easy it was for people in high circles to run into each other. This also proved that poor people didn't think much of psychiatrists. After that, everybody got up and said goodbye. A psychiatrist's time was money, and was as valuable as a lawyer's. A detective's time wasn't as valuable, but the amount of hard work they did put them in the top 3. Nobody wasted any time. On the way out, Selina looked at the red Lamborghini which drove off in the opposite direction. "This doctor. I don't think she's normal. From what she said just now, it seems she feels it's a shame that Kilgrave's dead." Luke said, "Aren't FBI agents who go after serial killers the same? They're just interested in the hunt. Even we feel the same when we run into armed robbers and hooligans." Selina tilted her head. "That's true. I want to shoot any robber holding an AK, and break the legs of hooligans when I see them." Luke smiled but didn't say anything. "Don't you know why you're called the knee breaker in Los Angeles? You don't just stop at 2 legs." They chatted as they drove northeast over the Brooklyn Bridge and then through the Lincoln Tunnel next to their house as they headed to New Jersey. In less than 2 minutes, the car arrived in a neighborhood where a middle-aged man in a suit was waiting for them. When Luke and Selina got out of the car, he immediately focused on them. Luke stepped forward. "Mr. Peter Porter?" The middle-aged man asked, "Detective Luke Carlson. This is, your wife." Luke smiled, but Selina was as calm as ever. "She's my friend. She's worried that I'll be careless, so she came with me to take a look at the house." He was just talking rubbish now. Selina couldn't be bothered with him. She simply took Gold Nugget to check the front and back of the villa. Luke and Peter entered the house. 20 minutes later, they walked out again. Selina and Gold Nugget were already eating tiramisu. When she saw him, she nodded slightly to indicate that the situation outside the villa was exactly as described in the file. Luke said, "I'm buying the house. I'll have my lawyer talk to you later about the contract. Mr. Peter, you can wait for my call." Stunned for a moment, Peter quickly nodded. "No problem. My phone is on 24/7. Luke nodded with a smile and got into the car. Selina said lazily, "If the lawyer handles the paperwork and settles everything today, he'll save on waiting another 14 hours. Luke said, "Someone who wants to quickly sell a house before Christmas must have his own difficulties." Selina thought for a moment. If they weren't in desperate need of money, who would be in a hurry to sell their house at a price 5% lower than the market price? It was very likely that Mr. Peter wouldn't be able to make it past Christmas unless he sold the house. After running into a buyer like Luke who didn't haggle over the price, Mr. Peter would be crazy if he didn't make his phone available 24/7 day to seal the deal. "Come over when you have time and switch out the daily necessities for new ones," Luke said. "Also, are your parents and siblings really not coming for Christmas?" It's a rare opportunity to play with snow, right? Selena said helplessly, Dad is too absorbed with the ranch, and Mom doesn't want to throw the head of the family out of the ranch for Christmas. Now that they finally have their own ranch, they want to spend their first Christmas there. Who cares about snow? They can go to Alaska to play when they get the chance. They'll have so much snow then that they'll puke. Luke was stunned. They don't have to go that far, right? But true, a trip to Alaska isn't a bad idea. Selena said, those are my mom's words, not mine. I think she'll come running back after 3 days. Luke smiled. It's indeed fast by plane. Thinking for a moment, he said, why don't you go home? We won't be doing anything for Christmas. Luke's family would be coming to New York for a winter Christmas this year. Selena could also go back and enjoy a family reunion. She hadn't been back since last Christmas. Pondering for a moment, Selena nodded. Fine. It won't take long by plane anyway. This was the first year that the Hayek family had their own ranch. It had been Mario and Sandra's lifelong dream to own land in America. Of course, they wanted her to go back so that the whole family could be together. As they chatted, Luke glanced northwest. Damon and Mindy lived only 500 meters away, so they could be considered neighbors. In the afternoon, Selena went out with Gold Nugget to buy things for the villa. Luke was working alone at home. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was the unimportant second private line. As usual, the number was unfamiliar, and it was a fixed line. He picked up the call. This is Luke Carlson. What can I do for you? Hello, Mr. Carlson. I'm Jeffrey Soderbergh's butler. Mr. Soderbergh is holding a dinner party tonight and has invited you. I'll send a car to pick you up at 6 in the evening. Please be ready. Luke found this absurd. Not free, not going. Bye. He then hung up. It wasn't that he wasn't polite, but that the other party's manners were even worse. Even when the butler was addressing him respectfully, his tone implied that he was doing Luke a favor. Luke was someone whose every minute was worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Did they really think that he was some rich kid who had nothing better to do but wait every day to attend dinner parties? Luke curled his lip and casually ordered, "Little Snail, add this number to the automatic reply list." "Yes, sir," Little Snail replied right away. In New Jersey, Tommy Hoffman, the butler of the Soderbergh family, was stunned for a moment, before he dialed the number again. "Hello, I can't answer the phone right now. If there's anything, please leave a message after the beep." Tommy almost exploded. "Damn it, I just called you 5 seconds ago, and you can't answer now." Unfortunately, after making a few more calls, all he got was the voice recording. Helplessly, he put down the phone and sighed, and went to inform Mrs. Soderbergh of the bad news. Everything was peaceful after that. New York was especially peaceful that night. There weren't even many gunshots. The next day, Luke and Selena drove out after breakfast. When they arrived at the villa in New Jersey, Dustin called. "Did you piss off the Soderbergh family?" He sounded like he was keeping his voice down. Luke thought for a moment before he said, "Last night, a guy who claimed to be their butler ordered me to attend some dinner party, but I refused. Can this be considered pissing them off?" Dustin was lost for words. If this was considered pissing them off, then this family was too petty. But, he looked at the middle-aged woman in his office and sighed helplessly. "Why don't you come and see what the problem is? It might be related to the case the day before yesterday." Luke smiled. "Boss, you know it definitely isn't related, right?" Dustin said, "Just do me a favor. I have a lot of things to do here, but this Mrs. Soderbergh is sitting in my office and wanted me to call you. I can't just kick her out." Luke found that funny. "You're worried that the Soderberghs will donate too little to NYPD next year, and the director will put the blame on you, right?" Dustin said, "Of course. Rich people are all petty. Well, not you. Luke was very impressed with the way he scolded the rich in front of the rich. Fine, have her make some time for me. It would be best if we met alone. I don't have time for dinner parties or whatever. I'm very busy. Dustin asked, You? Busy? Pondering for 2 seconds, Luke said, busy enjoying the life of a newbie NYPD detective, right? Dustin, I don't care what your life is like, but please send this family away so that it doesn't interfere with mine. I trust you have the ability, Luke. Luke was stunned. What ability is that? Dustin said, Stop pretending, you're good at dealing with rich people, especially women. Shira, Jenny Guinness, and Jennifer Perry all have pretty good relationships with you. Luke, okay. In his heart, however, he despised Dustin for only focusing on the women. Weren't Takagi and Tony Stark even richer? As the saying went, when you had a woman in your heart, everything would be related to them. Dustin and Jennifer must have gotten very close for Dustin to dare bring up this sort of gossip. Silently despising the old man, Luke hung up and then called Mrs. Soderbergh. This was the personal number on the card which Mrs. Soderbergh had given to him the other day, which had been passed along through Dustin. What was even more amazing was that Dustin hadn't gotten one. Aurora Soderbergh had given only Luke this personal card. Even if Dustin could remember the number, it was meaningless. Only the people who got these business cards had the right to call the private numbers of the rich and powerful. If someone else who didn't know the rules took down the number and dialed it, it would only be seen as harassment. Calling a private number like this to get help from the other party was pretty much impossible, and the unsolicited caller would inevitably be blacklisted. That was why Luke couldn't be bothered with the butler. If Aurora really wanted to extend an invitation to him, she could call him herself. Even if she thought it beneath her or was too busy, and so had the butler call Luke, the butler shouldn't have treated Luke like a nobody. Luke didn't know for sure if it was a problem with Aurora or the butler, but he wasn't interested in figuring it out. If a dog bit someone, would they ask the dog for compensation? It was definitely the owner's responsibility. As far as Luke was concerned, Aurora wasn't some amiable, benevolent old lady. Mrs. Soderbergh's arrogance, meanness, and omnipresent sense of superiority were her most distinctive traits. The phone rang more than 10 times before it was picked up. It was Aurora. Who's this? Luke asked. NYPD, Luke Coulson. Mrs. Soderbergh, why are you looking for me? Sitting in Dustin's office, Laura frowned. Luke's tone was indifferent and formal. That was unusual. How many people in New York who knew her identity could speak to her in such a flat tone? She didn't want to waste time on empty talk. They had learned the lesson when the butler had been hung up on last night. If possible, I would like to invite you over to my place. How about we have afternoon tea together today? Luke more or less figured it out. He asked directly, personal matter. After a brief silence, Aurora said, yes, which is why I can't discuss it here in the police department. Luke said, okay, 2 in the afternoon. Aurora, all right. I can send a car to pick you up. Luke interrupted her. Mrs. Soderbergh, I have my own car, and I'm not disabled. I don't need your butler or you to arrange my schedule for me, understand? Stunned for a moment, she frowned and couldn't help but explain herself. All right. I didn't mean to sound like I'm forcing you. Then why are you sitting in my boss's office? Are you trying to hook up with a lonely middle-aged man? Luke said, your butler wasn't as amiable as you are. Just send me the address. Goodbye. Listening to the end tone, Aurora slowly put her phone down, her forehead still furrowed. She turned around and looked at the butler at the door. Mrs. Soderbergh, is this enough? Dustin had a smile on his face, but it was clear that he was trying to chase her away. Frowning even more, Aurora asked, is Luke a newbie you took in? Dustin found that odd, but shook his head. I'm old, I don't have that ability. Aurora had no interest in becoming entangled with someone like Dustin, who was tactful with his retorts. This sort of person was the most troublesome, because they didn't mind dragging things out shamelessly, and it was hard to make them change their minds. "Thank you for your cooperation, Chief Hammer," she said gracefully as she got up and left the office. After Dustin sent her out of the hall, he snorted. "Your husband isn't the mayor, but you sure act like the mayor's wife." After complaining about this troublesome lady, he went back to work. As for why the woman was looking for Luke, he didn't really care. Luke was quite good at dealing with rich people, and a rich detective who didn't have ambitions was practically invincible. In the afternoon, Luke and Selina drove out separately. Selina wasn't interested in dealing with people like Mrs. Soderbergh. Besides, this wasn't a case, and the other party wasn't as rich as she was. It would be a waste of time for her to go, so she might as well go out and buy stuff for the villa. Based on the address he received, Luke found a luxurious manor on the northeast side of New Jersey. After giving his name, he was quickly let in. After parking the car in the garage, a maid took him to the main building. After asking for his preference, the maid served him a cup of green tea and stood in a distant corner like an invisible person. A few minutes later, Mrs. Soderbergh came downstairs. Even at home, this lady was still dressed magnificently, as if she were attending a banquet. Admiration flashed in her eyes when she saw Luke. At her level, handsome men were everywhere. There were a lot of celebrities, male models, and rich family heirs, but not many of them were pleasing to the eye. Luke was different from the handsome guys who made people's hearts pound. The first impression he gave was that he was gentle, while his good looks came second. His temperament was even better than his looks. Tony Stark was known for his looks, but Aurora didn't like him. He was too flamboyant and unsuitable for Lindsay. That was right, Aurora had an eye on Luke not for herself, but for Lindsay. Although this sister-in-law of the New York mayor didn't have much experience in politics, she was very conscientious when it came to matchmaking. All of this was because of her daughter, Lindsay. Ever since she met the homeless swindler named Monroe more than a year ago, there had been a huge falling out within their family. It was as if her daughter, who had always been good and obedient, had become possessed as she became entangled with Monroe. What was even worse was that Lindsay and Monroe had been grouped together by a few of those upper-class ladies who were Aurora's enemies. They mocked her family's poor taste, and mocked her daughter for actually liking an old and ugly man. This greatly agitated Aurora. Although there were a lot of people in America who had messy private lives, Lindsay was different. Aurora had different expectations for her daughter. Those women who relied on bedroom scandals, plastic faces and their bodies to become so-called socialites and upper-class ladies were nothing in Aurora's eyes. Lindsay was capable and strong enough to enter the political and business world and become a key figure in the future. As long as she followed the plan, she would be able to take over the family business at the age of 40. Or she could enter some department and become an important figure like her uncle, Michael Soderbergh, to protect the family business. By the time she was 50 or 60, it wouldn't be impossible for her to become the second female president in American history. That last point was the biggest and most secret dream of Aurora's. She had never mentioned it to anyone. But in America, a woman had to be more cautious than a man if she wanted to enter influential circles. If Lindsay wanted to go far on a steady path, she couldn't leave behind a major stain from her youth. Michelle Jeber, the first female president, was from a minority background, and had a minor disability and cancer. She had also been slandered during her presidential campaign. When she became a mother at a young age, she had even been suspected of being part of a Russian conspiracy, and had been investigated repeatedly. The reason why Aurora and her husband had reacted so strongly to the matter with Monroe was because Lindsay and Monroe hadn't really done anything yet, and there was still a chance that Lindsay could be saved. But after Luke's mediation, both Lindsay and her parents calmed down a little. After the father and daughter had a long talk yesterday, they finally cleared up some misunderstandings. That was what Lindsay thought. On the other hand, Aurora had thought further. She noticed that her daughter, Lindsay, treated Luke more normally. It wasn't out of politeness, but when Luke spoke, Lindsay actually didn't flay him with retorts. Instead, she seriously considered Luke's suggestion before she accepted it and negotiated with her family. For Lindsay, when she was feeling sensitive and tense, this was rare. Aurora also realized that even when the young man hadn't shown them much respect when speaking to them back then, she wasn't disgusted by Luke at all. As a woman with keen senses in this regard, she immediately had a new idea. No matter what, she couldn't accept someone like Monroe, but someone like Luke seemed okay. It wasn't that she wanted her daughter to be close with Luke right now. It was just that it was better for her daughter to come in contact with a normal man like Luke first than with those inexplicable, egoistic artists. She had also checked Luke's record. From the police files, this young man had a net worth of millions at such a young age. He didn't have any stain on his record, he had a good reputation with both men and women, and his work attitude and abilities were outstanding. This was enough. It would only take the Soderberghs 8 to 10 years to groom a person who already had the capability and skills. Of course, Luke was really too young. Aurora had been a little surprised when she read that he was 19 years old. A 19-year-old detective who was worth millions that didn't have anything to do with his family, and who was also even more outrageously capable than her own daughter. After her brief shock, she still decided to go ahead with her plan. After all, detectives could be considered part of the municipal department, and there were plenty of ways to get promoted. It was a much more stable and promising career than being an artist. She wasn't angry at Luke's rejection last night. In fact, she was even more interested. Playing hard to get? That was impossible. It was normal for a capable and rich boy to be arrogant at his age. There were plenty of family heirs that were more arrogant than Luke. In comparison, Luke's attitude wasn't bad at all. So, she went to the police department this morning and started with his boss. After talking to Luke on the phone, she knew that something had definitely gone wrong with the invitation yesterday. Playing dirty tricks behind people's backs was very common among the upper-class ladies in New York. She was all too familiar with it. After calling the butler over and carefully verifying his words, Aurora understood that the butler had done something wrong. The butler probably thought that Luke was a young man who was trying to curry favor with the Soderberghs, so he gave him the usual reward attitude, only to be rebuffed by Luke. In response, Aurora simply fired the butler, who had just been promoted 2 months ago. It was one thing for him to be rude, but for him to brush it off when she was questioning him, this sort of attitude after letting his position get to his head would easily get her family in trouble. After all, he had already left a bad impression on Luke. Luke didn't know what Aurora was thinking. He simply stood up politely and greeted her when she came down, before she had him sit down again. What was odd was that it had only been 2 days since he last saw her, and she seemed very cordial toward him. At that moment, they were only 3 meters apart. Unlike when he could only hear her voice over the phone earlier, Luke could now easily sense with his mental communication that this arrogant and harsh woman, who was well known in New York's upper-class circle, really admired him. He couldn't go ahead with his initial plan to sort this out with a few words. Luke felt even stranger as they chatted. Why did this Aurora sound like she was checking up on his background? Why was she so interested in his education, work history, family background, and what he wanted in a future wife? Luke wasn't interested in discussing his personal matters with this lady. He just laughed and said directly, "Mrs. Soderbergh, did you call me here just to ask these questions?" Aurora chuckled and took a sip of her black tea. "Luke, I just said that you can call me Aurora." Luke said, "Okay, Aurora. Can you answer my question now?" Aurora winked, and the sly expression unexpectedly made her look younger. "If I said that I really did call you here to talk to you about these trivial matters, would you leave right away?" Luke raised an eyebrow and found it funny. Unexpectedly, she was telling the truth. Of course, Aurora had no idea who she was facing. She didn't try to hide her attitude at all. She was in her early 40s, but had never been poor since she was young, and thus had always taken very good care of herself. Her daughter, Lindsay, was pretty even without makeup, and mother and daughter were similar in their looks. Appearance aside, without taking her personality into account, she could completely charm men who didn't mind the age gap. The way she winked just now was even more at odds with her usual arrogance. It was a very casual action, and a lot more likable than how rich ladies acted. Luke smiled. "Aurora, I'm just a minor detective, and I'm very young. I need to work while I'm on the clock. I don't have time for idle conversation in my schedule." The admiration in Aurora's eyes grew. If it had been any other young man, most of them would have come at her invitation, and work wouldn't have mattered at all. But since Luke had made it clear, she couldn't really say that she was inspecting him as her daughter's boyfriend. She coughed and said, "I need to thank you for what happened with Monroe. If you run into any trouble in New York, you can call me." Looking at the suddenly benevolent Aurora, Luke was a little uncomfortable. He felt that it was very bizarre when she was like this. This amiable approach really didn't suit her. Luke could only nod. "Okay. If I need anything, I will. I probably don't have anything I need from you. Go find somewhere else to play," he couldn't help but add inwardly. Aurora said with a smile, "But I have a request." Not wanting to waste time, Luke said, "Go ahead." Aurora said, "If you have time, please give Lindsay some guidance." Looking at Luke's surprised expression, she sighed. "I agree with what you said at the police department the other day. If it's only about the law when it comes to family, then what's the point of family?" That was true. Luke had obtained another result. "You must have heard about our family from your boss and colleagues in the police department. However, just ask around the department about our family 2 years ago, and you'll know that we had no choice," Aurora said with a self-deprecating smile. She paused for a moment, her mood dropping a little. "Our daughter has grown up and has her own way of thinking after college. She always thinks that everything we say is wrong and that we're interfering with her freedom. It's just that we don't want her to fall into the mud. Even if she can climb out of it, people will mock her sooner or later for not being clean." Luke understood what she meant. Monroe was Lindsay's mud, or more precisely, a scandal. Aurora looked at him and said, "There are a lot of boys around Lindsay. In college, some were rich, some not. Some had power, some didn't. Did we interfere? No. Except for this Monroe, we've never interfered with her freedom to make friends." Luke listened quietly. Aurora was still telling the truth. She said with a bitter smile, "But who is this Monroe guy? All up, he's taken more than $100,000 from Lindsay, which made me suspicious. After a simple investigation, I found out that he's promiscuous and addicted to drugs, not weed, but drugs. Do you think I can keep calm and let my daughter interact with a man like that and give him money to buy drugs?" Luke couldn't argue with that. If this happened with Claire, he would think about making the man disappear off the face of the earth. Once you got involved in gambling and drugs, you basically lost your bottom line. When addiction kicked in, a person wouldn't care about their family. Nobody wanted their family to be mixed up with such a person. Aurora said, "Our relationship with her is very fragile right now. Jeffrey told me not to do anything for the time being, but how can I not? She's my daughter. I've always cherished her, from when she was young to now. So, I can only ask you to help me." Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "Aurora, I'm a young man and also an outsider. There's nothing I can do about it." But Aurora said, "I know, but you're at least a normal person. No, you're an excellent kid. You did well in high school, you work hard, and have a good reputation." She then noticed Luke's strange expression. After a brief pause, Aurora apologized with a bitter smile. "I'm sorry, Luke. You know that we were paranoid about what happened with Monroe, so I ran a basic check on you, but it was limited to your background in the police department. I don't mean to pry into your privacy. Luke believed that. If she had investigated him in detail, they might not be having this conversation. Compared with an artist addicted to drugs, a young man who had taken down hundreds of armed villains in over a year probably wouldn't be considered normal. After all, NYPD wasn't LAPD, and wouldn't record his past achievements in detail. Dustin had made the information confidential. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see details of his past achievements unless they had a high level of authorization from LAPD. But Luke's expression remained solemn. I can understand how you feel, Aurora, but that doesn't mean that I can accept being investigated at will. Aurora looked a little embarrassed. She had blurted out everything that she shouldn't have. She didn't know why, but the longer she talked to this young man, the more she liked him, and the less guarded she was. She raised her hand. Okay, I promise I won't do it again. Please forgive me for being hasty this time. Luke seemed to be pondering something. After a long while, he nodded slowly. Okay. Actually, it didn't matter what she was able to find out. What he really needed to hide had never had to do with his identity as a detective. Aurora was relieved, but Luke said solemnly, I can understand your worries, but I can't agree to your request. Looking at her expression, he continued, Lindsay and I are strangers who have only met once. If there's a chance, I'll talk to your daughter, but I can't guarantee when it will be or that our conversation will have any effect. Aurora said, it's fine just to keep this in mind. Just consider it a private request from a mother. Luke said helplessly, Aurora, from what you said just now, I have a rough idea of how much boys like Lindsay. If I run over to talk to her, will she think I'm just interested in a chat? Then just be friends. The moment she said that, she noticed Luke's strange expression, and subconsciously covered her mouth. Pretend I didn't say anything. Luke was amused. Why was Aurora, who looked like a rich lady at first, acting a little like a kid now? Though she wasn't that old. Luke sighed. Aurora, I'm just a detective, I'm not a teacher or a psychiatrist. I'm not good at counseling, but I'm very good at shooting. Aurora was confused. Huh? Luke said, so, I've killed a lot of armed criminals myself. This is probably very different from what you were thinking. Stunned for a moment, Aurora didn't know how to respond. Luke said, I'll help if I have the chance, but don't get your hopes up. Also, I've only met Lindsay once. This case might be our only connection, so don't investigate me anymore, okay? Stunned for a long while, Aurora suddenly asked suspiciously, are you afraid that I'll investigate you? Yes, Luke admitted frankly. If I told you that I wanted to make friends with Lindsay, so I had people investigate everything about the Soderberghs, including any suspicious things about your past, would you accept it? Aurora opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. If Luke and Lindsay really became good friends, she would investigate him thoroughly, even if she had just promised Luke that she wouldn't continue doing so. It was natural for a mother to go back on her word for her daughter. She had no choice. But Luke investigating her family like that? She really couldn't stand it. In this world, who didn't have private things they didn't want others to know? Luke knew what she was thinking, even if she didn't say it out loud. He simply stood up and said, okay, that's it. I still have work to do, so I won't bother you. Goodbye, Mrs. Soderbergh. He used the polite and distant address again. Aurora knew what he meant. He didn't want to have anything to do with her family, or rather, didn't want any trouble with them. Aurora understood that Luke was clearly saying that he didn't want to get too involved in this matter. She stood up helplessly. Wait, I didn't. She couldn't help but be stumped. Luke's words were so direct that she was a little stunned. Lie. She felt that she couldn't lie now, and lying wouldn't change the young man's mind. Luke nodded politely. You're not in the best frame of mind. You should rest more. You don't have to see me off. I'll see myself out. Saying that, he waved at the maid who was standing far away. Please take me to the garage. The maid looked at her mistress and saw that she had no intention of objecting, so she immediately said respectfully, "Please follow me." There weren't many young men who could cause this woman to act amiably, so he was definitely a unique person. Driving out, Luke looked at the manor in the rearview mirror and shook his head. Every family had its own difficulties. Having money didn't mean there weren't any problems. Family, love, and friendship weren't things that could be solved with money alone. In fact, money could have a negative impact. Thanks to his experiences in his previous life, Luke had spent 30 years becoming a middle-aged Buddha. Other than family, he didn't value much else. That was because family was nurtured over decades. As long as one wasn't an orphan, it was hard to ignore family. Everything else was a choice. If he couldn't find a woman he liked, then he didn't want love. If he couldn't find a friend to take photos with, then he didn't need friendship. Money made life easier, and having a lot of money only made his life even easier. Now that he was a billionaire, he could do whatever he wanted. That was because he already knew from his previous life what money meant to him. Money was a way for him to live freely. Money could change the amount of freedom he had in life, but he couldn't lose himself in it and forget himself. Now that he had money, it was only for further protecting his family. It wasn't for showing off or hooking up with girls. In any case, he could make a living with his face now. Money was just a means, not his master. Thinking about Aurora's request, he casually asked Little Snail to look up some information. At the same time, he called Connie. The Soderbergh family drama was something that had started before they joined the department. It was hard for Elsa and Elizabeth to find out anything from too far back, so it was better to talk to an old-timer like Connie. After talking for a while, he hung up. Connie didn't look up the information at all, and didn't even need to think much about it when she gave him the start of the family drama, which was last fall. The information which Little Snail had found also came out. The earliest record of the Soderbergh family's dispute with Monroe was last November. The time frames matched what Aurora had just said. Last fall, they had intervened in the matter between Lindsay and Monroe. After a while, they couldn't take it anymore, and went to the police department. Over the past year, the two parties had dragged the police department in more and more, and the conflict had escalated. Before this, the Soderberghs indeed didn't have the nickname, Troublemaker, and were even NYPD's favorite donor. Alright, they probably still were. It was nothing for the officers and detectives on the bottom rung to be picked on. If it got too big, Dustin would come in as the police supervisor to clean things up. The police took paychecks, and getting shot in their line of work was to be expected. Taking the brunt of the anger was a minor thing. Luke drove to a villa in New Jersey. After he got out of the car, he took out a bunch of bibs and bobs and tools, and changed the door locks himself, without looking for a locksmith. It had been snowing on and off recently, and it was also Christmas Eve. Money wasn't the issue if he called in a locksmith, but the problem was that they might be in a poor mood and slow, and Luke would have to wait at the villa for them. If he had the time to wait for the locksmith, he might as well buy new locks and change them himself. It only took him 5 minutes. After changing the lock on the front door and the electronic lock on the garage, he checked the house again. The broken windows, the leaking pipes, and the water leak in the attic had all been taken care of. When Selena returned with a car full of stuff, Luke went to meet her, and they carried the stuff inside. Gold Nugget lay lazily in the new kennel on the porch and looked at the snow. The house had to be cleaned up, and it wasn't convenient for it to help out here, so it had been chased out. However, it had a tablet in front of it and snacks next to it. It could watch TV shows while the fiend worked. This treatment couldn't be any better. As Selena sorted out the items, she asked, "Did Aurora piss you off again?" Luke threw the various unwanted junk into a big cardboard box. "No. You don't look very happy," she said. As Luke continued to throw things in, he told her about the Soderbergh family and the conflict with Monroe. Selena moved a table lamp around the living room and tried to find the best place for it. Hearing you say that, I get it now. If it were my father, he would probably go after that person with a gun. Luke smiled. Would you keep in touch with a drug addict despite Mario and Sandra's objections, and give him so much money? Selena snorted. If I gave that person $5,000, they'd probably beat me up and call me stupid. Luke asked, are you sure? Selena said, in my father's words, kids have to be taught a good lesson when they go astray. I took a beating when I was young. Luke was curious. How? Selena glared at him angrily. I was too young so I don't remember, but when I was 5, I took money from my dad's wallet to buy a cowboy hat. He gave me a thrashing when I got back. Luke found that odd. I've never heard Sandra mention this before. When he went to her place for dinner, Sandra would often tell embarrassing stories about Selena's childhood. Selena chuckled. Because I bought the hat for Dad. Strictly speaking, I didn't steal any money. I just bought him a birthday present with his money. Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then didn't you suffer for nothing? Selena finally put the vase down and nodded in satisfaction. Not really. Since then, my father never touched me again. We talk it out instead. A blessing in disguise, Luke concluded simply. They chatted as they cleaned up the villa. Luke could have gotten a housekeeping service to do it, but he felt more comfortable doing it himself. He was a man who was slightly obsessed with cleanliness and a little OCD. He had never used a housekeeping service at all. His family would be living here in the next few days, and he didn't want anyone else touching places like the bedroom. Suddenly, his ears twitched. Putting down the cabinet he was holding, he went outside and looked at Gold Nugget's kennel on the side. A little girl was squatting in front of Gold Nugget with pleasant surprise on her face. Hey, golden puppy, give me a smile. Gold Nugget couldn't be bothered with this sort of low-level coaxing. It continued eating its snacks unhurriedly. Of course, it didn't hate the little girl in front of it. At the very least, she hadn't come barreling over to pull its fur. The little girl leaned forward and slowly stretched out her hand. Be good. Let me touch you. Just once. Gold Nugget was unmoved. As it ate its cake, it watched a TV show on a tablet. It could tell that the little girl's hands were clean, unlike some brats who would touch it with greasy and muddy hands. If Gold Nugget got dirty, Selena would nag at it while she helped bathe it. It was very annoying. The little girl finally touched it. The big golden retriever just looked at her indifferently before it continued looking at the phone. She was overjoyed. This was the big golden retriever she dreamed of, genuine, open, tolerant and elegant, like an elder. But this golden retriever liked to watch TV dramas. This wasn't strange. There were dogs who liked to watch football games. She couldn't help but want to touch the dog's head. It was huge and furry. It would definitely feel nice to touch. In the end, a pair of black dog eyes glared at her, and it sneezed in dissatisfaction, before it moved its head away. The little girl chuckled and continued trying. She could sense that the big golden retriever wasn't angry, but just a little unwilling to let her touch its head. Then, she had to touch it. It's watching a TV show. You'll disturb it if you touch its face, someone said not far away. The girl tilted her head and saw a young and handsome man waving at her with a smile. Hi, Mindy. Long time no see. Where's your dad? Mindy was blank for a moment, as if trying to recall something. Suddenly, she was shocked, and she pointed at him. Are you that big, warm blonde from the plane? The corner of Luke's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Since when was he like a golden retriever? Women, even minors, indeed had very strange logic. I'm Luke. He could only give his name. After all, he had only met her once with this identity. Even if Mindy had a deep impression of him, she might not be able to recall his name. Mindy blinked. Oh, nice to see you again, Luke. She wasn't too sorry for her slip of the tongue, since a big, warm blonde was how she had labeled Luke in her heart. Although she had complained about this guy at the time, his gentle temperament had left a vivid impression on her after the incident. "Is this your dog?" Mindy immediately asked. It was quite suitable for a big, warm blonde to raise a golden retriever. Luke chuckled. "Sort of, but it's very old. You can't go crazy with it." Mindy said, "Can't I touch it?" She looked disappointed. Luke said, "Touch the back of its head. Just don't block it from watching TV." Mindy immediately touched the back of Gold Nugget's head. She couldn't touch its face, but the back of the dog's head was fine. Gold Nugget couldn't be bothered to resist. It didn't have any objections to this level of petting. Dollar even liked it when people touched it like this, so it let the little hand do whatever it wanted. "What's its name?" Mindy asked as she looked at the cute golden retriever. "Gold Nugget and Dollar are both its names," said Luke. Mindy found that odd. "Two names?" Luke shrugged. "Your dad calls you Mindy, but also calls you darling or sweetheart, right?" Mindy said, "But there's only one name." Luke asked, "Can dogs differentiate between names and nicknames?" Mindy paused and thought for a moment, before she shook her head helplessly. "Probably not." Gold Nugget glanced at her again. Foolish little girl, tricked by the fiend again. Sure enough, she was all breasts and she was no breasts and no brain. "Where's your dad?" Luke asked as he looked around. Mindy said, "He's out doing some sketching. I'm going to the supermarket to buy something for lunch." Luke asked, "You make lunch?" Mindy sighed and said, "Like a little adult, a man can live until he's 60 and still be a child." Luke was speechless. He couldn't refute this principle. Selena walked out at that moment. "Luke, this is..." Luke said, "Mindy McCready. The first time I came to New York, we ran into hijackers. She, her father and I subdued the hijackers." Selena instantly looked at Mindy. She had heard Luke mention the father and daughter before. Sure enough, the little girl was very beautiful and cute. That was perfectly normal. Luke had always been someone who looked at appearances. Few people who were close to him were ugly, especially the women. "Are you Luke's girlfriend?" Mindy asked curiously. Selena smiled. "We're good friends." Mindy blinked again and stopped asking. She wasn't an ordinary 12-year-old girl. She knew all the basic etiquette, though she didn't usually use it. Luke thought for a moment before he suddenly said, "I haven't seen your father since last time. Can we drop by for a visit today?" Stumped, Mindy thought for a moment. "I'll ask Dad. I don't know when he'll be back." She ran to the side and took out her phone to make a call. Looking at the pink titanium phone, Selena smiled at Luke. "This phone cover is quite unique." Luke gave her a knowing look. Selena didn't say anything else. This colorful phone cover hadn't been released yet. It would only be next year at the very least that titanium phones would launch these sorts of accessories after other low to mid-range products appeared. By releasing them every once in a while, titanium phones would come across as more novel compared with other phones. This way, the titanium phone would maintain its top brand status for a long time, and would earn even more money. It was the classic example of a small investment generating large profits at no cost. The reason Mindy was able to enjoy this treatment so early was clearly because of Luke's persona. Selena knew that, but she wasn't jealous. Her phone was one of a kind, personally custom-made by Luke, and the phone cover was much more exquisite. She couldn't help but observe the little girl carefully. Someone who could make Luke show favoritism, even if she was a little girl, couldn't be ordinary. She had a petite oval face, and her eyes weren't particularly big, but they were narrow and slanted, like those of a fox. She had a high nose bridge and thin lips. Coupled with her bright chestnut-colored eyes, she was clearly a bright girl. She was wearing a pink Peppa hat and pink woolen mittens, and had the air of a little adult. She was indeed extraordinary. Selina wouldn't think that Luke had taken a fancy to Mindy. While Luke looked like someone who didn't care much for rules on the outside, he had a bottom line. As far as Selina knew, there had been more than one or two 16-year-old girls who had given Luke their phone numbers. He had casually thrown these away, and never crossed the line. Also, she knew that this guy actually preferred more mature women, particularly those with more outstanding feminine traits. Mindy, who was short and had a flat chest, had to wait until she was at least 18, and for her figure to develop. Just appearance alone wasn't enough for a certain someone who was fussy about aesthetics. Mindy wasn't on the phone for long before she hung up. "Dad's happy to have you over, but we don't have any ingredients at home. I need to buy some first." Luke looked around. "You're not walking, are you?" Mindy said, "There's a Chinese supermarket 200 meters away. It's very close." Luke shook his head with a smile. "Let's go. We should also bring some gifts with us." A moment later, they went to the supermarket together. 20 minutes later, everybody returned to Mindy's house. Taking out a bunch of things from the car, Mindy took a big paper bag from Luke and struggled to pull out a pink beanie from between the celery and the carrots. "Hey, what guest brings ingredients as gifts when they're visiting?" Luke spread his hands and picked up 4 bags of ingredients from the back seat. "Then what gifts do other people give you?" Thinking for a moment, Mindy had nothing to say. In all these years, it seemed that the only friend she and her father had who had ever brought a gift on a visit, was V. But could she talk about V's gift? No. So, she couldn't retort, and could only mumble as she walked, "But I don't know how to make these dishes. I only know how to make sandwiches, salad, and fried egg." She reached the door and scanned her fingerprint before saying, "Open sesame." Luke chuckled. "Wow, high-tech. It's voice-activated." Mindy asked, "Isn't that common?" Luke said, "There probably isn't anyone around my place who uses voice activation. It's too expensive." Mindy said, "You make it sound like you live in the slums." Luke said, "They really don't have much money." After they entered, the door automatically closed. Following Mindy, the 3 of them entered the kitchen and put the bags of ingredients on the counter. Mindy went to the fridge and opened it. "What do you want?" "Coke, juice, milk." Seeing the familiar packaging in the fridge, Selina decisively said, "We want Dr. Pepper." Mindy looked at Luke. Seeing that he didn't object, she took out 3 cans from the fridge and came back. As she gave them the drinks, she looked at the bags of ingredients and said worriedly, "Your gifts are too much. I don't think my father knows how to use most of them." Luke smiled. "I do." Mindy's eyes widened. "You?" She couldn't help but look at Selina again. Selina said calmly, "I only know how to eat. I can't cook." Mindy only thought for 2 seconds before she decisively bowed to the big shot. "Then I'll leave it to you." "Thank you. I'm going to go and watch cartoons first. Can I get Gold Nugget to come with me?" Luke said, "You can ask it for its opinion." Gold Nugget's interest in cartoons was second only to TV shows, so it probably wouldn't refuse. Mindy nodded happily. "That's great. Thank you, Luke." She bolted out of the kitchen like a colt and didn't forget to call out, Gold Nugget, come and watch cartoons. Sit here." Gold Nugget glanced at Selina, who wasn't far away. Seeing Selina nod slightly, Gold Nugget lay down next to the little girl to watch cartoons. The sound from the TV in the living room rang out, and Luke heard a familiar opening track. He shrugged. "The Simpsons. I haven't seen that in a long time." Selina waved at him, as if to say, "Take your time," and then slipped out to watch TV. She was also a fan of cartoons, and wouldn't miss The Simpsons. She didn't mind watching repeats. After everybody ran off, Luke got to work. Picking up a few knives in the kitchen, he shook his head. Only one kitchen knife was regularly used, while the rest of the knives were almost new. But that was a J.A. Henkel set, and the high-end Zwilling Pro line to boot, which was worth more than $1,000. If Luke wasn't a chef and didn't like cooking, this kitchen knife would be proof of his wealth. This sort of kitchen knife, which was pretty much an ornament, amply demonstrated how rich its owner was. Luke gave up on the regularly used kitchen knife and switched to a barely used Santoka knife. This kind of knife was similar to a chef's knife. As long as a person had good technique, it could be used for most things. With Luke's skills, using this knife was no different from using a chef's knife. First, he marinated the tenderloin with char siu sauce, then washed the celery, carrots, tomatoes, and onions before he cut them up. He then cleaned the brisket, steak, and pork. Less than 10 minutes later, a small head appeared at the kitchen door to observe his progress. Without turning around, Luke asked, "Hungry?" Mindy was curious. "You didn't go to culinary school, did you?" Luke chuckled. "In any case, I've never been to New Oriental Culinary School." Mindy asked, "Where?" Luke said, "The legendary Holy Land of Chefs. As long as you study there, you'll have the kind of cooking skills that will make women cry to marry you." Mindy wouldn't believe him. "I would believe you if you said it was a pharmaceutical business. I've never seen anyone cry while eating." Luke shrugged. "Just think of it as an ad." Mindy immediately got it. "It's a good cooking school, then?" Luke said, "Yes, more or less." After saying that, he finally turned around. "You're hungry." This time, it was a statement. That was because the little girl's stomach was clearly growling, and she was swallowing her saliva. Mindy finally felt a little embarrassed. "Well, Dad left early in the morning to sketch, and I woke up late. I thought I might as well buy some groceries and have lunch." Luke wasn't surprised. When Mindy gave them drinks earlier, there wasn't anything in the fridge at all, no bread, milk, vegetables, meat, or eggs. It was like the fridge of a bachelor, and one who had anorexia. He stopped what he was doing for the time being and took out ingredients from a paper bag on the side. After cutting them up, he fried an egg in a frying pan and spread the vegetables and tomato on top. "There's no pickles. That's all I can do." He put the simple ham and egg sandwich on the table. "I don't need to make you milk and cereal, do I?" Mindy stared at him blankly. "You're so good at this. Are you actually a chef?" There was a clear difference in the actions of a person who had been cooking for a long time and a person who rarely cooked. Mindy could be considered an old hand with a blade, and the smooth and skillful way in which Luke used the kitchen knife was especially clear. It was as if he was just playing with a butterfly knife. He was definitely a professional. Luke went back to making lunch. "I should be good enough to open a mid-tier restaurant, the kind that costs about $100 per person." Mindy walked in, but didn't pour herself any milk. She took a bite of the sandwich and said, "It tastes better than what I make." "Why is that?" Pondering for 2 seconds, Luke said, "Something you don't have to make yourself always tastes sweeter." "So, it's probably because of laziness." Mindy said, "Thanks." The person who takes has nothing to say. Mindy keenly experienced this saying for herself. For the sake of her stomach, she chose to accept the blame for being lazy. It was 12:05 p.m. when Damon finally returned home with a drawing board and carrying a few big and flat cardboard boxes. This was the common lead character of American fast food takeaway, pizza. But as soon as he opened the door, he smelled the faint and unfamiliar scent of food in the air. He couldn't help but be stunned. A hot Latin American beauty who was sitting on the couch in the living room turned around. Seeing him, she smiled naturally and waved at him. "Hello, Mr. McCready. I'm Selena, Luke's friend." Relieved, Damon scanned the living room. Selena seemed to know what he was thinking. Mindy is in the kitchen. She's probably tasting the dishes. Of course, Luke had heard the conversation from the kitchen. He patted the little girl's head and said, "Your dad is back. Tell him to clean up before lunch." Mindy nodded and ran out. "Dad, you're back. Go wash your hands. Lunch is ready. We were just waiting for you." Damon, huh? 5 minutes later, the four of them sat down at the dining table. Damon stared blankly at the dishes on the table. Luke said with a smile, "Mindy said that she hadn't had breakfast yet and was on her way out to buy groceries, so I took the liberty of dropping by. I just cooked something simple, and the taste is a so-so. Don't get your hopes up." There was steak, char siu, tomato beef brisket, and a huge stew of celery, carrots, onions, and pork. Apart from the steak which Damon was familiar with, everything else, be it the red and sweet char siu, the red and sour tomato beef brisket, or the green, white and red vegetable stew, made one drool. Selena, on the other hand, consoled herself inwardly. Forget it. Since Luke was the one who made it, then this meal was just barely edible. For her taste buds, which were quickly developing an intuition of their own, the shortcomings of these dishes were very obvious. There hadn't been enough time to marinate the char siu, so there wasn't enough taste inside the meat. The tomato beef brisket hadn't been stewed long enough, so the beef wasn't soft enough. The pork in the vegetable stew was of average quality, which pulled down the freshness of the entire dish. But there wasn't any problem with Luke's cooking itself. It was purely because he didn't have enough time. The father and daughter couldn't tell, in any case. Compared with the father and daughter, who subconsciously sped up after a few mouthfuls, Selena ate like a normal person today, and involuntarily felt more superior. It was as if they hadn't eaten this kind of inferior food for several lifetimes. How pitiful. The foodie mocked the father and daughter in her heart, completely forgetting how she had eaten such lazy food with gusto at the very beginning. Soon, all the dishes on the table were empty, and the pizza which Damon had bought back was long forgotten in the living room. Mindy stayed in the dining room to clean up the tableware. Damon and Luke sat in the living room and chatted over coffee. They engaged in idle talk. "How are you doing?" "Very good." "How am I doing?" Before Luke changed the topic. "Damon, this might be a little rude, but I don't think it's a good idea to leave Mindy alone at home, or even let her go out to buy lunch ingredients," said Luke. Luke's words were rather presumptuous, but since he and Damon were comrades who had gone through a fight together, it wasn't strange for him to say that. Damon opened his mouth, but couldn't think of a reply. Could he say that Mindy was very mature for her age and no one could rob her, which was why he could leave her home alone without worry? Luke said, "Also, it's not the holidays yet. Watching cartoons at home on her own isn't good for a kid's development." Damon was rendered speechless. Luke said, "I'm just reminding you that Mindy is still a kid. Don't overlook her." Damon could only nod. Luke changed the topic. "I heard that you've been sketching recently. Do you want to be an artist, or have you always been one?" Damon smiled wryly. "I'm planning to, a little. Maybe I'll become a cartoonist in the future, nothing as grand as an artist." Luke didn't think much of it. "It's good too if you don't want to be an artist. I had a case a few days ago that had to do with an artist. It was a good thing I was there. I sent him to a psychiatrist right away, otherwise he would have been sent to prison." Damon was lost for words. "You can still talk about it so cheerfully. What kind of conversation is this?" After stabbing Damon in the heart, Luke finally talked to him about drawing comics. Damon hadn't officially started his comic series yet, because he hadn't come up with a reasonable concept for the protagonist. Luke chuckled. "Just draw Batman." Damon was stunned. "But I don't have the copyright." Luke looked at him strangely. "Do you think Batman will come asking you for a copyright fee?" That is, as long as you're not planning to disparage him. Damon shook his head. Doing it without copyright would be theft. I can't use Batman's fame to make a profit. Luke thought for a moment, then replied, then you can publish a notice in the newspaper and ask him if he would be willing to let you use him to create a comic. Damon was stunned. Can that be done? Luke said, did Batman ever say that it can't? Damon said, he really didn't. Luke said, then it's settled. See how he reacts first. What if you succeed? Damon's expression changed. As an experienced detective, Luke wasn't stupid. He had seen everything of the dark side of the world. Luke was taking advantage of an opportunity here. Batman had helped hundreds of people and had never asked for a reward, nor asked for an appearance fee when he went on TV. Would this superhero, who was so full of justice that he was practically a saint, come out to ask a cartoonist for a copyright fee? At most, he would beat up any cartoonist who simply drew dirty comics of him. Alright, that was unlikely. Among some of the pictures which Mindy had found online, a huge amount were of a gay Batman and some Bat/Iron CP, which were pretty popular. These cartoonists had never heard of anyone getting beaten up by Batman for it. Clearly, Batman didn't care about these fan hobbies at all. Looking at Damon's hesitation, Luke said with a smile, if you really make money, then give a little more to charity. Batman should be very happy for you to contribute to charity, right? Stunned for a moment, Damon slapped his forehead. That's right. I can donate, and it'll be fine. He was using the title of a cartoonist just to make his daily life a little easier in the future. He wouldn't be relying on it for his livelihood. There was no sense in feeling conflicted over this. As they chatted, Luke mentioned his new job. Damon and Mindy were both surprised when they heard that Luke had been transferred to NYPD HQ. During the hijacking, the three of them had worked together to take down 5 robbers, and they all knew that the other party wasn't simple. So, the father and daughter were mostly surprised at how sudden this job hop was, and not that he could join NYPD. Luke also casually talked about law and order in New York recently, and told them a little about the aftermath of the D'Amico case. He then talked about the stories that had been going around, and described the bounties on the masked heroes and the large number of assassins in New York. Damon and Mindy naturally knew about this. They had a lot of information sources, but nothing like Luke's precise details. In the end, Luke said with certainty, New York hasn't been very peaceful recently. If anyone wants to cause trouble, they might run into some powerful characters. As far as we know, many gang members have even left New York and gone into hiding. Damon and Mindy looked at each other and rejoiced inwardly that they had been too busy adapting to their daily life recently to go out. In the last few days, Damon had forked out $100,000 as a contribution and $20,000 in tuition fees to secure Mindy's enrollment. After Christmas, Mindy would become a glorious middle schooler, and Damon would become a cartoonist. It was only after everything was arranged that he was able to find time to sketch leisurely. Mindy, on the other hand, watched TV and read at home as she adjusted her biological clock. She basically couldn't stay up all night anymore after she started school. She had to adapt in advance. Both father and daughter, who were adapting to their new life, hadn't paid much attention to the recent rumors in New York's underworld. Now that Luke was giving them this inside information from the police department, they had a clearer understanding of the situation. Damon, who had gotten his revenge, could only mumble to himself, I'm old. The world has changed too quickly. I should just stay low and be a cartoonist. After chatting for almost an hour, Luke and Selena got up and said goodbye. They exchanged phone numbers, and Luke gave them his address in the Clinton area so that they could keep in touch. Unlike during the hijacking, when both father and daughter had still been obsessed with revenge, they were very willing to become friends with Luke now that they were back to living a normal life. Both father and daughter liked Luke and Selena, and Mindy loved Gold Nugget even more. Gold Nugget didn't have an opinion either way of this little girl. It wasn't like it hadn't been around kids before. There were 5 kids in total in Selena and Luke's families. Compared with younger kids who didn't know how to control their strength, Mindy knew better. Most of the time, she just liked to stroke the furry dog head and look at its honest face. After Luke and Selena left, Damon closed the door. Mindy pondered for a moment. "Dad, can I play with them when I'm free?" Damon thought for a moment, then shook his head. "They're detectives. They don't even have regular holidays, and it's normal for them to be busy all the time. You can go over to play once in a while, but all the time." Mindy put up her fingers in a pledge. "I promise I won't disturb them." Damon rubbed her head. "Don't get your hopes up. When I was a police officer and did manage to come home, all I did was sleep. It's easy to say you won't disturb them, but easier said than done." That was all he said. His daughter was very sensible. As long as she understood Luke and Selena's situation, she wouldn't be rash. Besides, she had to go to school after Christmas. At that time, she wouldn't have the time to bother them. Damon didn't really care. He was already past the age of calling up friends, and he had been immersed in drawing recently. If it wasn't because he and Luke had fought together during the hijacking, he wouldn't get too close to the young man. Back at home, Selena sat by the window and looked in the direction of New Jersey. Luke poured 2 cups of hot chocolate and gave one to her. "Are you still thinking about the 2 of them?" Selena took a sip, and the feeling of not being full was finally gone. "Seeing them start a new life, it seems pretty good." Luke said, "It's a personal choice. Look at Dustin. Isn't he still working hard in his 40s? Selena was lost for words. "It's all about personal choice." Luke sat down and looked at the Hudson River and New Jersey. Damon might not have been able to adapt to this life so quickly if he didn't have drawing to focus on. But Mindy. He shook his head. Selena sighed. "That girl is." She paused. She wanted to say ruined or twisted, but that didn't seem right. Luke said, "You don't have to watch your words when we're talking. Damon trained a violent little girl into someone who isn't bound by the rules of ordinary people. It's not something to be happy about. Thankfully, he used to be a good police officer. There's no problem with Mindy's understanding of good and bad, it's just that Damon went overboard." Selena looked at him and asked, "What are your plans for her?" Luke shook his head. "I'm just on the sidelines. At most, I'll give guidance when it's necessary. Even if she chooses to be an ordinary person when she grows up, that's still good." Selena found that odd. "Have you never thought of grooming her into becoming someone who can help us? She's not very strong right now, but as long as she has the right equipment, most superhumans won't be her match. I chose this path myself." Luke turned around and looked at her. "You chose to come with me. So, I won't help her make a choice. It's still better for everyone to have control of their own path in life." After a brief silence, he continued, "She'll only come into contact with V, and I won't let her know my real identity. That way, she can quit anytime." Selena stared at him. "So, I can't quit?" Luke smiled. "No, you can quit too. Maybe you can go back and be a ranch owner or something, and raise livestock." Selena frowned. "Huh?" Luke patted her head. "Because I don't mind if you know." Selena gave an "oh" and quieted down. She picked up the hot chocolate and sipped it slowly, before she looked out the window at the falling snow. Luke didn't say anything else. He sat next to her and watched the snowflakes dance in the sky. After 2 peaceful days, Haley called at noon. "I'm almost done with work. I'll take Molly to view Kilgrave's body today," she said on the other end of the phone. "Okay. Meet outside the forensic center at 2 in the afternoon." Luke agreed without any hesitation. "Sure." Haley also didn't mince words. At 2 in the afternoon, Luke and Selena waited for Haley and Molly's family outside the forensic center. When he saw Luke again, Molly's father, Richard, was even more grateful. He immediately took Luke's hand and thanked him profusely, the sly air of a businessman nowhere to be seen. He might be rich, but his home ground was Boston. In New York, the people he knew at most were chefs. It wasn't easy for someone like him to directly contact NYPD for access to the morgue. Also, he would definitely have to owe someone a favor for something like that. Luke, on the other hand, had offered to help without asking for anything in return. Apart from feeling extremely glad that he had met the sort of good police officer that could only be found in the movies, he could only thank him. Molly's mother had been standing next to Molly the entire time. She didn't step forward, but she still looked very grateful. Luke and Selena didn't think much of it. They had been working cases for a long time, and many of the victims' families were grateful to them when they caught the murderer. The reaction from Molly's family could only be considered normal. Luke didn't waste any time. He simply said, "I made an appointment with the medical examiner. We should go in quickly. She doesn't have a good temper or patience." Haley quickly added, "That's right. They have a constant backlog. It's best to do it earlier so that we have more time." A moment later, Luke said to the medical examiner with a smile, "Thanks, Lainey." Lainey waved her hand casually. "It's fine. I have reports to fill out. You know the rules. Call me when you're done." She then turned around and left. Luke nodded and watched her leave. Lainey was Beckett's contact. Although John and the others could also find someone to help Luke, he was too lazy to use these more personal and effective connections to deal with this sort of thing. Beckett had just said that he could look for her if he needed anything, and he had done so without any hesitation. When it came to favors, one had to be in constant contact with the other party. The more times they owed each other, the more trust there would be. For now, he could collect favors without needing to squeeze out too much, and he just used them whenever he needed to. He was too new at NYPD, and nobody would dare ask him to do anything that was against the rules for the time being. Luke waved at Haley, who was at the door, and she brought Molly over. Molly's parents were left outside the door. It wasn't appropriate for them to enter the morgue, nor to be present during Haley's treatment. Only Luke, Haley, and Molly were left in the morgue. Luke had to be there. That was one of Lainey's conditions. Otherwise, she would have to be on hand to prevent anything from happening. Many bizarre things happened in the world, and even more so in the morgue. Things like pulling out a body and beating it up could only be considered a normal incident, and it wasn't uncommon to steal and destroy bodies. There were even more bizarre instances where the deceased's friends wanted to have a farewell party with the body, and would bring champagne and cigars over. Thus, a medical examiner or police officer had to be present during a viewing to keep an eye on the scene. Luke silently retreated to the door and watched as Haley led Molly over to an open freezer. After a fair amount of persuasion, she finally faced Kilgrave's body. Molly, who had been in a slight daze the whole time, reacted violently. She cried and laughed, cursed and punched, then fell to her knees and wept for a long time. Luke simply watched silently. He didn't care about the minor bruises that appeared on the body, and nor would Lainey. After all, Kilgrave's autopsy report had already come out. If all went according to procedure, the body would be buried in a public cemetery if no relatives came forward during this period to claim the body. It wasn't a problem at all for Molly to vent a little now. Luke just quietly memorized what Haley did, including the way she guided Molly with her words and how she adjusted Molly's emotions. With Haley as a professional psychiatrist in front of him, Luke was able to analyze and understand her way of thinking. He would ask again tomorrow if Molly was getting better, and he would then be able to modify the technique slightly and use it with Jessica Jones. It wasn't that Luke was overflowing with sympathy, but that Kilgrave was a disgusting pervert whose victims were traumatized for life. Since Luke knew that Jessica was also a victim, he didn't mind helping her out. He could also test the effect of combining multiple abilities on mental illnesses. Besides, one of the three girls, Stacy, who was in the group of three, also had psychological issues. Luke would have to deal with this problem sooner or later before he could make further arrangements for them. After all, it wasn't unusual for mental patients to do strange things. He didn't want Stacy to reveal that she knew V. The world was unpredictable. Whoever said that they knew V would definitely suffer. When Haley was done, he mouthed silently to her, "Did it work?" After a brief hesitation, Haley nodded affirmatively. Luke gestured for her to call him before he saw them off. Seeing Kilgrave had engendered the most intense reaction from Molly in this period of time, which was also the most suitable time to treat her. Of course, Haley couldn't waste this perfect opportunity. She had to take Molly back for further treatment immediately. After seeing off Haley and the others, Luke and Selena went to the police station. They had just sat down, when the phone rang. Selena picked up the phone and said a few words before she hung up. She then said to Luke, "Go, the boss has summoned you." Luke entered Dustin's office and was immediately told to close the door. As soon as Luke closed the door, Dustin asked, "Did you take care of Aurora?" Luke was surprised. "Why do you say that?" Dustin chuckled as if he had seen through everything. In the end, Luke wasn't in a hurry. He sat down in front of the table and took out a chocolate lollipop. Seeing his behavior, Dustin admitted defeat. He treasured Luke and gave him time to slack off, but he himself still wanted to be promoted. Playing this childish game of "see who gives in first" was only wasting his time. He quickly revealed the evidence. The police department just received a donation of $200,000 this morning, and it was clearly stated that it's to thank you for your outstanding contribution, and is for the department's particular use. Do you know who the donor is? Luke said helplessly, "Aurora." Dustin said, "That's right. I'm the only one who knows for now, but the police department will know in a few days. Be prepared." Luke didn't think much of it. "It's just 200,000. What's the big deal?" Dustin said with a complicated expression, "Luke, you have to know that even when NYPD received the $2 million from the Soderberghs that year, we didn't get a share of the money. Also, the Soderberghs release the donations at the beginning of every year. What do you think that means?" Luke tilted his head. "Are you saying that NYPD might receive a huge donation next year?" Dustin sighed. "Actually, this donation came at a bad time. If the Soderberghs donate less to NYPD next year, what do you think the higher-ups will think of you and me?" Pondering for a moment, Luke suddenly asked, "How much do the Soderberghs usually donate to NYPD?" Dustin said, "Around $1 million is normal. 1.5 million would be considered great." Luke knew that after getting this 200,000, the NYPD big shots would probably expect the Soderbergh family's donation next year to increase to 1.5 million. This was the same as someone who usually scored 90 points becoming lazy if he scored 80 points in an exam. He nodded. "It's not a big problem. There's no need to be torn over a couple of 100,000. Next year, as part of Titanium Phone Company's corporate welfare, Jenny would also donate to NYPD, and it wouldn't be just a pitiful 1 million. Luke's true backer had never been anyone else but himself. Dustin opened his mouth, but he could only shut it when he remembered that Luke was a multimillionaire. After all, a $1 or $2 million donation would be spread out over 40,000 NYPD employees, while a certain person had millions in assets. There was no comparison. "You still have to be careful," he said. "If you're not interested in dealing with this family, you should wash your hands of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't be getting steak, but only a handful of cow dung." Luke was lost for words for a moment. "Are they the cows?" Dustin pondered for 2 seconds. "Cash cows?" Luke was lost for words. Was this middle-aged man's eloquence a result of his personal training with Jennifer? Luke's scalp tingled at Dustin's corny joke. He could only jeer at his boss before he beat a firm retreat. When they left the station, Luke and Selena still decided to go to the villa. After cleaning up today, it would be ready for Robert and the others as they came to spend Christmas with Luke. This place was very close to Luke's new home in Clinton. It would only take him 5 to 10 minutes to get here. The reason he didn't want Robert and the others to stay in his new home in Clinton was because the area there wasn't great. It was fine for Luke and Selena, but it was more dangerous for Robert and Catherine to bring 2 kids in and out. He didn't want Robert, a retired sheriff, to go on a killing spree. He had earned so much money, which was meant to be spent on things like these. He had only just moved to New York, and was quite busy. The next time Robert and the others came to New York for a vacation, they could stay in a manor in Nassau County or further away in New Jersey. Money wasn't a problem. The main problem was that Luke wanted to find a suitable manor and avoid the big scene in New York. Thus, he had to inspect more locations. He couldn't just buy it directly, like this villa. It wasn't dark yet, but they had already tidied up the villa and made sure that it was ready before they went home. Today was the 20th of December. As they drove through the streets, they saw that most of the shops and houses were decorated with colorful lights and decorations. Along with the clean and cold snow, the atmosphere was full of a festive air. After Selena returned home, she didn't go off to train as usual, but started packing. On the 22nd, she would take a plane back to Texas before she returned to Shackelford. Luke was giving her a break from tonight onward. With Luke at the police department, Dustin wouldn't care if Celine slipped off a day earlier. Even if there was an emergency, Luke was enough. The next day, Luke went out with Selena. She, who rarely used her credit card, finally went into swipe mode as she went on a spending spree. Selena basically used cash for her daily expenses, otherwise her and gold nuggets cash stash would be completely useless. Luke had also asked Jenny to give the phone company's shareholders a small year-end bonus. It wasn't a lot, but Selena had still earned several $100,000. Compared with last year, Selena had too much money now. Naturally, she chose to buy some gifts for her family. The things she bought last year weren't cheap either, but they were all normal household stuff, such as clothes, accessories, alcohol, and home appliances. This year, the gift she had prepared for her father, Mario, was an Audemars Piguet watch from the Royal Oak Offshore Collection, which cost more than $20,000. It couldn't be considered too expensive, however, since Selena was getting her mother, Sandra, a diamond necklace that was around $50,000. But as long as Mario was willing, he could wear the watch all the time. As for the diamond necklace, it was best to leave it in a jewelry box most of the time. Selena had heard Sandra joke before that she would be lucky to own a diamond necklace worth thousands of dollars in this lifetime. This year was a new beginning for the Hayek family. Selena planned to give Sandra a happy Christmas. On the morning of the 22nd, Luke drove Selena, Gold Nugget, and several boxes of gifts to the airport. Mario, the owner of Flourish and Prosper Ranch, promised that he wouldn't be like before, when he wouldn't leave the ranch for a period of time. He would go to Dallas Airport to pick up Selena so that she didn't have to worry about moving her luggage. After seeing Selena off, Luke relaxed. Seeing that it was still early, he called Elena. This girl wasn't going back to France for Christmas this year. She said that it was because plane tickets were too expensive, so she decided to work in New York. Of course, Luke wasn't stupid enough to secretly buy her an all-purpose ticket as a Christmas present. A straight man like that deserved to be single forever. He parked the car at the New Jersey villa and called a rental company to send a Ford Explorer over before he drove to Elena's college. Coincidentally, Elena's college was in North Bergen. A few kilometers north of the college was the fraternity's textile factory. As Luke drove, he contemplated the fraternity. During this period, he would occasionally go to the textile factory in ordinary clothes at night. However, he didn't infiltrate it directly again. Instead, he used the mini drones which he had set up inside as surveillance to gather intelligence. After a long period of continuous surveillance, he obtained a lot of particulars about the fraternity's activities, and the intelligence he had continued to be fleshed out. It was very hard to keep anything a complete secret in this world. It was even more difficult to persevere and not let anything slip. It was inevitable that there would be a lot of loopholes in an organization which had enjoyed hundreds of years of glory. They weren't real dinosaurs, however. Professionals would do a sweep of the textile factory practically every day, including for various electronic equipment. Unfortunately, their detection equipment fell far short of Tony Stark's first-rate goods, and Luke's mini drones weren't found. There were also some leads on the origin of the medicinal bath which Sloane, that sly old fox, had been hiding. Not long ago, the exterminator had let Sloane know that the medicinal bath was about to run out. After that, Sloane had gone out once, and when he returned, he gave the new ingredients for the medicinal bath to the exterminator. Thankfully, the drone had been keeping an eye on the room with the medicinal bath all this time, but if Luke hadn't had little Snail to help him analyze the situation, he might have missed this clue. When investigating Sloane's trip out this time, the multifaceted system had found traces of him. Sloane, this outdated old man, had used a fake identity and a lot of disguises, but had accidentally been caught by a girl who liked to take selfies. Thus, he was still tagged as a highly suspicious target by the multifaceted system. Little Snail then investigated the possible routes he might have taken, and even more clues proved that it was indeed Sloane. There was also a clear destination for the flight he took under a fake identity, Iquitos in Peru. Luke didn't have time to go to Iquitos himself. He simply found two famous private detective agencies over the internet and paid them to investigate leads on Sloane and also investigate if there were any legends about something similar to a medicinal bath. It was just a small amount of money. It would be best if he could get something, but it wouldn't be a waste if he didn't. Once the origin of the medicinal bath was determined, the fraternity was basically useless. At that time, all Luke had to do was think about how to take down the entire fraternity and earn as many experience and credit points as possible. Taking one last look north of North Bergen, Luke parked the car outside Palin Academy of Art and got out. On the side of the road at the gate, a petite figure was stomping her feet and shivering. When the Ford Explorer drove over, she happened to turn around and walk toward the gate, so she didn't notice it. Luke picked her up and spun her around. "Huh. Look what I caught. It's a beautiful girl." Elena, who was still in Luke's arms, burst out laughing when she heard him. "No, I'm just a lost rabbit." Luke put her down and led her to the car with one hand while he patted the snow off her body with the other. "It's a shame that I'm not a big bad wolf, but an animal protection advocate." The girl let him help her clean the snow off and said, "Huh. Shouldn't you say that you're a hunter?" Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "But hunters usually carry double-barreled shotguns." Stumped for a moment, Elena didn't understand what Luke meant as they went to the car. Putting Elena in the passenger seat and closing the door, Luke returned to the driver's seat and got into the car. The heating was on in the car. Elena took off her beige hat and thick coat and put them in the back seat. She looked at him with a smile. "Are you on break?" Luke shrugged. "Technically speaking, I'm supposed to be at work, but nobody checks up on me." Elena was curious. "Didn't you just come to NYPD? Is your boss so relaxed with you? Wait, were you sent here just to warm an empty bench?" Luke chuckled. "Let me correct your misconception. The bench is cold, but when I'm on the clock, I do have to sit on it. I can't leave no matter how bored I am." Elena asked, "Then how can you skip work? Or are you planning to go back to work after we have lunch?" Luke chuckled. "I'm not going to work today. I have a lot of time to show you the scenery around New York." Elena was happy at first, but then she remembered something and spat at him, her face turning red. It wasn't because she was shy. It was purely because of the heater. Soon, they arrived at Times Square. After parking the car, they strolled around this crossroads of the world. Situation permitting, anyone who went to New York would definitely visit Times Square. Elena had been in New York for a while. Of course she had been here. However, a place like this could take an hour or two, or even 3 to 5 days, to explore. Luke and Elena weren't really sightseeing either. They simply snuggled against each other as they walked casually down the snow-covered streets. Most of the people around them were in a hurry. Some were bundled up, some were dressed simply, some were holding cameras, and some were holding titanium phones. Some were passers-by, some were office workers, and some were idle people like Luke and Selena. They moved through the streets at their own pace in mutual, comfortable silence. After strolling around for a while, they lined up outside Shake Shack. Elena had never eaten the burgers here before, because she was too busy seeking out art in New York to waste her time on food. For her, cheap and fast food was enough, even if it tasted much worse. Of course, being with Luke today wasn't a waste of time. Luke and Selena chatted as they slowly moved forward with the queue. Although it was already Christmas Eve and snow was drifting down, there was still a long line, and even more people than usual. However, if they wanted to eat at this place, they had to be prepared to line up, and nobody complained. But Luke also noticed that a lot of people weren't bored in the queue. Many were fiddling with their phones as they subconsciously followed the people in front of them, but their attention was mostly on their phones. All of them were using titanium phones. They only had two things to kill time with, an F2F and a minigame on the titanium phone. As one of the most packed shops in Times Square, Shake Shack was already ahead of most of the other shops, and offered free Wi-Fi. After all, other stores didn't have to deal with queues every day. Offering free Wi-Fi could reduce the complaints of an ever-increasing number of titanium phone users. Here, women could flip through the F2F or upload selfies, and half an hour would have passed before they knew it. It was even more so for the guys, who could play the game, and in the blink of an eye, it would be their turn to order. Elena also took out her titanium phone for a selfie. Luke wasn't in the shot, which was something he and Elena had agreed on long ago. She was just an ordinary girl. If his enemies found her, it would be dangerous if they used her to get revenge. Getting beat up would be getting off easy, she could still be shot in the head. Among the people who had been arrested by Luke, there were countless criminals and their relatives who had dared to attack him, and also 30 to 50 who had dared to shoot him. Elena could only have him resume his old job as a human selfie stick. With her professional composition and color mix, these photos which were taken with just a phone camera became works of art. Given the lack of an artistic bone in Luke's body, he felt that they were on par with the artistic computer screensavers he had seen in his previous life. Also, women could filter their photos to make their round faces oval, but Elena's actual face wasn't any less beautiful. Luke didn't have to worry that he was looking at a photo of an auntie. Suddenly, two people walked over from behind to stand next to them. One of them asked in surprise, "Luke?" Luke turned around and smiled. "Hello, Nikki. And you too, Monica. What a coincidence." The tall and fair Nikki nodded as she observed Luke and Elena. She couldn't help but ask, "Is this your girlfriend?" Luke nodded naturally. "Yes, her name is Elena." The three girls greeted each other politely but didn't say anything else. Luke asked, "Where are you going?" Nikki didn't say anything, and Monica replied with a smile, "Lunch. We just didn't expect to see you here again." Luke was amused. "You just came?" The two girls nodded. Luke said, "What do you want to eat?" "My treat." The two girls immediately said there was no need. Luke said with a smile, "You queued up for me last time and forgot to buy your own lunch. Let me treat you this time." Looking at his refreshing and gentle smile, the two girls couldn't refuse. Then, the four of them started chatting. Over the past year, Luke had learned a lot about making small talk with people. Elena wasn't familiar with the two girls, and Luke had no intention of divulging personal information. He just told funny anecdotes. Some sounded a little dirty, but it wasn't meant to be innuendo, and was just for fun. It made the three girls relax and laugh non-stop. When it was their turn to order, the four of them quickly found seats and sat down. The good thing about Christmas was that fewer people would eat out, and most who did would leave in a hurry after eating. Even so, the restaurant was still bustling. The four of them crowded around a small table and continued chatting. Compared with earlier, they had food and dessert, and didn't have to enjoy the cold weather outside. They ate happily for almost an hour before they left. They said goodbye at the door and went their separate ways. Luke and Elena chatted and laughed as they walked to the parking lot. Nikki and Monica, the best friends, stopped after walking a short distance. More specifically, when Nikki stopped and turned around, Monica naturally followed suit. Monica followed Nikki's line of sight and couldn't help but sigh. "You really have good taste. Even if he doesn't like my type, and even brought his girlfriend out today, I have to admit that it's very easy to get along with him." Nikki nodded subconsciously. "Yes." Monica turned her head and looked at Nikki, who looked a little disappointed. "But it seems that he prefers petite and plump girls like Elena. She's also a college student who's majoring in art. She definitely isn't like us who do barbaric sports." Nikki smiled bitterly. "Can't you say something nice?" Monica shrugged. "I can only say it's a good thing you never started. That way, you don't have to be sad." Nikki's slight gloom was shattered, like snowflakes being scattered. "How kind of you to say that. In the future, I'll use that to comfort nerds who can't get a girlfriend." Monica said, "Do you want them to give up in despair and become shut-ins forever?" Nikki said, "Before they self-implode, I'll tell them that you're the one who said those words." At that moment, Luke and Elena finally disappeared into the crowd. Nikki slowly turned around and got back on track. "You're right. He didn't even call me once, and when I called him twice, he said that he was busy with work. Now, he has time to go shopping with that girl." Monica was shocked. "You've already called twice." "I didn't even call once." Nikki said, "Are you gloating?" Monica was helpless. "You could dream before, but I knew from the beginning that he felt nothing for my type. Am I not even more unlucky than you? He gave me a home run right at the beginning." Nikki, huh? Monica said, "Yes, I'm the baseball. I was sent flying with one hit. There wasn't even a chance for me to return to the field." Nikki opened her mouth, but was unable to refute her best friend's metaphor, nor could she think of anything to say to comfort her. "All right, let's go buy Christmas gifts. You can't be friends with all the handsome guys. These might be the only 2 times we run into him." Monica pulled Nikki forward and comforted her. As they talked, the 2 girls joined the crowd. Unlike Elena's earlier misunderstanding, Luke really did take her to see the sights of New York City in the afternoon. After leaving Times Square, they went to NYPD HQ to see where Luke did battle. Then, they went to the Brooklyn Bridge and the Hudson River in the southwest to look at the Statue of Liberty on Liberty Island. They didn't take the boat to the island. Taking a boat to the island in this weather wasn't great. They could only wait until the weather cleared up to go. At 5 in the afternoon, Luke sent Elena back to her dorm. However, after parking his car in a parking lot not far from the back entrance, he snuck into the college while Elena was distracting the young security guard. There weren't any strict attendance requirements at the Palin Academy of Art, and since Christmas was approaching, most students left early. Elena's roommate, for example, had already gone on vacation with her nth boyfriend, and wouldn't be back for at least a week. A moment later, Luke finally entered Elena's dorm. Previously, when his sister, Claire, entered USC, he had only looked around the campus and not visited her dorm. So, this was his first time in a college girls' dormitory. Palin wasn't a very famous art school, and the rules weren't very strict either. The decorations in the dorm were quite unique, and the room was full of strange things. Elena's roommate was a New Zealand girl who liked to make friends. She rarely returned to the dorm. Now, the double dorm was practically Elena's personal space. Her roommate would only come back to sleep for a night, or a day. After analyzing the room with his sharp nose for a moment, Luke was no longer worried that his mild obsession with cleanliness would flare up. Elena lived in an international dorm which had a better environment than a regular dorm. It also had its own en suite, which was very convenient. But this wasn't preferential treatment, since this dormitory was much more expensive than a regular one. Thankfully, Elena had come here on a scholarship. She was a top student in this school, and her fees had been waived slightly. Coupled with the fact that she had a roommate who barely returned to the dorm, her living environment was much better than $1,000 plus monthly rent in New York. Of course, this was New Jersey. Rent wasn't as high as on the Manhattan side to begin with. As Luke surveyed the dorm, Elena had already taken off her coat and was only wearing a thin sweater and jeans. She took out a bag from her closet. "Do you want some?" He turned around and smiled. "Of course." Elena opened the coffee bag with a smile. "Your taste hasn't changed, has it?" Luke nodded and looked at her. Her movements were skillful and unhurried, which were nice to look at. Suddenly, she turned her head and looked at him. "Why aren't you talking?" Luke sat down on a chair in front of the window and said with a smile, "I was recalling when we first met." Elena asked, "What's that?" Luke chuckled. "I remember that you invited me in for coffee on the third night." Elena couldn't help but sneer. "That's all you can remember?" Luke shrugged. "That was my first trip abroad, and the first time a girl invited me in for coffee. It's indeed very memorable." Elena couldn't help but laugh. She threw something at Luke. Luke caught it and examined it. He clicked his tongue in wonder. "You're actually still growing." Elena spat at him and turned a blind eye to him handling her underwear. Just like that, they chatted and laughed. When the steaming hot coffee was ready, they sat by the window with the coffee in their hands. This habit of Elena's hadn't changed. There was a chair and a small round table in front of the window. This was definitely where she had coffee in her dorm. There were a few books on the bookshelf. There were art magazines, literary works, and a detective novel. Holding Elena, who was sitting on his lap, Luke picked up the detective novel. "You're still reading this? I recall this isn't your thing." Looking at the darkening sky and the falling snow, Elena chuckled. "Because I want to know what your job is like, right?" Luke put the novel back. "The lead character in this novel is a private detective, and I'm a detective." Elena was lost. "Isn't it all solving cases?" Luke chuckled. "We can use guns to arrest and interrogate suspects, but private detectives don't have the right to do that. But if you like it, you can pass the time with it. Both of them look for evidence, so it's not entirely unrelated." Elena simply hummed in acknowledgement. The night outside the window was getting darker, but the room was as warm as spring. It got dark in New York early in the winter, and the street lamps lit up at 7. Jameson, the new security guard at Palin Academy, walked around on campus helplessly. The old security guard had retired due to illness, and he had just been employed a few days ago. As Christmas approached, he had inexplicably been given the night shift 3 days in a row. As a newbie, he could only accept it. He comforted himself that since he didn't have a girlfriend and his parents were back in his hometown, he could still earn some money by working overtime. The walkie-talkie had crackled just as night fell. Another old security guard on duty at the gate had openly ordered him to go out and patrol. Jameson hesitated for a few minutes in the warm security room, but had no choice but to get dressed and walk out. He was the newbie, after all. Walking down the main avenue on the lawn at the back, Jameson cursed both that bunch of security guards who relied on their seniority and the cold night. There were roughly 2,000 to 3,000 people at Palin Academy, but it occupied a wide area. With Christmas approaching, most of the students had left school for the holidays. The entire campus was quiet, and it felt like a ghost town. Jameson subconsciously glanced at the darkness where the light couldn't reach. He felt that there were shadows everywhere, as if something was hidden there, ready to strike. Fine, it was a reflex for a horror movie fan. The truth was that apart from the rubber baton issued by the school, he had also brought a taser to protect himself. It was a pity he couldn't use it to keep himself warm. Apart from the sound of the wind rustling through the trees, there was only the crunch of his feet on the snow. Jameson sped up and swept the flashlight around. He decided to finish this patrol quickly and hide in the security room, determined not to come out again. At that moment, he reached the dormitory of an exchange student. He could vaguely hear faint sounds. Stunned for a moment, his face suddenly turned pale. It sounded like a woman's voice. There were no words, instead, it sounded like the background music in a horror movie, like a female ghost wailing and struggling. It was intermittent and indistinct, as if it was coming from some dark corner. Jameson's teeth chattered, his legs trembled, and he shivered. Palin Academy was an art school, and didn't lack its share of urban horror stories. After all, artists were more prone to flights of imagination than normal people. Thus, horror stories, real or fake, were born on campus, and there was an astonishing number of them. For example, the girl who sketched the portrait of a witch and died mysteriously after that. Or a couple's fight, which resulted in their death in the dorm. Perhaps what was scarier was the story of the barefoot little girl in a white dress who bled from all her orifices. Jameson shook all over, and his flashlight swung around wildly. Suddenly, he was stunned again. He slowly turned the flashlight back to a window on the third floor of the dorm, only to discover that it was completely dark and empty. But when the flashlight swept past the window earlier, he had seen what looked like a pale woman with disheveled hair, waving at him from that window. At that moment, Jameson's brain seemed to freeze, and he was stupefied. After standing there in a daze for a few seconds, he suddenly realized that the female voice was gone. A strong wind suddenly blew through the trees and the snow around him, like demons descending in a movie. Aw! Ghost! He turned around abruptly and ran off. In the room on the third floor, Luke was bent over as he stuck his head out the window. He saw the young security guard look up at the window for a moment before he suddenly ran away. Luke was stunned. What the hell? He hugged Elena tightly in front of him and whispered in her ear, "Is there something wrong with this security guard?" Elena hit him weakly. "He must have seen us or heard me." Luke was confused. "He doesn't have to run off screaming, right? We're not ugly, and your voice isn't unpleasant. Why is he running so fast?" Elena was too lazy to think about it. She simply hugged him tightly. "Shouldn't you think about how to deal with the bunny first?" Luke chuckled. "The bunny didn't call for help when it saw the security guard, so it's doomed now." Elena snorted. "The bunny was shot and can't run anymore. The outcome has already long been decided, it just hopes the process is a little more beautiful." Pondering for a moment, Luke put his chin on her shoulder and pulled her back to the window. "Let's continue watching the snow." Elena nodded reluctantly in agreement. Downstairs, Jameson, the young security guard, was nowhere to be seen. The two of them stood in each other's arms and enjoyed the quiet snow scene. The night was still long. The next day, December 23rd. Luke and Elena stayed in the dorm until past 10. They enjoyed the necessary coffee in front of the snow for a long time before they finally left. As they went out the back entrance, Luke couldn't help but ask a middle-aged security guard in the security room, "May I ask if the young security guard from yesterday is all right?" The middle-aged security guard was stumped. "Jameson?" Puzzled, he asked, "Why are you asking about him?" Luke shrugged. "I saw him running while he was patrolling the campus yesterday. He seems very dedicated, but it's been snowing these days, so." The middle-aged security guard nodded and said, "It's nothing. It's just that the guy likes to watch horror movies." He scared himself last night and called in sick today. He was also very depressed when he said that. Without this newcomer, it would be his turn to keep watch tonight, which was a tough job. Luke thanked him politely and left with Elena. Elena was a little surprised. You can scare yourself sick. I have some impression of him, he doesn't strike me as a coward. Luke shrugged. There are a lot of people in this world who like to scare themselves. They watch horror movies even when they don't have the guts, they can only blame themselves if they fall sick. Elena didn't think too much of it. She leaned closer to him and said, let's watch a horror movie later. Luke was surprised. You just had coffee this morning, and you want to watch a horror movie now? Elena couldn't help but give him a light slap. Can't we go in the afternoon? Luke smiled. Sure, if that's what you want. But are there any horror movies showing during Christmas? The question was answered soon enough after they had lunch. Nothing. They went to 2 cinemas, but there were no actual horror movies. There were just 2 low-budget thrillers. Looking at the lousy posters and the audience comments which Luke found on a review site, it was clear that these were very mediocre works. They decisively gave up and went in to suffer. Elena was afraid that she would laugh out loud while watching the movie. If that happened, her expectations for thrillers would drop, and she wouldn't have fun watching them anymore. They looked at each other in amusement. Elena said that she didn't want to waste her time searching for horror films, so they were going to continue with their one-day tour of New York. When they left the second cinema, Elena received a call. She picked up the phone and said a few words before she covered the mouthpiece and said to Luke, Margaret invited me to an art exhibition. She said that it's pretty good, but it's going to end today, and I might never be able to catch it again after this. Looking at Elena's conflicted expression, Luke rubbed her head and said, I'll go along with what you want. I was going to skip work today anyway. Elena smiled happily and patted his chest before she moved her hand away to talk to Margaret. After the call, she gave him an address. Luke got into the car with her and set off with a strange expression. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a building. Luke took the elevator up to the 32nd floor and looked at a familiar sign. He didn't feel anything, and even felt like laughing. Desperation, Monroe Peterson Exhibition. The tall blonde, Margaret, was standing next to the sign, wearing a simple and elegant white dress. When she saw Luke and Elena, a bright smile as pure as a child's appeared on her beautiful face. All right, she was far purer than most American middle schoolers. The 2 girls smiled and exchanged greetings. Thanks to Elena, Luke received the same treatment. Elena smiled apologetically at Luke before she was dragged away by Margaret. This pure young widow was already talking non-stop about the artworks that were worth looking at in this exhibition. Luke smiled at Elena, who was still looking at him, and indicated that she could go ahead. The petite Margaret dragged Elena deep into the exhibition hall, where the masterpieces were. Luke wasn't interested in the paintings here. If they were classic works of writing. Fine, he couldn't be bothered to understand, nor could he pick out the differences. Even the abstract expressionism, which Monroe's works belonged to, was something he only knew from the cover of the exhibition brochure. He simply walked to the French windows and looked out at New York, planning to wait quietly on his own. The sound of high heels approached, and a young woman's voice rang out not far behind him. Detective Coulson. Luke turned around and smiled formally. Hello, Miss Soderbergh. It was Lindsay. She extended her hand with a sincere smile. Just call me Lindsay. Also, thank you for helping me in Monroe. Luke shook her hand. Then please call me Luke. Also, that's just my job. Lindsay let go and gestured. Can I talk to you in private? Luke looked over and saw Margaret and Elena absorbed in a discussion in front of a painting not far away. Lindsay also looked over and said with a smile, Margaret and I are friends. She said that she had a friend here. I didn't expect it to be you. Luke chuckled. I didn't expect you to still be here. Lindsay sighed. That's why I want to talk to you. Luke raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. He simply nodded, and they walked to the rest area in the corner. After they sat down, Lindsay had the staff bring over 2 cups of coffee. She took a sip and adjusted her mood before she said, although I just said it, I still have to thank you again. Luke, thank you for everything you did for me in Monroe. Luke didn't stand on ceremony this time. He simply nodded and was ready to listen. She definitely had a request. It seemed that Lindsay hadn't brought him here just to thank him. Without any hesitation, Lindsay got straight to the point and talked about her family's conflict with Monroe. After listening for a moment, Luke had a strange expression on his face. He was practically a human polygraph, and could confirm that what Lindsay was saying was basically true. Most importantly, she wasn't lying. If he didn't have this ability, he might have deemed this a case of the Rashomon effect. He could only conclude that this was a classic case of a communication breakdown in the family. Lindsay and Monroe weren't a couple. She just admired Monroe's work. She was young and not as experienced as her father, Jeffrey. On a whim, she went from chasing paintings to pushing people, and became an investor for Monroe. She could also be considered an opportunist. She funded and promoted Monroe's work to increase his popularity, mostly because she wanted to reap huge profits from him, not because of love. In fact, 50% of the profits would belong to her if these paintings were sold. Also, during this process, Monroe could only give suggestions, and didn't have the power to make decisions. It was up to Lindsay to decide who his works would be sold to and for how much. It wasn't hard for Monroe to accept such a contract. Monroe was the typical artist. He didn't care about money at all. What he wanted now was recognition. Perhaps after he received widespread recognition, he wouldn't even need that anymore. And without Lindsay's help, he didn't have the ability to show his work to the world, and there would be no point in him continuing to draw. If it wasn't for the fact that Lindsay was still too green and did genuinely appreciate his work, he would even sign a 90-10 contract if it was handed to him, without even looking at it. This was nothing more than a typical cooperation between a rich heiress and an artist. If Monroe became successful in the future, this story would spread like wildfire. But after a few of Aurora's enemies mocked her behind her back, things got out of hand. After she investigated Monroe's background, she tried to persuade her daughter to give up on her plan to promote Monroe, but she already had doubts about the relationship between her daughter and Monroe. Monroe, who was in his 30s, was really too young as an artist, and being young meant that he most likely had a long life ahead of him. It was common knowledge that an artist's work was only more valuable after he died. The plan sounded like a financial sinkhole. Lindsay, who had always been outstanding since she was young, and who had grown up to be even more calm and rational, suddenly started throwing her own money at an artist, and even said that it was just because she liked his work. Of course, Aurora didn't believe it. This misunderstanding led to an even bigger one, which turned into a family dispute. It wasn't until Luke appeared that the two warring parties were finally pulled apart. Was this a miraculous result? Not at all. He had only used elementary pheromones control, and performed a little experiment with his own abilities, so that the two of them would remember each other's good points whenever they quarreled. Resolving this conflict and experimenting with his abilities was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The mother and daughter, who had been very emotional before, didn't argue anymore. They soon reached an agreement and took a step back. As long as Lindsay didn't have any more brain spasms, this would only be a minor episode in her growth. Today, she was here to wrap things up. When she heard Luke's name from Margaret, her heart had moved, and she stepped forward herself to greet him. When Luke was mentioned before this, she rarely thought of this gentle young detective. But when she heard his name just now, she immediately wanted to meet him and say thank you. From the moment she started talking to him, she couldn't help but pour out secrets that she couldn't tell her friends and family. After recounting the family conflict that had been going on for over a year, Lindsay suddenly felt much better at that moment. Most of the uneasiness, conflict, anxiety, and frustration she had been suppressing in her heart had dissipated, and she felt much more relaxed. Looking at Luke, who was still sitting there with a faint smile on his face, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "Sorry for making you listen to so many boring things." Luke took a sip of his coffee and said unhurriedly, "I understand, and you don't have to be too grateful to me. Let me tell you something, I work for NYPD's Detective Bureau, and we received a donation of $200,000 from your family yesterday." Lindsay was stunned. "This?" Luke said, "Don't worry. The money wasn't transferred to my account, and my job isn't to raise funds. I just want to say that your parents really care about you." Lindsay sighed. "I know. That's something I understand from the last few days." Luke chuckled. "As long as the police department doesn't receive any more calls from all of you, then I can say I've more than done my job, and my boss won't press me to do anything. That's good enough." Lindsay smiled bitterly. "Sorry to trouble you." Luke waved his hand. "I promised your mother that I would talk to you when I had the chance, but I don't think there's a need to say anything now. Both you and they know what your mistake was. It's just that you can't open your heart for now." Putting down the coffee cup in his hand, he continued, "It's a blessing to have family that cares about you. Don't cause a bigger misunderstanding over something unimportant. Tell your mother what you told me today. I think she'll understand." Lindsay lowered her head and allowed her long hair to cover her face. After a long silence, she nodded. "Thank you. I will." After getting an answer, Luke didn't say anything else. He simply took out his phone and read the messages from Selena. She was already with her family and preparing for Christmas, and had sent a lot of photos. Her siblings and her parents were all busy at the ranch. They all looked very happy. Luke smiled. This was what a normal family looked like. On Lindsay's side, while Luke's words could only be considered something old people would say, she still listened for some reason. Maybe it was because of his attitude, she thought to herself. She raised her head and looked at Luke, who was sitting on the couch, out of the corner of her eye. At that moment, Luke crossed his legs casually. He fiddled unhurriedly with the phone in hand, and the corners of his mouth were curled up as if he was smiling. Unconsciously, Lindsay stared blankly at the image. Luke knew that she was looking at him, but he didn't care. This had happened with many women recently. Unless they ignored him from the beginning, the more they looked at him, the more attracted they would be to him. He had some guesses about this. Perhaps it was because his mental attributes had improved his temperament, but also because his physical attributes had made him more handsome. It could also be a result of elementary pheromones control. The effect of this ability wasn't clear yet, but it wasn't hard to make a good impression on women. Of course, this was just a good impression, or rather, he was pleasing to their eye. A woman who didn't like his type wouldn't change her taste. But if the other party happened to like him, the good impression would be even stronger. He had been hit on more frequently in the last few days, which was very clear proof. That was also the reason why Luke rarely hung around outside for the past few days, unless he brought along a cover like Selena or Elena. In fact, even with Elena around yesterday, a few bold girls had come up to him to directly ask for his phone number. Luke could only refuse with a smile before he ran off with Elena. Elena was vexed for a long time over this matter. She asked, "What will happen in the future?" Luke decisively said that he was a picky eater, and wouldn't be dragged away so easily. Naturally, Elena scolded him and beat him up. Half an hour later, a staff member called away the dazed Lindsay. Looking at Luke, who nodded at her before he went back to playing with his phone, she felt at peace. That was right. She had been watching Luke for half an hour. She hadn't become restless, but instead had become more Buddha-like. Of course, this was all thanks to Luke. He had no intention of provoking this big missy. He didn't want to mess with her protective mother either. So, he activated his ability slightly to prevent Lindsay from becoming intoxicated by his beauty, which softened the impact on her mental state and made her more serene and calm, and less impulsive. He wasn't very good at using his abilities, but it was thanks to Lindsay's lack of defenses and resistance that he was able to continually produce this output. Lindsay would probably remain in this Buddha state for a week or two. By then, she probably wouldn't argue with her family anymore, and this could be considered a good ending for Luke's case. Not long after Lindsay left, there were a burst of exclamations and discussions on the other side. After listening for a while, Luke found out that someone had offered $1 million to buy a Monroe painting. Who knew if Lindsay had arranged this herself? In the art market, this sort of trick was too common. It wasn't surprising, and had nothing to do with him. Luke quickly turned his attention back to his phone. At that moment, he was no longer looking at Selena's Christmas photos, but at various files. After his mental strength reached 40, his ability to use fragments of time was even stronger. He could immerse himself in learning and thinking in just a few seconds. He had spent a lot of time playing these 2 days, but hadn't focused entirely on Elena. Elena had slept for almost 6 hours last night, but Luke had only slept for 2. At 2 in the morning, when this future female artist was fast asleep, Luke had already started working overtime. 10 minutes later, a staff member brought Elena and Margaret over. After the coffee was served, the girls finally told him what happened. Luke embraced Elena, who was both a little excited and envious. He heard from her that 2 of Monroe's paintings might be sold. One of the paintings was worth about $1.2 million, which was one of the main artworks that Luke had heard about at the beginning. The other painting was slightly less expensive at $800,000, and was also a main piece. Luke secretly chuckled. If this was how Lindsay operated, then Monroe's mainstream works would carry a $1 million label. In the future, whoever wanted to buy them would have to spend more than $1 million. With a little more hype, the price would become a few $1,000,000, and Lindsay would get half of it. Recalling how Lindsay had inadvertently mentioned that she had almost 100 of Monroe's works, Luke couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The success of the hype, coupled with an appropriate sales frequency, meant that she would be able to earn at least tens of millions. She wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of her life. A young girl in her 20s, who relied on her own abilities and didn't borrow too much power from her family, was going to reap huge benefits above board. This would quickly build her confidence in making money, and she would be able to better resist the lure of it, and possibly make fewer mistakes. This was in fact similar to how Luke worked. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Luke looked at Elena and smiled. Seeing how Lindsay operated, it didn't seem hard to make an artist rich. He put his mouth next to her ear. Relax, you should focus on your studies right now. I believe you'll have your own art exhibition one day. Also, that Monroe is already 40, right? Elena was happy at first, but then couldn't help but laugh and hit him lightly. Nonsense. Monroe is only 30. He's not that old. Margaret also chimed in, that's right. He's our senior. He only graduated a few years ago. Compared with Lindsay, Luke was much more casual with Margaret. He said with a smile, it can't be helped. The world is so unfair. He's aging prematurely, unlike you, you're getting younger the longer you live. Elena can't learn from him. Margaret smiled happily. Ah, really? So you think so too? Luke was stumped. 2. Margaret said, that's what Haley always says. She also says that she envies me for it. Elena giggled and shook as she leaned against Luke's shoulder. Struggling to keep the muscles on his face from twitching, Luke's lips pulled back into a pretty decent smile. So everyone agrees about this strength of yours. Elena shook even harder when she heard that and couldn't hold back her laughter anymore. Margaret was at a loss. Elena, why are you laughing all of a sudden? Did you think of something funny? Elena shook her head painfully, feeling as if someone had flicked on a laugh switch inside her. She couldn't help it. She couldn't help but smile when she recalled Margaret's utterly pleased expression. This silly kid, everyone's clearly saying that you're becoming more and more like a child. And you're still smiling so foolishly. Elena roasted her inwardly. More importantly, Margaret would often say, "I've grown up," the way a primary school student would tell an adult that they were already in their second year. When she compared the two scenarios, Elena really couldn't help herself. Unaware that she had become a happy pill, Margaret continued telling Luke and Selena about herself. Her range of activities was very limited, they either had to do with her cousin, or with her teachers and classmates at school. She also had some of the distinctive traits of an artist. For example, she lacked social awareness, and didn't plan to brush up on it. But she was very lucky. Many misfortunes inexplicably become a comedy or a farce in her eyes. For example, some of her classmates had tried pursuing her, but she had used the roses that one person had given her as a sketch prop for the entire class. She had even thanked the unlucky guy sincerely. Another example would be when a teacher tried to hook up with this innocent and beautiful young widow with the excuse of private tutoring. She thought that it was because the teacher was dedicated, and in the end, she called a few classmates over to attend the lesson together. Her classmates were well aware of her naivete, and immediately knew what the teacher was up to. They decisively got involved and even helped report the teacher. The wretched teacher was quickly dismissed. Of course, Margaret didn't know the truth. But Elena knew a lot. She would drop a word or two into the conversation, hinting to Luke that there was more to it, which amused him. This woman seemed to be blessed by heaven. She had blindly married that underworld big shot, William, when she was still in college, but he really had liked her. Then, William was unlucky enough to piss off Rebecca, and immediately lost his life. A huge inheritance fell on Margaret's head. It had only been half a year since she transferred to this new school, but many of her classmates had already become her protectors, and her smart cousin, Haley, was protecting her as well. Just like that, she happily and quietly lived her life as a winner. It got late as they chatted for a while. The three of them got up and said goodbye to Lindsay. Margaret obediently called Haley and told her that Luke and Elena would take her home, before she was allowed to leave the art exhibition. Without someone she trusted to accompany Margaret, Haley was worried about her going out alone. It wasn't that Margaret didn't have a sense of direction, but that she was too gullible and trusted others too easily. Luke and Selena dutifully escorted the 100-pound kid home before they left. Margaret tossed her bag to one side and kicked off her high heels. She ran to the window and looked reluctantly at the Ford. "Ah, it's fun being with them. I really want to spend more time with them." Unfortunately, Haley had specifically warned her not to disturb Luke and Elena's private time. Margaret was naive, not really stupid. She knew that it was already good of them to spend 2 hours with a single person like her during this holiday. Many couples would be stuck together for the entire day, and wouldn't even leave the house. She suddenly felt a little envious. Sigh, I wish I had a boyfriend. It would be best if he was gentler, more handsome, and stronger. As she spoke, Luke's figure inadvertently appeared in her mind and combined with the man she was imagining. She stood barefoot in front of the window without moving for a long time. Click. The door opened and Haley walked in, exhausted. She threw her keys into the key bowl, took off her coat and purse, hung them on the coat rack, and put on comfortable slippers before she entered the living room. She wasn't surprised to see her cousin standing at the window in a daze. As someone who had been obsessed with art for a long time, it was very normal for Margaret to be in a daze. Haley went to wash up and came out with a cup of hot coffee. When she reached Margaret, she followed her gaze, only to see the busy street and cars. Taking a sip of her coffee, Haley asked, "What are you thinking about?" Margaret subconsciously said, "Luke." The room fell silent. A moment later, Margaret was suddenly stunned. She slowly turned her head and saw Haley drinking coffee leisurely. She jumped and asked, You. Why are you back? It's time to get off work. Where can I go if I don't come back? Haley was extremely calm. What's there about Luke to think about? He and Elena sent you back in the afternoon. Margaret blinked her big eyes and nodded hesitantly after a moment. There's nothing to think about. Haley sighed. Envious? Margaret, huh? Staring at her cousin, Haley observed her expression and her movements. Elena and he are quite compatible, right? So, you want a boyfriend too? Margaret couldn't help but think carefully for a moment before she shook her head a little uncertainly. No. I just think he's a nice guy. I feel happy when I'm around him. Haley frowned. That wasn't a good answer. Her cousin might be naive, but when she was decisive, it was scary. Nobody in the family had known when Margaret married William Johnson. It wasn't until she asked Haley for help that Haley found out that she was married, and that her brother-in-law, whom she had never met, was dead. But what could they do? As an artist, her emotions weren't logical. Oh, Haley simply replied, and immediately changed the subject. How was the art exhibition this afternoon? Margaret's attention was immediately diverted. She said excitedly, Sis, someone took a fancy to 2 of Monroe's paintings. They're very expensive. Haley made a light sound of surprise. How expensive? Margaret, 1.2 million for Weeping Girls and 800,000 for Cracks in Space and Time. Haley nodded and smiled. Lindsay did well. Margaret was bewildered. Huh? Although it was Lindsay who was holding the art exhibition for Monroe, the paintings had been sold at a high price. Wasn't it because Monroe's paintings were good? Haley wasn't interested in explaining business operations to her naive cousin, or what backing was. For this cousin who was worth hundreds of millions, painting was purely art and had nothing to do with business. However, Haley was slightly affected by this news. A few days ago, Haley had received 2 paintings that were said to be Monroe's masterpieces as a personal gift. She could imagine that the price for Monroe's official works was at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. If these gifts had been at the art exhibition, they would be worth at least $1 million. This woman, Lindsay, was quite good at bribing people. Haley's heart stirred slightly, but the feeling soon disappeared. She wasn't fixated on money. As a psychiatrist, she didn't lack money. After Margaret, the billionaire young widow, came to New York, she had insisted that she would cover all their living expenses. In the face of the $1 million fee which Lindsay had sent over in the form of paintings, Haley was only a little surprised, but she didn't lose her composure. As for Lindsay, they could keep in touch with her, but she had to be careful not to let Margaret get too close to her. Politicians were completely untrustworthy. In comparison, she would rather Margaret become closer with Elena. At the very least, the girl had a good character and could be trusted. Luke, who was driving away, had no idea what the cousins were talking about. He and Elena continued to roam New York. It wasn't until 8 in the evening that they finally returned to Palin Academy. When they arrived in the outskirts of North Bergen, Luke's phone vibrated. The simple external surveillance system on the car had sensed something unusual, and immediately sent a warning. In order for it to be portable and easy to install and dismantle, this simple surveillance system was smaller in size, so its surveillance range wasn't too big. However, it was better than nothing. Slowing down the car slightly, Luke took out his fake phone. An extremely simple electronic map appeared on the LCD screen, and he looked to the left. There were gunshots. They were only 30 meters away. The gunshots weren't very concentrated, but they were very consistent. From the moment Luke had discovered them, there had been 7 to 8 shots fired over dozens of meters, which meant that there was more than one participant in the gunfight. Elena didn't notice his movements, nor did she hear the barely audible gunshots. She continued to touch up the photos on her phone and was about to send a few to him to use as his screensaver. Thinking for a moment, Luke turned the wheel and drove into a nearby neighborhood. Elena raised her head. "What's wrong?" Luke said, "Nothing. I don't want to send you back too soon, or I'll be having coffee again." Elena immediately smacked him, but her lips curled up in a smile. "I need to get some rest tonight. I won't be offering you coffee." Luke smiled and parked the car in an empty spot on the side of the road. He unbuckled Elena's seatbelt and picked her up before placing her on his lap. "Are you sure?" Elena exclaimed, What are you doing?" Her eyes were full of smiles. Luke leaned forward to kiss her. Behind Elena, the fake phone had already been placed on the dashboard, and a string of analytical information popped up. At least 5 people had fired, and the exchange was taking place in a luxurious villa 20 meters away. Someone called the New Jersey Police Department about the noise. But a moment later, the gunshots stopped. Clearly, the battle in the villa had ended. Luke released a mini drone from his inventory and gave it instructions to scout out the villa. The mini drone disappeared into the villa through a broken glass door. A moment later, Luke saw a man who was in a mess. He had some flesh wounds on his face and was panting heavily on the ground. There was a man in black lying on the ground with a military knife in his heart. He was definitely dead. Holding the petite yet plump artist in his arms, Luke's thoughts whirled. The man in black with a knife in his heart definitely wasn't a police officer. He was wearing a black suit and had a black hood on. There was clearly something wrong with this mismatch. Thus, he wasn't an agent from SWAT, the Secret Service, or some other departments. The drone continued to roam around the villa, and Luke soon had an eye on all the victims. 12 victims, all in black suits and black hoods, had died in this bungalow. Luke had plenty of combat experience and had fought countless battles. After only a few glances, he roughly understood how the battle had gone. After the men in black suits entered the villa, they were all killed by one man, not a single one escaped. Top expert. That was Luke's comment on the only man still alive in the villa. The drone soon entered a basement. On the screen, there was an 8-pound sledgehammer and broken concrete. Under the floor was an open box with many weapons. That wasn't the point. The important thing was the neat rows of coins next to the weapons. Unlike ordinary coins, they were gold in color. Luke narrowed his eyes. Why did it look like something from the Continental Hotel? Elena exclaimed lightly, "No, not here." With a smile, Luke let go of her and gently stroked her back, indicating that he had no intention of going any further. At that moment, red and blue lights approached from afar, and a patrol car with flashing police lights but no sirens stopped in front of the villa. A patrol officer got out and pressed the doorbell. Watching the Baldy's car disappear around a bend in the road, Luke finally let go of Elena's earlobe. "Okay, let's go." Elena was lost. "Huh?" Luke said, "You don't know anything about what happened tonight. Don't tell anyone." Elena, "Huh?" Luke drove the car and said, "The gunshots just now were probably fired by people who do dirty work. Do you know what that is?" Elena thought about the movies she had watched. Bad guys who kill people to keep them quiet. Luke nodded. More or less. But they and the people who were attacked have their own rules. Unless it's necessary, they won't cross paths with ordinary people. It's safest for you to ignore them. After a brief silence, Elena suddenly reached out and covered his hand. "Do you often face people in situations like this?" Pondering for a moment, Luke shook his head. "Most of the time, I'm just a bystander in the police department. I usually call SWAT to deal with strong people like these." Elena chuckled. "You're lying to me again." She wasn't as naive as Margaret. She thought about what Luke had done when he heard the gunshots. That wasn't something a regular detective could do. He was calm and composed, and could even joke a little. If he hadn't experienced something like this before, he wouldn't be so relaxed. She even felt that Luke had only called the New Jersey police because he was with her. Luke didn't want to be photographed for her own safety, so why would he take any risks when she was with him? Thinking that, she couldn't help but hold his hand tightly. Sensing the change in her mood, Luke didn't say anything. He simply smiled and squeezed her hand in response. The Ford disappeared into the night. At 9 in the morning on the 24th, Luke took a shower and gave Elena, who was still asleep, a deep kiss of farewell, and got a dazed response. Elena had slept late last night, and Luke had woken her up for coffee again at dawn. She had asked for it herself. When she returned last night, she said that she had new inspiration. Since school was quiet during the holidays, she had stayed up to paint, and had plenty of time to sleep during the break. Covering her with the blanket, Luke left Palin Academy. He also dropped off the Ford Explorer rental, took the subway, and then drove back to his villa in New Jersey. When he got home, he asked, "Little Snail, did you find out who those people from last night are? Especially the two main targets." He had already transmitted the video footage from the drones to Little Snail last night and instructed it to run a check. "Sir, the first villa belongs to John West. This is the ID of the first target, but some of his identity documents seem to be fake, so his identity is suspicious," Little Snail immediately explained. As for 7 of the 12 attackers in the villa, NYPD intelligence indicates that they belong to the Russian gang, the Tarasov family. Luke hummed in response. The Tarasov family was an extremely famous Russian gang that was even more ruthless than regular gangs. However, their territory didn't include the Clinton area, and he hadn't had any dealings with them. "What about the second target?" he asked. "That house belongs to Frank Moses. This is the ID of the second target. His identity documents are complete, but a portion of it also appears to have been manufactured, using far more sophisticated means. His identity is also suspicious. Of the 15 attackers, 10 have military service records, 3 are active, and 5 belong to an American security company that has long-term overseas contracts for various military operations." Luke sneered. "Mercenaries?" Calling them military contractors was putting it nicely. Frankly speaking, they were mercenaries or battlefield hyenas who often did the dirty work for certain American agencies. "The possibility is over 85%, sir," said Little Snail. "Give these 2 targets regular surveillance status. Let me know if you have any further information." Listening up to this point, Luke wasn't too interested. He didn't plan to get involved in these 2 matters for now. He would investigate them again in the future, and if either party could offer him experience and credit points, he didn't mind accepting them. He should first spend Christmas peacefully. After washing his hands, he entered the kitchen and took out the ingredients that needed to be roasted or cured. Putting them into the kitchen appliances, he set the time, then started making breakfast for himself. After thinking for a moment, he decided to just have a simple bowl of noodles and some ordinary twice-cooked pork. Selena had never been very interested in noodles, and would only eat spaghetti every now and then. She also couldn't appreciate Sichuan cuisine like green peppers and twice-cooked pork, and Luke couldn't be bothered to make it just for himself. He was on his own today, but there would be a big dinner tonight. He finally remembered the noodles and twice-cooked pork which he hadn't had in a long time. He searched the fridge and found a box of frozen prawns, a pair of Alaskan king crab claws, a slab of pork belly, and 2 chicken legs. These were the main ingredients. Next were green peppers, mushrooms, cucumbers, tomatoes, onions, and vegetables. After the pork belly was cooked, he cut it into large and thin slices. It didn't need too much oil since he would stir-fry it in its own oil, before frying it with green peppers. It could be said that there were countless cooking methods and ingredients in classic Sichuan cuisine, but its true essence lay in the details and the control of the fire. The same ingredients cooked by a chef and a regular cook were completely different. Luke's dish was slightly better than what one could get in Sichuan. The prawns and crab claws were then fried to a beautiful red color. The chicken drumsticks were cooked and then shredded into thin strips. After pouring a kilo of frozen noodles into a pot of boiling water, he chopped the tomatoes, onions, and mushrooms, and stir-fried them with oil and garlic. He then turned off the fire. At that moment, the noodles were almost done. He scooped them out and poured them into a bowl. He put the bright red prawns, white and tender crab meat, chicken strips, cucumber slices, and vegetables on the surface, before he poured the stir-fried tomato, onion and mushroom mix over them. It was a simple bowl of noodles and ordinary twice-cooked pork. A quick breakfast was done. Selina, who felt nothing for noodles, wasn't here, and neither was the bottomless pit that was the dog head. Luke could enjoy this simple breakfast. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he took out a lemon and cut it open, before he squeezed the lemon juice evenly on the prawns and crab claws in his bowl. The bowl of noodles was mostly a beautiful red, dotted with green ingredients. The plate of twice-cooked pork on the side had green peppers paired with slightly charred yellow meat. The colors complemented each other perfectly. Luke took a photo of the simple breakfast on his phone and sent it to Selina. Then, he picked up his chopsticks to enjoy it. Selina replied almost instantly. "What did you make? It looks delicious." Luke slurped his noodles and replied to her with one hand, "Noodles and twice-cooked pork." "Selina." Luke took another photo so that the noodles were clearly visible. Selina, who was thousands of miles away, gulped and mumbled, "That's impossible. How can the noodles be made like this? I want to eat them." She wasn't interested in the twice-cooked pork, but the bowl of noodles really made her drool. Gold Nugget's ears twitched, and it immediately got up and moved to her side. Looking at the picture on her phone, it drooled and whined like crazy. Selina was vexed. "That B***** Luke tricked us into coming back here while he's hiding in New York and cooking delicious food." Gold Nugget nodded frantically. It saw the prawns, king crabs, and the red sauce. This was definitely its type of dish. Clenching her teeth, Selina sent Luke a message. "When I get back, make me 5 bowls of noodles." Luke spat out the prawn shell in his mouth, which flew a few meters to land in the trash can. He was the only one at home, and could finally play this childish game of spitting shells. Luke simply replied to Selina's request. "No problem. You can eat until you throw up." Gold Nugget whined. Selina passed on the dog head's words. Gold Nugget wants the same treatment. Luke decisively refused. 3 at most. Gold Nugget, huh? It could count, all right. Selina said, "It's asking why it only gets 3 bowls." Luke said, "Because it'll just keep eating and never get sick. I can't make noodles for it forever." Imagining herself eating noodles for the rest of her life, Selina was immediately firmly on Luke's side. She turned to the dog head next to her and said, I think 3 bowls is enough for you." Gold Nugget whined. Selina said, "No way. I don't want to eat noodles for the rest of my life." Gold Nugget resentfully returned to the kennel next to the bed and continued watching its drama. Forget it, forget it. Don't dwell on it. The best is still to watch TV. It has everything. It comforted itself. On the screen, a wild boar was being roasted until it was dripping with fat. Gold Nugget was going to start drooling again. It had decided, it would make Selina take it out in the next 2 days to roast boar. In any case, wild boars were pests around the ranch, no one would notice if he ate hundreds of them. But the dog head had forgotten one thing: Selina didn't know how to cook, much less do something as advanced as cook roast boar. They chatted for more than 10 minutes before they hung up. It was the 24th of December, Christmas Eve, and everyone would be busy in the afternoon. After breakfast, Luke drove straight to the airport. It was already past 11 by the time he reached the airport. Looking at the flight schedule, Luke couldn't help but purse his lips. Robert and Catherine's flight had been delayed. That was to be expected. It would be strange if flights weren't delayed at Christmas. After all, the winter weather had a huge impact on flights. However, little monkey Claire had flown over from Los Angeles on her own. She had taken a very early flight and had just landed. Luke had arrived just in time. 20 minutes later, Claire appeared not far away. Hearing Luke call out to her, she turned around and immediately ran over with a smile. "Luke, Luke, here, here." She ran and then jumped at him when she was 2 meters away. Luke caught her helplessly and carried her over to where she had dropped her big suitcase. This brat had always liked to play with him like this since she was a kid, which was why Luke called her a little monkey. Because of the flight delay, it would take at least an hour for Robert, Catherine and Joseph to arrive. With Claire on his back, they went to the Virgin Atlantic Flying Club in Terminal 4 before he finally put her down. Claire got some biscuits and ice cream, and Luke also got a big glass of ice cream for himself, before they started chatting. Claire's life had been very fulfilling in the past few months, far more than she had expected. Unlike most freshmen who were busy enjoying their freedom, she had to deal with more new things, and was even busier. But it wasn't for nothing. Shira and her assistant, Mona, were her best teachers. They gave Claire, as a newbie, the most thorough and practical guide to the entertainment industry. They told Claire about the various kinds of rules, some clear, some under the table, and some that were shady. This was all for Luke's sake. Otherwise, veterans like them wouldn't be so devoted to a newcomer. Claire, who was pursuing both her career and studies, spent most of her energy on her new career, but continued to excel in her studies. Everything changed after the California earthquake. Her worldview had done a 180-degree turn after that. Her future plans had also changed drastically. The most obvious change came from the mysterious appearance of that old man, who was only a voice to her, which was that her physique had become stronger. It wasn't just that she was healthy, but she was unbelievably strong. Claire had always loved sports since she was young, and was a semi-professional enthusiast who had dabbled in many extreme sports. She had a better understanding of the limits of the human body. Thus, not long after the earthquake, she discovered something unusual about her body. Her strength, endurance, dexterity and reflexes were constantly improving, and the effects were obvious. What was even more outrageous was that she only needed to sleep for 6 hours a day at most, and could keep up her energy levels for the whole day. Even though she was busy with her studies and her career, she didn't feel tired. Compared with the elites who started studying in earnest after entering university, she wasn't any worse in her studies, but she didn't have dark circles under her eyes. What was even stranger was that she had to eat 3 to 5 times the amount of food she ate when she was in high school every day to maintain her weight. After all, she was a sports enthusiast and didn't have much excess fat. As soon as she lost weight, the first thing that would change was her small bust, and she would lose her soft curves. She wasn't a fanatical bodybuilder, and didn't want to become a muscular King Kong Barbie. The mysterious old man also told her to eat as much as possible, and to ensure that she had a healthy and nutritious diet. In the past few months, Claire felt like she was turning into another species altogether. One weekend in particular, she had gone to bail her friend, Blake, out of a situation, and had knocked out 7 or 8 drunk young men in the club, including 2 members of the boxing team. She hadn't even used half of her strength. If it hadn't been for the mysterious old man's timely reminder, the young men might have all had to be hospitalized for severe injuries. Claire didn't tell anyone about these most secret changes to her body. That was because the mysterious old man had told her, a secret that 2 people know is no longer a secret. Claire agreed with that and chose to keep it to herself. Also, she had officially debuted in the entertainment industry. At Luke's suggestion, she chose a kooky persona for her debut, to ensure that she wouldn't be recognized on the streets in the future. However, instead of the stage name, Sia, which Luke had given her, she insisted on using the stage name, Pink. That was because she liked pink and wanted everyone to be amazed by her. Luke felt a little regretful. His sister was already using a double-colored wig to cover her face, but she wasn't using the stage name Sia. That cut down a lot on his mischief. Anyway, Claire's voice wasn't like Sia's in the first place. It was more like a young girl's voice with a hint of magnetism. He couldn't give Sia's songs to her to sing. Those were his favorite songs from his previous life, but Claire had no use for them. In the end, he could give his sister the catchy song, Call Me Maybe, for her debut. As for Claire's current situation, he only had a rough understanding of it. It seemed she was getting a little famous, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He had done everything he could. If Claire still couldn't take off, then, he would copy another song for her later. In the memories of his previous life, it was the super bubblegum pop that was popular worldwide which people couldn't forget even if they wanted to, the kind that was played all over the streets for a period of time. If it wasn't that, then it was the classical music which Luke especially liked and listened to over and over again, and which definitely had its merits. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to overcome the language barrier and leave a vivid impression on him. What these two genres had in common was that he had heard them 1,000 times, so he remembered most of the lyrics and songs. If he couldn't remember some of them, he would try to make up for it with his basic vocal sound skill. When he tried singing them again, he would easily remember the original version. With his support, Claire was doing pretty well among the newcomers. Although the audience never saw her face because of her double-colored wig, they couldn't resist being brainwashed by the catchy song, and were very curious about the masked singer. Now, Claire could be considered a C or D-list singer. For a rookie who had debuted less than 3 months ago, this was already a dazzling result. Of course, Claire wasn't too clear on this. Luke had done far more for his sister than she knew, nor was he going to tell her about it. Let her work hard and turn everything into something that truly belonged to her. That would be the best. The siblings hadn't called each other much during this period of time, and had only exchanged voice messages. This time, they chatted happily for almost 2 hours in the VIP lounge. In the meantime, they ate a lot of bread and biscuits, as well as various flavors of ice cream, before their family's flight arrived. The family of 5 was reunited at the airport. It was the first time Claire had been away from her family for so long, and she and little Joseph were so happy that they cried. Luke stood on the side with a smile and took a photo of the siblings who were crying in each other's arms. He showed the photo to Catherine, who hit him a few times in amusement, but didn't stop him. Her stinging eyes also eased with Luke's cheeky behavior, and she didn't cry along with her children. A few minutes later, Robert and Luke, the two big, strong men, were in charge of towing the luggage along. They led the way, and the mother and children chatted as they walked. In the parking lot, Luke got into the driver's seat, Robert sat in the passenger seat, and the 3 of them sat in the spacious back seat. Robert observed the car for a moment before he asked, "You modified it yourself?" Luke nodded. "I drive every day, so it's best to make it comfortable." Robert snorted. "First, it has to be safe. Second, it has to be practical. Comfort always comes last." Luke blinked. "That's exactly what I did. That's why it's so big. It's safe enough, and can take our entire family." Robert nodded in satisfaction. He was a little worried that Luke's head might be turned by all the money he now had. Detectives weren't rich. They couldn't care less about the value of a car, and had to ensure their own safety first. It was practically impossible for something like a sports car to be bulletproof. Robert was a veteran who had fought his way through hundreds of battles. Naturally, he wasn't interested in such trash. After that, Luke acted like a tour guide and told them about interesting buildings and stories along the way as he drove. This was all information he had memorized during this period of time. He mentioned whatever came to mind, and it didn't affect his driving. Robert was the only one in the family who was a little more familiar with New York. Even then, it was only a little. Catherine had only stayed in New York for a few days on her last trip. Claire and Joseph's impression of New York was limited to film and TV. Thus, everybody listened with great interest. Even though they were stuck in traffic for more than 40 minutes, they didn't feel bored. After dropping his family off at the villa in New Jersey, Luke took Claire to his house in Clinton. Claire went upstairs from the garage on the first floor and looked around the new house, and she was shocked. "Luke, is this your new place?" In the kitchen, Luke put the snacks into a food box and replied casually, "Yes." Claire asked, "Then why aren't we staying here?" Luke said, "This place isn't safe. It's safe inside, but I can't guarantee that it'll be safe when you're out. You're here on vacation. You can't be on edge all the time when you go out, right?" Claire immediately thought of Joseph, who was only 6, and accepted the explanation. She was already very capable and wasn't afraid of poor law and order, but it really wasn't suitable for her weak little brother to live here. Seeing her mumble, Luke threw a cookie at her. Claire reacted quickly and caught it easily. She took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. She directly popped the entire cranberry cookie into her mouth. "Delicious. Did you make this?" Luke said, "What, wait for you to cook. Look at you. I'm almost done packing, but you're not moving anything into the car. Do you want them to starve?" Claire chuckled and immediately stepped forward to help. They soon set off again and returned to the villa on the other side of the river. It soon got dark, and it was the night of Christmas Eve. After enjoying an exceptional meal at home, everybody decided to go to Times Square to welcome the new year. This was something that nobody had experienced before, so they were all excited.